lifting the champion trophy is an eternal and indelible record. The champion will be remembered forever in our memories. In order to write the history of becoming the champion, you must go through so many hardships that will be waiting in front of your step. Numerous players will suffer from frustration during this journey. And yet, new history will be written. All your efforts, all your dedication will become our history. CFS 2021 Grand Finals.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the CFS Grand Finals. Once again, it is day 2 after a tumultuous day 1 that had a lot of 2-0s and crazy action. I'm Valdez, joined by Dclef and Chronicler once again. And we're on day 2 of this 5-day awesome Grand Finals event. How are you guys feeling on day 2?
Well, day 1, we had some peak, at least every single team playing one match will have exactly the same. But day 2, we will be able to tell the exact power line of where the teams actually stand in the groups, because we have very, very exciting match, possibly already like a preview of the grand final match at the end of the day. So I'm really excited for that one too.
Yeah, I agree. I think as we get further and further into the day, the stake of the matches is going to rapidly increase, especially if you look at the level of dominance that was shown yesterday by All Gamers and by Shy Gaming specifically. Makes me very excited to see what level of play we're going to see as the day progresses.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that the Chinese teams, after easily dispatching of both of the Vietnamese teams yesterday, they're pretty strong. They're extremely strong, you could say, and maybe they are the strongest teams. But we also did have Black Dragons taking a 2-0 over Lazarus today, which I think was a pretty impressive result as well. So curious about that final match, Black Dragons versus All Gamers. That is not going to be our first match, though. Of course, we do have Imperial versus Celebi for our first match, and it'll be a chance for potentially one of our Vietnamese teams to make a name for themselves here.
And it's really important as well, as we talked about a couple of times yesterday, it's a single round robin. So as Celebi Last Legends, if you lose here, then already your chances of actually making it through to the the knockout stages have become severely diminished. So you basically need a win here, or at the very least a loss that doesn't sting too much, so that if there are tiebreaker scenarios, at the very least there is a chance for you.
So I think that's exactly what we were looking at yesterday. We had 2 China versus Vietnam matches. So I think that is not enough to tell exactly where Vietnamese teams actually stand in the group. Of course, they were against the best team, possibly the best teams from the group. So today, when they're up against the other teams, this is a must-win for them for sure. And each team just playing a single match, so they should be prepping for their best every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the overview ready to go, as we do see it here. December 1st, that was yesterday, the beginning of the tournament. Now we do have 3 more days that will all start at 1 p.m. China Standard Time. And then the finals will be an hour later. That is because we will be focusing on a couple of matches only, including that grand finale of the finals. So very much looking forward to that. Lots of money on the line, of course, as we did mention yesterday. $300,000 for first place, which is a huge chunk of money.
Yeah, even if you just make it into the semis, you get into the fourth, so that's a big bump in prize pool. It's exactly what you're looking for.
Maps as per usual. I think one of the things we noticed yesterday was that we actually saw a lot more sub-base than was initially expected. A bit of a wonkier map, but I thought very entertaining, really spices things up compared to the more usual play spots. I haven't seen Black Widow yet. Was once available in, I think, set 3 that we didn't reach and was banned a couple of times as well.
Yeah, here are our groups. We did have a couple of matches. You could see it was kind of first team versus second team, and then third team versus fourth team, at least in that order. And here are the results so far from Group A. All Gamers and Black Dragons did take the wins, Lazarus and one team falling down.
Yep, and continuing from that, they will only get to play 3 matches, so have to really stack up that win number for sure. But those 2 teams standing on top right now, they're going against each other at the end of the day. So one of the team will have that loss. Let's see which team actually gained that loss by the end of the day.
And it's the same story in Group B, right? We see the Brazilian and the Chinese team both able to pick up the win. Team Myth and Celebi Last Legends as of yet unable to, and that makes their matches all the more important. Team Myth in particular actually looked very good, was the only team that wasn't swept in a 2-0 series, but in the end not enough to actually push through. And then today you're going up against Baisha. That's not the greatest opponent to face if you're still looking to find yourself.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for sure. Here's the tournament stage, the knockout stage that Chronicler was talking about. Basically, you want to get first or second in order to make it into the semifinals. And then we will have a third, fourth place match as well as the grand final on the final day, December 5th. That will be Sunday, our time here in Korea and in China, of course. This is going to be our first matchup of the day. Imperial Esports up against Celebi Last Legends. Imperial did get that victory. It was a 2-1. It was a close match, the closest match we did have yesterday, but they were eventually able to come out with the win.
Yes, certainly against Team Myth, they did have some problems to go through in the first match, which was Port, not really the weakest map for them. So I was a little surprised, but Team Myth, they were all together, they had all the teamwork, but after a while, they got used to how Team Myth played, so that the Imperial was able to change within the game, and starting from map 2, they took control over, took a convincing win with a 2-1.
And that's, to me, is the big takeaway from that, is mainly that Imperial just needs to make sure that they take your opponent 100% serious right from the get-go, try to play as well as they did in that second half of the second map, and basically the entirety of the third map, because those matches were much more one-sided than you might believe if you look at that first map that they dropped against Team Myth. And for Celebi Last Legends, they're already down, so this is basically a must-win scenario for them.
Yes, absolutely. The only way you could potentially win and make it to the second round with 2 losses is if there are 3 teams that are tied at 1 and 2. But again, not so likely, because we do have at least 2 or 3 strong teams in each group that will be looking for a couple of wins. So, as you mentioned, they gotta step it up here and make the best of their situation, try to get the win here tonight. Definitely is possible. As you do see, you know, some of the numbers not the best. Of course, that is what happens when you take the 0-2.
And they were actually okay at the beginning, pushing throughout from the Blacklist side, especially against Baisha and Ankara. But ever since their attacks started to fail, and they were really... They were getting caught by a faster rotation. I think they had to move out, in and out slightly faster, understanding their opponent, because European teams, Chinese teams, their rotations are super fast. They, of course, don't really walk. They run into the site. I think the pace of the game is going to be the deal today for Celebi.
And little caveat to the stats, that is, of course, against a Baisha who excel at attacking, and they got completely swept. So it's not all doom and gloom here today for Celebi Last Legends, but I do really think that even though they were a little bit slow to start, Imperial still clearly the favorite coming up in this one. And again, no Black Widow here. Sub-base this time though also banned out.
Yeah, sub-base, well, I don't think they want to bring the nightmare of yesterday back of 2 to 10 against Baisha. I think that's also a really great map to ban out because it's just wide from a top to a bottom to the B lockers. So I think that's the rotation that they want to ban out. And everything else, I think there's somewhat of a central rotation that they're actually good at. So really great ban choice, I would say, from Celebi.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. We are going to be hopping on to port for our first match here. Our first map, rather. And this is actually the one that we did see Imperial play, so will be interesting to see how they do this time around. As you see the aces of the teams, MG picking it up yesterday. Had a decent day, I would say.
Yes, he certainly did, and also the MVP of the match for Imperial, as MG, the sniper, of course does use the rifle when he is forced to use sometimes, but usually he's really good at standing and just waiting shots and also opening up kills when the riflers can't really peek into the sniper angle. And that's usually the player that you need in the team. The ace sniper player can handle the pressure, can always go in and get the kill. That's exactly why MG is the ace of the team.
Has that clutch factor as well. Something that Imperial really had to rely on. If they were the only team that was the victor but was pushed regardless. As you pointed out, Velvis, yeah, we saw yesterday that Team Myth actually did beat them on port. So curious to see whether today that will fare them a little bit better. Now, as Imperial, it's also, you're in a much better position, having already picked up a win.
All right, well, it does look like we are ready to jump into our first match of the night. Imperial Esports over here on the left up against Celebi Last Legends. For the first map, let's jump into port right away. Well, it does seem like we have a little bit of a delay, so we will be waiting for the teams to actually be ready. Maybe a little bit of a trouble getting into the game, but we did have all the players in the lobby, so hopefully there is no more issues.
Yeah, just remaking the room, just getting the lobbies in. We have all the players set, and we get here about a few hours earlier, and players are already in their warm-up room getting ready. They're in the practice, just getting their aim. So, and it's day 2, so I think everyone should be warmed up and ready to go when they're on stage.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to playing in the different environment, playing in the giant event hall that we're currently sitting on, the big stage that you can clearly see behind us. Yeah, thank you, Veldas. I'm not sure if otherwise they would know what I was referring to.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to miss. But there is, in fact, a gigantic stage behind us that looks very imposing in person as well. And I think that Imperial was, out of all the teams, the one that kind of, you know, had the most difficulty with getting used to that. But probably going to be looking to come out swinging yesterday here. If you look at the performance on the last map in particular, I think that they looked terrifying and very much warmed up and waking up.
I think all they need is a click, and MG was the person to really turn on that switch yesterday for Imperial. And it's not just MG. Everyone on the team, I think, is certainly has the potential to actually turn on the switch when they need to, when they're in a losing streak. Especially, we talked about FS so many times. Rizal also had some really great defensive mechanics on the top, oftentimes. So this squad is really strong, and on the other side, the Celebi, I think they really need to find the right strategy and really the right timing. Maybe just like Team Myth, end up using a lot of time and just push in together might actually be a better answer if nothing else is working out for the day.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. You know, I was really highlighting Fefe before coming into the match for Imperial. He actually had below a 1 KD, and I feel like that's kind of not what I would expect from him. I think he can do a little bit better, so I'm excited to see maybe what he can pull in for the second day. I think the rest of the team did very well. Fefe also, he didn't have a bad day. It's just that, I kind of hold him to a really high standard. So very curious to see how he will do today. As you may hear the players going crazy behind us because it is just about time to jump into that first map of Port. So let's hop into it right now. All right, here we go. We are getting on to Port here for the the first map that we did have.
And Imperial starting from Blacklist. So this should be a great opportunity for them to go start aggressive. Because after Celebi's first match yesterday, I don't think they are going to be starting in a aggressive GR position. As they're just set back near their base. 3 towards B, and more for the backup from the bridge. And just Rambo the sniper, IE top.
We see some initial poking going out both teams, as we often see in the first round. And they're feeling each other out. Might go aggressive though. Immediately getting taken down, but the rest of his team there to back him up. And they will make their way onto the site. They have taken heavy losses here. Imperial is looking for the plan.
Yeah, 2v2 going to be the result from all of this. Rambo, though, does have the AWM, as does MG. So we are going to have a couple of the guys picking up snipers here, or keeping their snipers. Not going to be easy to get other weapons, considering where everybody else did go down. So no bomb plant just yet. Imperial waiting it out. Still a lot of time before they do go into this one. MG just going to cover one angle.
MG in defensive sniper position, looking for the last player, Hater, to come from the entrance. There he is. Down to 1-1 though.
All right. MG, he has the bomb, so he says, well, A-top, I mean, I can just run over here before he can, rotate faster, plant the bomb, and then I'll have this, top area to snipe down from, so might be even better for him.
And now it's up to Hader. Needs to try and deny vision as much as possible to MG. First couple of shots go well. MG not able to hit it. Now Hader might have the opportunity, but time is on MG's side. Just needs to try and slow it down, but with this little health, he'll be able to.
He's going to wait here on the ladder. Hader spots him, and that's going to be the shot and the defuse. Hader is able to clutch it here in the first round.
Wow, Hader, the initial few shots from the bridge all the way down really brought MG's HP down, forcing him all the way down the ladder to the side. Even with the grenade, there was a lot of pressure there. And great start. Hader actually saving the team at the end.
Really nicely done after it was a good initial setup from Imperial, not able to quite seal the deal. That is something that troubled them yesterday in that first map as well.
Also like the 3-man defense on B site for Celebi. After taking 2 riflers out, I think they just wanted to go in. That's when the third just came out and collapsed on the other members of Imperial.
Yeah, Imperial going to be looking to change up their strategy a little bit here, taking it a bit slower. It was a bit of a slow push into the beginning of B, but then they did go all together. But for now, just spread out. Does look like we did have Knotson pick up the bomb, as he usually does, and he is making his way over towards B, so that might actually be the direction they choose.
And this time, Celebi opening up B site, focusing slightly more towards A because that B was secured in the previous round. But instead, Imperial again directly going to B. Because just after peeking, going to back out.
Able to make it out as well. And unlike last time, not enough people waiting for Celebi to actually defend here. Lucas gets taken down by Ryu Zhao. Very nicely done, and now full control for Imperial of this side. Bomb will be planted. And we do see Rambo and Hori trying to make their way over, but way more people available. Hader goes down as well. It's not looking good here for Celebi Last Legends, but they find 2. Rambo comes up huge, and all of a sudden it's just Ryu Zhao on his own, having to defend against 2.
He's a sniper, but his name's Rambo, man. You can't let it down.
Oh, and he's able to clutch it. Rambo, or rather Ryu Zhao, does take the 2 of them out. It was a really nice play, actually, from Celebi to get there, but then Ryu Zhao was so clutch. I think he took out 4 of them.
Yeah, at least 4.
Yeah.
Because from the B entrance, he took out 2.
Yeah, and then 2 there, very nicely played. And that is going to tie things up as Imperial. They're not wasting any time here.
B timing rush real quick, but the defensive line from Celebi is actually sustaining so well. No one dead.
And that's 1 going down. That's almost 2, but Lucas wins that fight after all. And now they're kind of stuck between rock and a hard place. Not really the opportunity to go for something else. We see Rambo coming in from the flank, trying to cut him off. Ryu Zhao is holding him down. They'll be able to take him, and that opens up a possible rotation if MG can get out of here, but that doesn't seem very likely.
Oh.
Wheel got blown up. Very important kill from Lucas.
Ryu Zhao's here again. He has 7 kills in 3 rounds so far. And there's an opportunity for a couple of more. Not sure exactly how clutch he can be here, as this time around, Shady and Lucas are going to spread out a little bit. Ryu Zhao gets 1. Hits the wall shot. Let's see if he can get a 9th kill. Oh, and he will not. Lucas is going to pop out and take that one down.
2 best players on the team currently with the KD. With Lucas saving the team. Oh, Imperial. Yeah, it does stop Imperial from getting into B completely. With that loss, I think Celebi would have had really bad rotation coming into the 4th round. But at least Lucas was able to pick up the last kill. And this time he's going to peek out towards BL base. That's a win for Ryu Zhao this time.
It's a fight between the 2 aces. This time it's Ryu Zhao that takes him down. It's a lot of power gone here for Celebi Lost Legends. And provide Imperial with a little bit more time. These nades have been great from Celebi though. MG chunked down very, very low.
Yeah, did take that one, and does look like this time Imperial wants to mix up their strategy just a bit, as they will not be heading towards B. A little bit of a push out from Rambo into the B entrance, so he might be able to get this information.
That's a great point, as Rambo's already out in entrance. You see some smokes down towards the bridge, all the way far towards the GR base. Celebi has a pretty good idea. This has to be an A attack.
Down.
Oh man, just destroying all of them, and Rambo's all alone here. He will be taken out by the pistol of Ryu Zhao. He does make that happen, picks up his 10th kill, and is carrying most of the weight. Pretty back and forth here.
And that's usually when Imperial likes to strike. They do like those timing rushes early on, not really waiting for the clock to run out. They just go in at 150, even in 2-minute mark, directly into a side, not even carrying the C4 sometimes. And Celebi, I'm sure they're aware of it from the regionals, but when you're actually facing them in the real game, it's not just, of course, watching their actual play from the regionals help them, but when you actually face them in the real game, it doesn't feel the same.
No, as you're on the receiving end of it, not able to gather as much information as you might be when you're just watching the VODs. And Imperial not opting into pulling the trigger just yet. She pointed out G-Clef might not be running out the clock like some of our other teams that we have seen that really like to play it very, very slow, but still taking some time. Is looking like A is going to be the designated arrival in the end. Rambo waiting by himself and still 3 people on the side. Also utility being used. Celebi seemingly not reading the play.
This game from Celebi saying that they're in A right now.
And right below them is Fefe. He's trying to just take them all out at this point. He picks up 3. Although it's still the winning position here for Celebi. It's only MG left available. Gets the quick scope, and he's going to get a second one. MG is able to clutch it there at the end. Just barely, so it's all Fefe and MG for that round.
In a row, Flicks quick scope. Actually, that was easier to aim because the riflers came right into the crosshair there. But MG was calm and ready against 2v1. Saved the team big time. Didn't even have to plant.
It was a valiant effort from Hater and Rambo, doing really well and holding them off initially. As I say that, Rambo gets taken down, and again, this A side has been very successful for Imperial. They're going in again. Already 2 taken down. Fefe finds a second one, and this one is done and dusted. Imperial just running over Celebi Lost Legends here.
Yeah, and it was a flawless victory. Not a single person did go down on the side of Imperial either, so I love the way they're mixing up the tempo, sometimes taking a little bit of time, but when they decide to go in for the attack, it's all or nothing. Everybody's joining on in, and it has been working.
With this much pressure, Celebi has decided that, okay, let's take the control over A long first. And Notson actually, when it changed into Sniper, checked onto A long, but just we had way too many members to aim for. And Imperial insta response into B side. A lot of damage from the utilities.
Yeah, even Huri's landing some of those shots as well, and they're staying alive, although over the top, Hukalm is able to get a couple. 2-on-2 now. Hater takes out Ruzao, and MG is alone. No quick scope this time around, and the pistol is not enough as Hater will pick up that final kill.
And this is the second time. Initially looks good for Imperial, but then Celebi with stalwart defense able to slow them down for just a couple of seconds. The reinforcements coming in hot. And even with Lucam converting that little health into quite something, it's not going to be just enough. And this time Shady at the ready. Very forward defensive with Celebi working out expertly. Is already 2 taken down.
This is a real nice mix-up in defensive positions for Celebi. After pushing A long once, go straight and rush into the B entrance, and Shady is popping off right now. Usually the snipers don't stay in the tunnel. Usually they stay in the tunnel. They don't go back and forth between the B entrance. I think they're trying to gain the momentum themselves, and they're feeling the blood rushing.
They did exactly that, as the aggression this time pays off, as we did see Shady getting a bunch of those kills with the sniper over by the B entrance, really just chipping one away at a time. And if you're able to do that, you're going to be in a great spot. We're all tied up at 4-4, as Imperial not going to waste any time here. Nice headshot from Fefe onto Shady, who was doing a really nice job, but they have not taken down Hater from the top of A.
And they are forced back, wanting to take it a little bit slower. Has plenty of opportunities still. Almost 2 minutes left on the clock. And these continuous A pushes now getting sniffed out a little bit by Celebi Lost Legends. Also see Lucas pushing up very far. Might run into trouble here. Get behind him, but not even necessary as MG finds the 1v1. Lucas going down, and it's yet another aim push from Imperial.
It's the push into the A site. Hater will respond. Okay, Notson takes him down immediately. There's Rambo from the bridge, at least taking down Rizal, who was supposed to cut the backups off. So it is a 2v3 with low HP. Let's see how this goes, because MG is going to be in a really good position for sniping.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit rough to retake this one, as MG gets the 1 and Fefe gets the 2. And 5-4 here for Imperial at the half. The Blacklist side going a little bit better for them. Although I do feel like Celebi's having a much better time, at least, against Imperial compared to yesterday.
Exactly, I do agree on that. Celebi changing their rotation rapidly, even though they are in GR, not from the Blacklist. So I'm excited for the second half, how Celebi is going to rotate throughout the map. I think they're really feeling comfortable compared to their day one. Day one, their rotations were a lot slower. They were not really changing their strategy too much, understanding how strong the opponent was. But regardless how strong the opponent is, again today, they're actively changing where to go throughout A and B, even in defensive mode. So now they're switched over to the Blacklist side. Let's see how they want to react today.
And with Imperial on GR attempting to not replicate the events of yesterday, where they dropped their first map to Team Myth, having to come back. Were able to successfully do so, but Not now, they'll start in possible tiebreaker situations. Seeding as well. Every single round that you lose can come back to bite you, let alone dropping entire map. So Imperial wants to try and dispatch of Celebi here. But as you pointed out, Jekyll, I feel like Celebi feeling themselves much more than yesterday. Although I'd imagine it also helped with not playing against Bishak Gaming.
Yeah, also the fact that their snipers are actually taking on lots of action, that usually helps to boost their morales up to go directly. So that's usually sniper opening up an angle, helps the riflers to directly go up so much more. And the fact that Shady was able to grab some nice kills in the B entrance, and also Rambo doing okay. But from the BL side, of course, we do see the 5 rifles, which is the most common on this map only.
Tons of flashes in the B entrance, but nobody's actually coming in over there, so some utility going to waste. As it does look like the push will be onto A here. Lucas and Shady and Hater all coming around the bend.
Picked up the flash, but still unable to pick up the first kill. Shady pushing up aggressively, finds one. Lukan's still there, not able to take him down as well. And now it's all going downhill for Celebi. Rambo trying his very darndest to get them back into it, but just Hater alive. That's one. Now all of a sudden we're looking at a 1v1 here. Hater has a lower health bar, but does find the kill. Very important round there for Celebi.
Pretty massive clutch play there from Hater. I think he picked up 3 or 4 kills on the round. Looks like 4. And overall, just smacking them down, even after they had a pretty good defense over on that site.
And then after showing that, we was 5 rifles immediately into double AWM. Let's see where they want to focus the snipers. I think they're looking for maybe even challenging up to MG, who's on the sniper's nest on A top. Poking into A long. Or look into the bridge while smoking all the way back towards GR base. It's going to eat some time and poke and make sure they have angles open for the rifles to come.
Can already see the difference here as well. Imperial favoring, throwing a couple of curveballs in there, some rushes. When they did pull the trigger, it was generally around this time mark. So they'll be taking their time a little bit more. And looks like it will be opting into that hard push on B.
Yeah, 2 smokes on A down, so they're faking it as an A push.
All right, let's see the push here. Fefe behind his favorite spot on the box, but they trade 1 for 1. Lukov all alone, trying to cover the angles. He's able to trade 1 for 1, though, so at least it is an even fight on the retake for Imperial, even with the fake. As here comes Rizal, trying to land those shots. He's able to take out Lucas, able to 2v1 Shady, but no, Shady's going to 1v2 them. And now he's got some room on the backside as the pistol shots will land from MG. He's incredibly low, though, as he spots Shady. He's trying to land the shot, but he will not be able to, and Shady is able to clutch it at the end.
Shady's position in the back street was actually all the way back to the left, which is not the most common spot. I think he was also trying to hide himself because he was sort of caught by MG, or at least he thought that he was caught by MG. But of course, MG with the sniper gun was going to be a hard deal to go against the 2 riflers. And another round for Celebi. They're actually playing really swiftly today.
And it's the continuous 1v2s, 1v3s that Celebi is able to find. First it was Hayden, now it was Shady. We've seen Rambo do it as well. Everyone picking up the slack for this team that got beaten pretty relentlessly yesterday. Really nice bounce back here from Celebi thus far, whereas Imperial has looked good at times, but so far on GR, unable to actually get themselves around. Setting themselves up for nice positions every now and then, but not able to close it out. Celebi again going to be taking their time, scoping out their opponent.
And the previous B rush was actually without using too many flash when they had extra in their hands. They're just feeling out and smoking A, This is very detailed attack. Understanding how Imperial actually reacts so quickly in rotation when they use the flash, so they do not even want to give that information just 0.2, 0.3 seconds beforehand. Also feeling confident that they can actually push with firepower without using that many flash. It's always a great sign for the team to push in.
And here we go, speaking of that push, but this time Imperial do have 3 over on the B site. Shady pokes his head out. Seeing what he can see, doesn't, you know, get too much done, just throws a flash in and then backs away. And it looks like Celebi, with about 40 seconds, they are going to reconsider. And 3 members are going towards that bridge. And under the bridge they will go. Nonsen is able to spot this, though, and poke a little bit of damage in as MG and Lucom will easily dispatch of this push. And it is just a slaughter here by Imperial. Nobody taken. I mean, Fefe took about 5 damage, and that's about it.
Yeah, Fefe's poke from the side towards the bridge guys actually it gave them a lot of confusion. Like, where's that rifle actually coming from? Because he was spotted for a split second. I don't think they actually spotted him. I spotted Fefe from the A side. I made him actually turn around a couple of times, all 3 guys. So it made it super easy for the B defense of Imperial to get them back.
Rizal is just a madman at the moment. He really kind of just ran it through mid. He got a initial kill and really threw a wrench into the gears, though, which was pretty nice.
Yeah, sometimes when you get a good respawn, when you get a good spawn, you just ask your team meter, or some of the teams, they don't even have to ask them. Like, can I go? Like, go. And then you immediately just shoot down the lane and see what you can do.
They're working out well for them, though. As Imperial looking to claw their way back from this deficit. In a great position, Hori very low. Rambo and Shady both already down, and do see again Celebi looking to go for that transition through bridge. Last time around didn't work very well for them.
And okay, Lucas is going to open up with the kill, and you can see Imperial very spread out. On a map like Port, you kind of have to do that, especially when you go down on members. As a smoke will be thrown in B entrance, trying to indicate that they're not going that way, but they're going to take their time. Huron, low health, is going to go down to Notson over at A.
I thought Huri was going to stay there until there was an actual push towards the bridge, because they smoked out B entrance. And Fefe did spot that smoke in B entrance. I thought the timing was real off, but still managing to get MG in towards the GR entrance. Now they have opened up a big gate to go in B.
Fefe still waiting in the wings, should spot them shortly. Holding off. He's playing hide and seek.
Oh, that's perfect timing. Here's the plant, and Fefe is just one sneaky snake.
That's nasty right there. Fefe knew everything, exactly where they would go. Check all corners except for where Fefe was, because they still had to plant.
Beautifully done, very well hidden. Sneaky MG starts off with a kill. They will then immediately answer, and it's just a straight up A-rush coming through, everything being thrown down. Not working out too well so far. Shady not able to get the kill from MG either. And now, again, the full rotation has come through from Imperial.
But because MG plus Rizal was on top, they could not really get in earlier. Only Lucas left on this ladder, and yeah, Imperial not really having a great idea where Lucas is at the moment. I think he was just spotted.
Yeah. And some shots being thrown out here by Lucas, but he's going to take so much damage from the grenade, and one shot from the AK will get it done. 8-6 now. Imperial started off a little bit slow against Team Myth, started off a bit slow here against Celebi, but now they're trying to lock this first map down at least.
Yeah, Shady just checking the bridge just in case Rizal comes through the gate again. And just jump on top of their members. Not going to happen this time. And goes back to Rifle, as usual. Just Rambo, but he's not showing up at all in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a meat grinder over there towards the entrance, and Rizal even going to follow up with another kill with the AWM. Speaking of performances, he has been the most impressive for me so far. Starting off well in the first half, now 8-3. Nice shot here from Lucas, but need more than Lucas to do the job, as Rizal is going to pick up that 9th round here for Imperial.
Big thing for me is Rizal yesterday. It was mainly that defense, right, where he really showed what caliber of player he was. But now he's seemingly extended that to every scenario. Has been the backbone of Imperial, but the entire team seemingly now just continuously winning fights. You got little flashes of brilliance like Fefe hiding around the box, waiting for just the right amount of time. And 6-9, Celebi now dropping 4 in a row, not looking likely they're going to be able to reclaim control of this one.
Yeah, Imperial on a map point, and they are not stopping. They're actually actively coming out. Just Fefe on B side. He's alone, but he's actually pushing, which is giving a lot more, which is giving false information to Celebi, saying it's not just going to be Fefe defending B side. Sort of pushing them into the bridge side and A.
Yeah. Fefe, a very intelligent player, and yeah, can throw a wrench into the idea there. Rizal up on top of the bridge, trying to hold things down. They also have Lucam there, so lots of coverage around this area. And you can see the push is slowly making its way through, but Lucam is perfectly on the angle, gets the 2 of them, and this one looks done and dusted. Only a couple of members left, Shady and Rambo, trying to make their way now onto the B site in an act of desperation. They give their position up, they get flashed. Nice shot by Shady, though. Gonna give himself a much better shot here as Lucam is going to get 1, and okay, Rambo trying to go 1v4 here, picks up the first, gets the second, coming around the corner as he is low on ammo, and that is going to do it. Imperial will pick up the win on port.
Not looking very likely when we saw Celebi Lost Legends pick up 2 in a row around the mid, but unlike yesterday where it took Imperial really an entire map against Team Myth to come online here, once they take control, it felt almost impossible for Celebi to really make a mark. Individual pop-up performances of basically everyone on the side of Imperial. Although I gotta say, Rizal really the highlight of this first map for me.
Yes, I certainly agree, because the moment that Rizal rushed towards that bridge, Celebi just lost it. They just lost the will to push towards A or B, and their strategy was just certainly not working, because they oftentimes throw smoke towards the GR-based bridge. But Rizal stopped all that, and ever since that round, they were never really able to attack. It was instantly just Imperial pushing from the GR side, and map finished.
The map is finished like that, and it is 10-6, a pretty dominant victory considering that Imperial were able to win so many in a row. And yeah, got to be feeling good if you are Imperial. You start off much stronger this time around. Celebi did put up a good fight, but not for long enough. So that's going to do it for ports. And I believe we have Ankara next. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
So it will be interesting to see how they do there.
Yep, I wish that Celebi really continues to move in and out, just like they did in the first half. Second half, they were back to yesterday's Celebi against AG. They had no control over the map, even when they were towards their own base. It seemed like they were cornered and just punched till death. So I wish that doesn't happen again in the second map, because this is a wider map. You can actually move around in your own base, even from GR or PL. But Imperial, the fact that Rizal's on a streak and you can't stop this guy, that's a big problem for Celebi right now.
Yeah, especially when you look at the depth that we see from Imperial, right? Because we talk, and I think that he's been the best player thus far. But yesterday, MG also seemingly being okay, and then he had like 2-3 rounds in a row where he just single-handedly carried the games.
Yeah.
We've seen Fefe also, as you pointed out yesterday, not the greatest day, but still having a lot of great moments here in this first map. And when I look at Celebi Lost Legends, feel like individually those moments are there, but it doesn't really come together.
Yeah, I mean, they have some big individual performances from a couple of players, but you need 5 players in order to actually be consistently winning here in Crossfire at the Grand Finals. And so far, Imperial has shown a little bit more of that. So it does look like Ankara's all loaded up. Let's hop onto it for map number 2. And here we are. Of course, this is the map that Imperial did have a little bit of trouble against Team Myth yesterday on. But, you know, maybe just a little bit sleepy, maybe a little bit of a slow start. Doesn't look like they're going to waste any time here trying to jump through the bottom, but Hader and Lucas in position. Not able to win the fights, though. Now they get the kill onto Ryu Zhao, which is huge. Shady will pick up that AK.
And still going back into the bot, but they have so much time, they don't even have to go directly in because they know that Rambo is alive and had the sniper gun, now back on AK, because knowing that Natson's very low, I think that's a pretty good option.
And we do see the fake out towards B, but then the full rotation coming through from Imperial. Also ready for Celebi to expect that play coming through now. Yeah. As you pointed out, low health bars here, so slightly disadvantaged position for Imperial, but they have not been spotted yet.
Yeah, if you ask me a question 2v2, one's low on this decision, if you are from the GR side, which side would you rather defend with 2 men? I would say B, because once they're actually in A, it's easier to just get 1 bullet in. B side, there's so many boxes and on top to check, and you can just peek your head only, which basically means you're 100% HP in that position.
And take a look here at the positioning. We see Natson going all the way around, and that means that Fefe just has no coverage. And now
this will be a defuse.
Yeah, Natson's just not here, so easy defuse. That's going to be Rambo picking up the MVP for that round. Gets the defuse, and you know, a little bit of trickiness with the low health bars. Imperial not paying off for that.
And got a command Rambo there as well. Very quick on the draw, going away all the way around through air ducts. Able to get himself into a position where he's able to actually utilize the little bit of space that Imperial left there with maybe a little bit too much proactive searching for some of the leftover members from Celebi from Notsin.
And a very unusual position. Double man from the side. This is a... You don't really see this position at all, especially in competitive.
But it worked very well because now 3 members are dead, walked into the meat grinder, and the bomb is in no man's land.
Yeah. So now all they have to do is cover every angle, and you can see that everybody on the side of Celebi is on that A site. So they have the bomb, they have the A site covered, and they can just sit here. So it's really all up to Imperial to try to make a way, find a way into here. As Ryu Zhao is in the back in the spawn, but he is spotted and shot down.
Starting to feel like the Ankara troubles might continue here. Looking like a quick 2-0. MG not even able to take down Lucas, although we'll be able to do it on the second one, but feels like a classic case of too little, too late.
1 HP, 1v5 miracle. Not going to happen right here. But we've had some insane moments, like below 10 HP, 1v3, 1v4 in CFS finals. So just wait for those moments. It can always happen because these teams, especially the sniper action, is always on.
Sniper action never ends.
And let's see if those double man position from the A bottom side next to the stairs shook Imperial a little bit at all.
It's clear that Celebi came in here with some funky strats, and it's definitely one way to try to outdo your opponents. They probably knew they were playing against Imperial on Ankara. It's such a common thing, and they were preparing for it last night.
Ooh, the jump saved Hori from going down. And also Lucas taking one down from a long. That's a big hit.
And now very unfortunate position. Again, C4 on lockdown here. Shady standing guard with Hader and Hori covering versus other angles. Lucas will go down there. Found by Rijan. Looks like he might again have to do some heavy lifting here, but with Lucam also getting taken down, 2v4 now. Not looking good for Imperial, as MG gonna be walking in here. Needs one of those multi-man miracle plays if they wanna salvage this one. Ujao also nowhere nearby.
MG actually was able to salvage the bomb somehow through the smoke and everything, and you can see that Celebi's like, well, if he's running towards A, we kind of have to be there in position. But MG reads the situation. He is going back towards B very slowly and by himself, not able to land that shot. Unfortunately, his hater is just going to take him out from range.
This was going to be a sneaky, smart rotation into potentially yard or even B office going to B site. But with the C4 down all the way towards Blacklist space, Rizal might not have time. And even before that, Hater's just going to find the kill hidden in the side.
Now a couple of back-to-back shots being missed for Imperial, and as hot as they looked on port, as frosty do they look here on Ankara, with multiple times bomb being dropped in unfortunate positions. Play's not really working out. Now going in here with the double sniper.
You can see from the position and the pace from Imperial that the defense from the A side really worked hard, and it's engraved in their brain right now that their position can be unpredictable. So we have to check everything and be super careful.
Oh, this is kind of funny. It's quarters to center, and you can see that Lucom's going to catch him unawares. Nice. Lucas also going down a couple of headshots there. The perfect timing, as Vefe is also going to pick up one. So Imperial, they find an angle. They're going to get another kill here onto Vefe.
And Ramba, the last one, rotating through the connector. But all the members out. Going for A and B. Now he's found.
And that's two. Rambo excelling in a 1v multiple people situation, as his namesake might suggest, but still a lot of people, a lot of angles to cover.
Whoa!
That is free!
That flick!
Rizhao also very low.
Oh, he almost hit that too. Man, that would have been so crazy. He actually made the 1v5 happen. And it's nice to see, you know, even when they go down that far, Celebi are still fighting. Imperial, yes, they got the jump on him. It was kind of a lucky timing. They came out there into middle. Obviously very aggressive from Celebi to be pushing out. But either way, Imperial do get the, they still do have the lead. And now they're going to get this initial kill onto MG.
Yeah, sometimes there are a few players on each team. If you just let them lose, they do so much better. Sometimes they handle the pressure so well in 1v multiple situation. I think that's Rambo at the moment, and he is certainly carrying the team. But Imperial, even in really unexpected angles, like where Shady was, right below what you're seeing on the screen here, still Imperial, they got their shots in. Direct headshots instantly. And that's how you break through, basically.
Nori able to pick up the kill, also make his way out, whereas Rambo providing supporting fire, picking up yet another. And now Ryuzawa, the ace for his team, not even able to pick up a single return kill, and Celebi are just walking over Imperial here on Ankara. Not a lot of promise showing thus far on this BL side for Imperial.
Really struggling with this one is Imperial. They're just getting absolutely wrecked so far by the side of Celebi, who just have their number. And Imperial, they're going to go for something pretty aggressive down through B bottom, it looks like, as 5 members all together.
Yeah, B bottom, and also Imperial never really checked into office either. So they need some more information, but Rambo is on top of everyone.
What? And they have Lucas in position from the office, as you mentioned. Knotson gets a couple, but with half health, I don't know about this. At least he has the bomb.
He's on the run, though. 1v3, near full health. Hori, Hater, Shady, they just have to find one. Half health left.
And he's going to make his way over. At this point, I think Celebi might be suspecting something, and a 1v3 defense here on A side would be very, very hard to actually deal with, as he's holding off, wanting to catch them in the rotation.
This is an important moment for Imperial. If he pulls this 1v3 off, he can totally switch everything. But of course, higher chances for Celebi to win the round and keep the momentum going.
All right, well, he spots Uri, and unfortunately that means that he is spotted himself, and they just swarm him as Celebi is crushing them here, 5-1. This is not a close match.
Oh, I'm loving this.
As Tactical Pause returns.
The slow zoom.
For the next round.
So after the round.
I was ready. That really threw me off. I thought I saw the stare. I was ready, but will be one more round here.
Yeah, about time they call for a tactical pause.
What was the golden standard for tactical pausing? Was it Black Dragons who called a tactical pause and then won like 5 or 6 in a row?
And went to extra rounds.
Yeah.
And basically won the map.
Yeah. That's a good tactical pause. Hard to top.
Effective. Effective for sure. Imperial are really taking their time with this one, as they are going to be making their way in towards A. A lot of smokes in the middle on that front yard. Trying to deny as much vision as possible.
And Celebi 3 top on A, just waiting for the flash. Great flashes though.
All right. Start off with the kill. Rizal not quite able to win that one. Finally gets a headshot, but that is it. Fefe gets knocked down by Hater as Rambo gets 2. Hater gets 2. And everybody is just stopping him.
The wall is way too high up there. They could not really climb that wall. And Imperial, a perfect time to use the tactical pause.
Might be one of my favorite things.
Yeah, Ref has to stare at the camera. That's also a requirement.
Serious stare, the slow zoom, and as you pointed out, Gkaf, I feel like it's maybe a round too late. Now you're down 6-1. We have seen teams come back from similar positions. Black Dragons 2-6, not quite as bad, but still fairly down in the dumps. And you can see none of these players really playing up to their expected level, right? We talked about the missed shots, and now they're just straight up losing multiple skirmishes back to back to back.
As we can see, the frustration on the camera. As they're actively talking, but the vibes we're getting on the screen, it's not so great as they're down by 5 rounds. And Imperial, of course, when they start from BL, they're especially good at attacking first, making a lot of the first few rounds work. But this time, it's not really working. And who they thought was a weaker opponent of the group, in map number 2, they're struggling really hard. So this tactical pause certainly had to be called, and also hopefully this works for Imperial.
Fefe's trying to get everybody pumped. You mentioned the frustration, but it's all in, just everybody's trying to win together as a team, and obviously, everybody's feeling the frustration. Fefe is the leader. He's trying to nail it into everybody's heads that, okay, we really got to step it up now. This is the time, and it really is. I mean, these guys just have not had much luck on this map multiple times now in a row, so we'll see what they can do here.
Smoke out yard side, and they spotted B bottom, has to go.
Will trade favorably for them, at least for now, but the pressure's coming through, multiple pushes happening, all the flanks. Rambo finds yet another Hater, and they completely collapse upon them, and what starts out as a pretty good scenario now has to turn into Rizal again.
Rizal comes from the side, is slightly too late to join the fight, but he still be able to pick up that C4.
A little bit late on the shot, but he's still able to get the kill. Hater extremely low, and now the bomb picked up, which means that Rizal is actually going to be in an advantageous position. He can put it down, bring Hater over to the site, and potentially get that defender's first shot.
Rizal has a lot of pressure. After the tactical pause, need to bring the round for the team. If Celebi wins this, that tactical pause was just no good. Then they didn't finish him.
Yeah, he does know he's there, though. The flash comes out. Rizal back up top, and the shot is there. Hater going to clutch it, get the defuse, and bring Celebi to 7-1.
That might be the one that breaks the camel's back. Imperial trying their hardest. And that round starting out a lot better than a lot of the previous ones, but Celebi really well, rotating very, very quickly, much faster than what we saw from them yesterday. Able to immediately go in, collapse, and pick up so many kills. Again, Rambo coming up huge, but Hayden now also starting to rack up those kills.
Finally checking into office with a 3-man defense from Celebi.
Celebi just have their number somehow, some way. Even the pistol battle goes the way of Hater, as he was running out of bullets, switched to the pistol and got another kill. So now it's up to Rizal again. This isn't looking good.
Talk about bad luck, and Celebi had the perfect read. They never came into office. This is about time they changed something else. And that will be it. First half, 8-1. 8-1. Imperial only got one single round. That is unheard of.
Especially after how dominant that first map was, right? Yeah, there was some slowdowns, but as a whole, still very much a well-played map from Imperial. And here, it's just a disaster, and you gotta credit Celebi with their game sense. First is a double-man defense on A that Imperial just run into heads first, and then in this round, another very important one, just get blown up in exactly the same way. And as you pointed out, Jikolov, where they haven't been before, but it's just 3 men waiting out of seemingly nowhere, and when it happens again and again, give the appropriate credit to Celebi, looking to even out the map score here to 1-1.
It's got to be feeling so good for Celebi. They're finally having some success in this tournament for the first time, basically. I mean, they kept it even with Imperial, but now this is really the true showing. Hey, I mean, we are a contender. Look at us. And of course, you could look at it from the opposite angle and say, okay, Imperial seems like they're really having trouble on this map. For some reason, they're not finding the angles here, especially on Blacklist. But Celebi had to play well and get a lot of clutches in this one to make the score this dominant.
And you start out with Rambo on fire. Didn't get the kill, but still got the half shot in Knotson. And that tiny angle is really hard to. It's more for the information. And you can get the kill if the opponent is a sniper to sniper, but not against a rifle oftentimes. That moment just told us what kind of shape Rambo is in at the moment. His fire is still on.
Attempted defense, and now as Imperial, you need to win 9 in a row. The very least 8-1 if you want to extend the match. That's such a tough ask to perform they've had thus far. Good start to this one, though, with FA immediately picking up Rambo. And Rambo has been the big player for Celebi. 1 minute left on the clock, looking like they want to make their way towards the yard. It's in waiting.
Knotson is here, yeah, but he is, again, pretty low on health. He'll be looking to trade 1-for-1 and get some information. See if he can do any of that. No, they spray him down. Pepe's there, but this is still a win for Celebi. They tie it up 3-3. They're trying to isolate Lucombe here, and they will be able to. Lucas also going to be able to pick up that kill. And now 3v2 with the bomb planted. This is looking good once again.
And just MG and Rizal left. The backup came slowly, expecting the bomb to be planted. Rizal runs in, gets the kill. 2v2.
Good start. Health too low. Now it's just MG with no health bar effectively against Hurry and Shady.
And they're not even going to peek, just going to wait for the sniper to come.
It's got to be 2 really quick scopes, but not this time. 9-1. Celebi. This could be a 10-1 victory by Celebi over Imperial, which would be crazy for where we're at this point in the tournament.
Just 1 round away. And Celebi would just love to just seal this up and go to map number 3 instantly. That will give a lot more room for them to think. And a lot more questions for Imperial before going to map number 3.
I think that at this point as Imperial, if you actually even if you don't drop this one and you're somehow able to claw back, you're going to start thinking about banning Ankara, because thus far here, CFS 2021, this map has been their greatest weakness.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue really is, other than it just feels like the other teams always have their number, always seem to be reading them really well on Ankara. But it's just not going well. And here comes Celebi once again. We got 2 members over towards the office, make it 3.
And even through the smoke, Celebi really got that done yesterday. Just going through the smoke and flashing out, rushing in actually works better against a lot of the Chinese teams. Can also work against Brazilian teams. We're now having a big setup towards B quarters. But Imperial has a pretty good read that it's going to be A. Left B not totally open, empty is covering side.
There alongside a Ryu Zhao, they just set up the meat grinder at the front door of A, and it will be Fefe who gets the off angle as well from the connector. So Imperial at least not going to lose 1 to 10.
Hooray! It's something, but there's going to be a lot more work to be done for Imperial. They got the work cut out for them still. No more losing until you're in the extra rounds if you want to have a taken down this map. That was a very nice setup coming through, and Imperial backs against the wall, showing that they are not beaten just yet.
Throwing 2 nades and flash, killing the shooting angle for Celebi and make them go back into the alley side. Another really good stretch out to the quarters.
Okay.
Okay, Rambo.
How did Rambo get here?
It's just what he does. He finds a really weird angle and comes in from behind. And now it's 2-on-2, and the bomb is down in an awkward spot here for Celebi, but a couple of kills bring them immediately back into this round at least.
C4 is down by minute 20, so I don't think Celebi's even looking for that C4.
That's a lot of damage done onto Lucom, but he does win the fight, and now it's only low health Lucom to try to defend this one and keep the hopes alive.
This was a 4v2. For Imperial, it was looking like, at least for this round, the tables were indeed getting turned on Celebi, Last Legends, but 4-2 turned into just Lucom with a very minimal health pool, trying to make a miracle happen as Rambo just dispatching handily of, I think, 3 opponents in a row. Shady also helping him out. And with Lucom also getting over towards that B side, plant is open for Rambo. Going to be able to get that dropped down, and it'll be a really rough approach here for Lucom. And one more drop would mean that Celebi takes this map 10-2.
Here's the bomb. And so it does look like Lucom knows this is over by A. Rambo with the pistol out knows he only needs 1 shot and 1 kill. That is going to do it for them.
Feeling slightly more comfortable with the pistol to get the shot done. And this is a great position.
There it is. Lands the shot, and 10-2 is the score for the map on Ankara, and we are all tied up 1-1 here in sets.
The Ankara issues continue for Imperial after a dominance game to #1 on Port, where there were some issues, but once the tempo was found, it was not given over anymore. We see that a complete disaster of a map with Celebi Last Legends 10-2. Tactical pause looked like it might turn the tables a little bit, but was not enough in the end. It all started to go wrong. She pointed out, G-Club, at the beginning of the game when the double strat or double man strat A defense came through. And then from that point on, it felt like Imperial were just playing kind of scared.
Yeah, after that position, Imperial I thought they were going to try to poke in the office or try the yard, B bottom, but they tried B bottom a couple rounds after. And that's exactly when Celebi was actually getting ready to defend against him. They just found the right timing at the right position every single time. So Imperial, nothing really worked out on the map. Sometimes when you play the game, competitive or non-competitive, you just have a bad day. I think that's what Imperial looked like on map 2.
Well, you had a bad day, and that does mean that, you know, for them at least, hopefully their bad day doesn't continue because we do have one more map and another chance for them to actually make it happen. It will be Compound, which is always a fun map. I think I would give Imperial the slight advantage on this one.
Yeah, I would also, because Imperial can also just push from the GR side, which is oftentimes what we saw from, was it All Gamers and also Baisha yesterday? Yeah. Those not defense, you don't really always stay defensive. You go aggressive out into the center plaza, or create some double position into from the BA entrance in the middle. So those are going to be the big key. If Imperial starts from the GR side, I think it's still okay to just go out and test the waters, how well Celebi can actually defend from the BL side.
Going to be interesting because if Celebi wins this one, and all of a sudden this group turns into a slugfest, right? It opens up the group to a pretty insane amount, because then all of a sudden, if Team Myth can find an upset win, then we are in the running for a very entertaining group where a lot can happen that I don't think was expected. Imperial, even with their little hiccup against Team Myth yesterday, looked so good on port, and to then just drop like this in a, honestly, one of the most dominating fashion that we've seen. 10-2, I think, was also the score that All Gamers found against one team. That's not what you're looking for.
No.
Yeah, if Group B ends up with 2-1s and 1-2s, you just have to go down to the round score. And with Celebi winning 10-2, that is actually going to boost them up pretty hard for Group B.
So we're getting word that Imperial needs a little bit of extra time. This, you know, they just played 2 maps.
They certainly
do. A bit long, yeah.
We understand.
Yeah. Just want to make sure all the players are as comfortable as possible before we do get into the games. Don't want to have anyone feeling like, oh, you know, if I took a little bit of rest, I would have played better or something like that. So does mean that we do get to talk. How are you guys feeling on day 2?
Yeah, feeling fine. Actually, even better. Yeah, getting used. We also got used to the desk. Yeah, with the lighting and everything. Great setting.
This guy.
Yeah.
Horrible.
We got snacks ready, drinks ready, water, everything right next to us. So all good.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. You know, got a compliment yesterday. It was basically the highlight of my day. G-Clef said I was smart, and you know,
wow,
you are always
as a resident Crossfire expert. That really that really hit right in the, you know,
the feels.
Right in the heart. Right in the
Merry
feels,
Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. It's an early Christmas, but it's a Christmas nonetheless.
Yeah.
And I'm very positively surprised. I'm always, especially in group stages, you can have a lot of blowouts. And thus far, we've been mostly spared blowouts, Chinese teams notwithstanding. Because even though this is a blowout in map, at least this series actually turned into, you know, going all the way.
Well, guys, it does look like the players are just about ready to go here, as everybody's in the lobby and ready. So excited to get onto our third map of Compound. It looks like we are going to load up right now, so let's jump into it. All right, here we are on to Compound. Definitely a map that you can have some crazy rotations, some crazy aggression as well. And here we go already.
You see that 5-man attempted push from Celebi?
Trying to look, seeing if anyone was too far up center. Nothing actually coming through. The now Imperial, they are sniffing around double pillars. Don't actually want to move on just yet. Just prodding a little bit. And I think for Imperial also this first round, in terms of momentum, is going to be a really important one for you. You kind of want to get the jitters of the last game, shake them off, and make sure that you don't start on a similar footing. As they are making their way towards that A side.
And for Celebi, 3B bottom. Not the most common defensive position from the DR side.
Yeah.
But did see a couple of times they tried different positions from Vietnam region.
Go, everybody pushing in for the 8 entrance. Rambo able to grab one back as they know they're in the spawn at this moment in time. Hater gets a couple. Fefe able to pick up 2. That does mean that although Fefe is super low, it is still 3-2 in advantage here for Imperial. They get another one with MG finding that off angle.
Yeah, because they stayed near the GR base, they were able to cut down all the members coming from the B site easily. And MG just going to use that pistol to get the final kill. Are we having the Imperial roll again?
Well, at the very least, it's a win, which they haven't gotten in, I want to say, 8 rounds. So that's something. And they have found multiple people here. The shooting gallery is open, but unfortunately for Lucan, he's not the one actually cashing in. The rest of his team definitely going to be able to, though. Lucas, though, spirited defense. Important skirmish here that Ryuza basically needs to win, and he'll be able to do so.
And a separate duel here near the central plaza, near the spawn. Ryuza is going to pick up this kill, so it is just up to Lucas to rotate back and forth. Try to see if anyone's stuck in A. He knows that the C4 is down by the double pillars, and one guy is stuck there.
I like the idea here from Lucas. And he's maybe just going to wait for this one. You can kind of just camp on A, see if they come in and, you know, just wait. Because the map is so large and you're only one person, so they might not expect you on that off angle. Might give you the best shot. And otherwise, you know, if they do plant at B, good luck. You got to take a risk.
This is the mind game where there's a sniper, there's MG out. Sniper very likely A site instead of B, because it is certainly easier to get one down. Yeah, you can just peek out even after the plant is actually done at A site if it happens.
Oh, Lucas's play might actually be working out, and this is, of course, the power of imperfect information. They don't know where he is. They have a completely free passage towards that B side, but instead, MG Ryuzao going in here towards that A side where Lucas is waiting in the wings. Doesn't have a lot of health, but...
Yeah, unless Imperial really has an information where Lucas is, it's hard to get down to server. It's okay for Ryuzao, but for MG, who now switched over to the rifle, so that's certainly a better position, but Lucas having the patience to stay in one single position this entire time. There goes the bomb.
Yeah, and this is how you're going to get this information. He's waiting, trying to see who the second person is, and he's going to get both of them. It works! And Lucas, the genius, makes it happen.
I thought Fefe was the best at hide and seek, but Lucas not only is so good at hide and seek that he's not found in that position, but he also, just by the mirage, the shimmer of his presence, is able to get Imperial to go towards that A site. And that would have been a really big round for Imperial, right? Going up 2-0 after what was a disaster of a round. And now if you lose this next one, you can already feel the pressure that Celebi is putting on you compound and get harder to deal with.
Exactly, that was ignition on to begin with for Imperial. And Celebi just says, turn your power down. I can win this 1v2. That Lucas, what a smart play to stay in that small picking position. And you can still hear the footsteps coming from main long.
Is getting so much work done on this angle, and Rambo holds the other angle, and then the 2v1 to finish it off. Celebi looked like an entirely different team today, and it is very impressive.
8 kills already in 3 rounds. He's carrying the team at the moment.
It's not bad.
All right.
So, you know, it's okay.
And Anytime, any day. It's the reason why you're here on stage.
It's actually really impressive with how transformative Celebi looks. Every shot hits. As Rambo founds MG. Nothing that Imperial seems to be working. Again, look at this. No fear. Pure dominance coming through from Celebi. The 3-1, 3 rounds swept in a row. And this is starting to feel awfully similar to that second map. And Imperial, don't think you can let Celebi get away from you again in terms of map score here.
4-man push in an off timing. This only happens in Vietnam and China. It doesn't really happen too much from EU-MENA or America's region, as they love to just push from the GR side. And it worked like a charm. Imperial again stabbed from the back, not really knowing what's going to happen in the future. They really have to be careful of these different tactics. It is a specialty from each region. And Celebi is picking the exact right strategy every single time.
They just have them figured out. You know, I don't even feel like it's a map issue anymore. You know, we saw Imperial having a lot of trouble on Ankara, yes, but now even in the beginning of Compound, it's like, no, I mean, Celebi just, they have them downloaded almost. And they're just playing fantastically, too. I mean, they're landing all their shots. They're winning a lot of firefights against great Brazilian players. Like, huge props to them. Let's see if they can do it again. This is where Imperial has had some luck on this push before, but so far, Huri is going to pick up 2 kills. There's Lucas as well. Celebi are doing it again.
Zhao picked up again from the side. It's just MG left towards the Central Plaza going back, but the C4's at the entrance where snipers can't really pick that up easily with 3 men defending from that A side because that angle is covered by Rambo. Has to take out the sniper first if he wants to go.
And that's one problem. But then you got like 5 more. Lucas and Shady also in the general vicinity, ready to rotate. In case the push actually does come through. But with the C4 being down, it's hard to imagine he's going to be able to actually deal with this. Does hit, but not enough.
Only the wall shot, so not enough damage. And Shady's just going to jump on top of him. There was close to no way of saving that round.
Tactical pause. There he is again. Thank you, referee.
Slightly earlier this time from Imperial.
Yeah, I mean,
yep.
Didn't really work last time. If you guys remember, it was a close round after the tactical pause, but they barely lost it. And after that, it just felt almost like a done deal. So try to get it earlier. MG's talking a bit more this time around. FFA seems a little bit less frustrated. They know they're a great team and that they absolutely can challenge Celebi, but you know, just nothing seems to be going right for them today, so trying to reset their mental might be the answer.
Also, Celebi just switching back and remembering what they're good at. Bringing that into the stage was, I think, the key for day number 2. Imperial, they don't even look this bad on stage, even against all the other great Brazilian teams like the Black Dragons, who's in the other group right now.
Fef is getting frustrated now. Really trying to hammer his point home.
And to me, one of the big issues that Imperial's having is also doesn't feel like an individual player underperforming. I think, as you pointed out, G-Clef, we know how much better this entire team is and should be. And it feels like it's coming together for Celebi. They're playing much better. They're playing their own game, able to consistently find these big plays. Whereas it was Rambo that I think really was the hero of the last map. This time, Lucas already 11 kills. And for Imperial, no one really looks up to their own standards.
I think they're feeling the pressure, especially Fefe as the entry opener. And Lucam always with the flanks. At least managing to get, because they lost control oftentimes from the Central Plaza. Double pillars first, and then maybe going into the normal rotation back into Plaza and A long.
Lots of pressure being felt by Rambo. And look at the rest of the team on the minimap. They're all pushing out, trying to get as much information as possible. They should know that the push is looking to come into B here from Imperial.
Yeah, very likely, but because it's a B push, they have to check so many angles, and it's being slowed down because of because how the map is planned out. And meantime, Hater is going all the way back, and Luri coming from the behind too.
All right, that's a couple of early frags here. Shady on the outside. Can be very difficult to retake the servers, the bottom of B, of course. And here comes the plant. Some shots being thrown out there onto MG, but Fefe's going to be the one that picks up the kill onto Shady here. Now there isn't many angles for Celebi to come on in from.
And with Ada getting taken down, looks like this time the tactical pause does actually work out unless Hori can make a miracle happen. That's what we said last time after the first tactical pause. Then miracle happened this time around, not so much as Lukam able to pick up the final kill, and it is 2-4 now. Possibly a pivoting point for Imperial in this series, and one they desperately need.
I love that. When teams do that in the central plaza of Compound. It doesn't pay off for them. No real aggression from Imperial this time around. They liked that bit of a slow push that worked through the pillars the last round, so looking to do a similar thing over here.
Yeah, those grenades into the central plaza when there's a big rotation, 2-3 members from BL. A single grenade actually does more than 100 damage. Ooh, just shot through the legs right there, I believe. And Rambo clearing the team with Lucas. Let's see where they can actually defend. It's going to stay from the A side. As you can see, Imperial switching over to what worked before.
Like in this, Celebi seemingly thinking that an A push is on their way. And already now, Imperial making their way over towards that server room. Rambo on his own. The Russian's really hard, doesn't hit the shot either. Not as much nades damage as last time, but still should be able to make the draw. But now Celebi is responding, everyone making their way over. And they haven't actually taken control here yet.
Imperial really bringing them in first into the position and then getting them on top.
Oh man, but they're just going straight into the meat grinder. Celebi has been given time to set up on this site. Still a couple of nice shots from MG and Fefe, but this is not the entry that Imperial got in the last round.
And this is not the style from Imperial. They did lose a couple of members trying to go into the server, but the backup should also just jump down and at least try to trade a slightly better. Let's see MG here.
Oh, couple of nice shots. Not able to get the final one though. Shady runs in with the pistol and keeps the lead going for Celebi.
And it was a closer round. Imperial still looking reinvigorated. But in the end, unlike the last round, they're not able to actually get into that server room. And now, firefight coming through. Lukam already getting taken down. And it's a disaster for Imperial. MG trying to do as much as he can now. Ryuzel picks up one. Able to get a little bit of damage done, but it's not enough. And Celebi looking to run away completely. Very swift round coming through for them.
Yeah, and that's what you like to see, the energy as well. They get in position in the pillars. They say, okay, Imperial's liking this angle. Let's bring the fight to them, and they crush them in there.
And again, Imperial's looking for a challenge. And Celebi immediately just backs up, saying, okay, not this time. Let's back up to find a good position. And they will take down Thompson.
Saying, okay, more are coming through this angle.
Come at us, 3-man setup.
Yeah. They're just ready again. I mean, this is a constant theme we've been seeing.
Imagine going from winning the first map 10-6, I think it was, into losing 2 in a 10-2 fashion. That will be a disaster for Imperial, but still 3 versus 3, very important pickup there. Health bars are low, but that in of itself not insurmountable here for Imperial.
And just putting Hader in the bait spot towards the B side. Shady Lucas finds one, moves out super low.
Yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, he carried more than his weight, able to take out one and get the other guy low. MG still has a sniper, so even with low health, if he can get the drop and a couple of shots in, it could be good. But no, the pistol does the job, and now it's only Ruzao.
At least Ruzao has the C4, carrying it around. Only 51 seconds. Does he want to fake the rotation to B site or just go straight into A? And his opponent is Lucas. This happened before.
Again, want to reiterate how important this match is for both these two teams. Celebi will be able to close it out. Lucas, again, 14 kills here on the first half. If you lose this one as Imperial, there is no such thing as safety as far as it comes to getting out of this group. And then for Celebi, this was a must-win series, right? Going down 0-2 puts you in a very disadvantageous position. Only way you get out of the tiebreakers. But if you even up the score here, this entire map, or this entire group rather, in disarray, just a great day here thus far for the Vietnamese representatives.
It's not over yet. For sure, Imperial, they might pull the strings, get everything back together in just the break of time that we have before we swap sides. But Celebi seems like the unstoppable force right now. And on this map, they're actually doing so much better without the overnade. Their pushing power is incredible. And Imperial, they're actually not really backing up. I thought they were going to take some more time and wait for Celebi to use a lot of their utilities and at least have an A push, but oftentimes it was just Central Plaza push getting stomped. Imperial couldn't really carry out their own plan. Never really pushed into A long either because Rambo's defense was just outstanding every single time.
And as you guys might have seen, we do have a little bit of an issue over there on the side of Imperial. Maybe Fefe and an audio issue based on what I was saying. He was pointing to his headset. Yep, and that is the issue. So, yeah, currently 7-2. Celebi, maybe trying to recreate what they were able to do on that second map as well. And they just look like the stronger team today. Imperial looked totally lost. Not sure what changed. Imperial, or rather Team Myth, are an incredibly strong team, right? And Imperial were able to take them down without, I mean, they dropped that first map, but the second two were pretty easy for them. And now, Celebi is just the better team.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, of course, one team ended up better from their own region, but overall, and thinking about all the matches that they had during the round robin, Celebi actually was the better team. So, and bringing it into the Group B, we were after yesterday, we were having high hopes. Maybe they can do better, but still, the result really showed that. And against Spyshock Gaming, they just crumbled down. Couldn't really show anything that they were good at from their own region. But today, maybe they just had really good breakfast and gathered everything up from last night. Gathered up and say, hey, guys, this cannot happen again. That was, oh no, like we don't play like this. And they brought back together in day number 2.
Yeah, and for Imperial, this was a problem that plagued them day number 1, right? Like, not the peak level of play we know from Imperial is amazing. It's enough to match them to some of, if not the best teams in the world. But the problem is, much more than what Black Dragons were struggling with, was actually maintaining this peak level. And when you have that issue, and then hold that against a Celebi that is also looking completely reinvigorated, it provides you with a consistent challenge that they're just not able to match. It's only Ryu Zhao, I'd say, who's looking like he's actually on top of his normal level, but MG, there's been a couple of nice moments, but nothing that actually leads to those crucial round wins. Same for Fefe.
Yeah, the squad, not just Imperial as a team, the members on the team, even when they were in different teams, they never looked this weak. I don't think I've ever seen the squad of Imperial this week, but this is going to be a big challenge now as we get into second.
All right, second half here for Compound. It really all comes down to this. 7-2 currently in favor of Celebi. As we got a nice little chant coming out from Celebi Last Legends. They really want to end it here. And let's see if they can. 7-2 is the current round score. Let's go. Celebi on the blacklist.
Let's see the movement from Imperial. Checking Central. They're actually coming out towards the center boxes. To the trash. They have the control, and Celebi knew this would happen. Not even going to peek anywhere. Whoa, Rambo. Yeah, with that nade, he surely knows that everything is controlled, basically.
Ooh, that's a rough shot to miss there. He's going to try to duck his way out of that position, and he will be safe.
Yeah, usually you don't see sniper at this position unless you go into public. But
a little bit different here, I'd say.
Works out well for him, though. Not able to actually find a kill. Had the opportunity on Fefe there, but not able to quite hit the shot. But at the very least, got out with his life. Imperial, though, so far pushed up here. And I'm wondering what is going to work out. A backfire. Luke Hom waiting here in a sneaky position. That's a one-for-one trade, but the backup is just much better from Celebi. Fefe there in the corner. Does get spotted. Finds two, though. And with MG also picking up the kill with the pistol, it is Imperial picking up a very important round.
Fefe, that spot, I call that the weak sauce spot. No one actually goes in there, but that's just a free kill if anyone just doesn't check and crosses by. But at least he brought the round for himself. That's also the reason why Celebi doesn't really check that spot.
Yeah.
You don't expect 3 in that corner side.
Now another interesting position here. Imperial pushed all the way through the pillars. Celebi back here at the pipe entrance. And you can see that Rizal had pushed up. He did back away afterwards through the pillars. So Imperial going to go for potentially a more traditional defensive setup after this. Another moment where Celebi kind of just reading the situation, trying to read the pressure, and they all do have full health.
Yeah, but because of that early pressure previous round, Celebi is going to take a lot of time checking, just going out to the central plaza. They're being extremely cautious.
That's a similar thing that happened to Imperial on the second round, right, or in the second map, rather, right, where getting pushed in so aggressively when you're not quite expecting it is something that can really throw you off for any subsequent rounds. Means that you need to kind of recalibrate, try and figure out again, okay, is this something that they tried just this once, or is this now going to be a consistent thing? And those type of mind games can slow a team down, rather. 1 minute left on the clock, and slowly pressure will be mounting for Celebi. Needs to make their way to one side or the other, but Imperial looking to be in prime position to respond to any push that might come through.
And the timing of Flash slowly moving in towards the entrance only.
Oh, fantastic angle there by Shady. He is leading the charge here onto A, but it's not working out too well for them. But hurry, and Lucas going to follow up with some big kills. A double kill here for Lucas, and now it's just MG with the sniper. Once again, he's going to have to try to retake this.
Unlike Lucan and Knotson, they had the 180. Was supposed to pick up at least one more kill from that A defense. But Lucas right now just turns around and finds those headshots everywhere. And here's MG again, the last survival.
Finds one, and if he had more time, then might be a proper opportunity for him. Yes. Lucas below. That's two, though. Only one more he needs to deal with. Fuse is coming through. Is MG going to do it? Oh! Barely won't be able to, as Hori not scared. The fuse not quite coming through. And now 8-3 here for Celebi.
Smart movement by Hori, knowing that MG is a sniper, going to be looking for that sniper shot likely. And instead of going straight into him, chose the jumping path, harder to aim. Perfect choice there. And again, Imperial with maximum pressure. Knotson got the half shot. Rambo did get the damage in this time.
MG, though, slowly coming online. That's now multiple shots in a row. Had some difficulty hitting them on Ankara, but Those worries seemingly melting away.
Shitty always, oftentimes just switching out into AWM, and in the middle of the round, just going back to rifle when there are no active action. Mostly as a scout.
Probably a good idea based on what Imperial is doing at this moment in time. Just immense aggression and then backing away. You can see that Celebi, they're going to take their time with this one once again.
Thought we were going to see a lot of MG aggressive position from the B side because Celebi loves to take control over the double pillars. At least send 2 men up here just to check and be spread out over the map. The bottom half of the map. And that's exactly when MG can get those easy free shots with the sniper. It was also tried out oftentimes by Baisha Gaming yesterday. And it worked really well against Celebi.
Look at this. Notson is like, oh, didn't expect all 4 of them to be looking at me. Unfortunately for him, he ran straight into it. Hurry did take a lot of damage as well on the backside as Shady is way in here with the AWM, trying to line up the angle. As out the window goes Lucas. He's going to win that firefight, but MG is getting so much done right now. As in goes Lucas, who is really just hard carrying right now. And he's going to pick up another one alongside of Rambo, who got the first headshot.
In the meantime, Rambo actually got control over the center in the A side. Fefe late to join the party, just entering A side now, but they're all hiding. Not going to show. Still 30 seconds. Oh, but magically Fefe finds that headshot.
Very important. Lucas is able to get final shot. And that is such a big one. Imperial, they pretty effortlessly won the first map. Second one felt like a fluke, but now, after this incredibly dominant round, 9-3, one more win for Celebi, and it is done and dusted. They will get this match victory, able to pick up the 1 win, evening out their score and throwing this group into an entirely different light.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to pick and get the right answer. Imperial. Tom gets 2, find that it's going to be an A push. Notson holding strong, gets a better trade at the end of it.
Yeah. They do have position on the site, but it's still a win here for Imperial, especially with that extra kill going the way of Ruzao, as Fefe picks up the last one. Celebi, upping the pace a little bit now that they have secured at least extra rounds. But they have so much time to just get the 1 round.
Yeah, but sometimes, not to jinx them at all, sometimes it is certainly possible. You think you just have to get 1 round, and then you
Not
continue.
to jinx them, but
Yeah.
it's only 1 round, and often it goes wrong.
Yeah,
See what you're trying to do here,
That's the type of
G-Clef?
mindset sometimes. You just have, well, we can try 10 different things. At least one's going to work, right? And then you start losing 2, 3, 4. And then suddenly you're into a weird situation. Okay, we only have 2 chances anymore. Even though you're still winning, as what we also said yesterday, it feels like you're losing. Being chased is a different type of feeling. And once that gets into your head, well, you can't really focus 100% on the game. And that's... But I like the fact that Celebi is not really just rushing into each site. Still being super cautious of what happened in the very first round. But this eats a lot of the time.
Not wanting to take any risks can be a risk in of itself, as plenty of people waiting here from Imperial.
Yeah, this seems to be an A long attack, which they have never tried yet. Even Imperial never really tried an A long attack in the first half.
You see Shady's trying to be sneaky there in mid and draw people over, but as you mentioned, G-Clef, this is the A-long attack, and everybody on the side of Imperial is waiting in this exact site. Just waiting for this moment.
Great flash timing.
Well,
That didn't work.
that wasn't it.
No.
They tried the last round, they tried this round. Nope, not the way, as Lucas Maybe his chair broke. I'm not sure what happened here. Oh, no, it's just a tactical pause.
Yeah, tactical pause, but he's...
We got the stare.
Yes, we do.
Which style was better?
I kind of like the original
Yeah.
because I think it's just because he was the first. The referee that's
Yeah,
currently
you-
on
you
Imperial's side, like I
yeah.
kind of, I
You
kind of
got the
like,
nostalgia.
yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
vibe with him a little bit more. This guy's also really good at it.
No, he's great.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that he's matching the stare. You know, you can also you can show the card and then that's it. I think that takes courage in of itself. Now, tactical pause, understandable, trying to take some of the wind out of the sails of a surging, not quite close, but Imperial that is getting closer nonetheless. And as G-Clef has said repeatedly, the feeling of having someone hot on your heels can even feel worse than being the person, even though factually you still have plenty of opportunities. Still very far ahead.
Yeah, tactical pause, but I think it's just might be some technical issue actually. But
Yeah,
he's back on the
technical
headset.
pause.
Yeah, he's actually back on the headset because we saw the 4 players just looking at one side, see
Yeah.
what's wrong. If,
Kind of
if,
looks
if
like his
everything's
chair
okay.
broke or something.
Maybe something got into his hair
What?
His chair or his hair?
with the headset.
Ah.
Sometimes it just your hair gets
No, I
stuck
get
in the
it.
headset. You just have to take it off.
Looks like, yeah, an audio problem on the side of Celebes. So,
Not a hair problem, though.
yeah, G-Clef was wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
Doesn't happen often.
I was close.
So we
Ear
have
to hair. Yeah,
we have
not
to-
too far off.
we have to savor these moments. Jokes aside,
Ooh, there we go.
to fix the issue before we can continue, but hearing some shouting, not from the Sotheby's side though.
Yeah, from Imperial side, they need a lot of hype right now. All the energy possible because this is a match that Imperial, I don't think they expected to lose at all. This should have been the match that they thought possibly the easiest to win from the group and move on to the semifinals. And if they lose right here, right now against Celebi, that would change the entire course of Group B. And yeah, we thought it was an easy issue. Maybe it's going to take some more time.
It's an audio issue, but he doesn't have his headset on. So,
It's not a good sign.
trying to really solve this one is the team of referees that we do have behind him. The more the merrier, they say.
Standing at the ready to referee. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that has to be resolved because Lucas is carrying the team, and you need perfect conditions for Lucas.
I haven't even thought about that. Thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Imagine the situation.
Of course, for all the
in
other
which-
players, but especially Lucas.
in which you're having a rough time as a player, and you're like, "Hey guys, my mouse is feeling wonky," and like they look at your KD, like, "No, we're not using up, we're not
Not
using
worth
up
it.
balls on you. We got a guy's feeling good. We got to maintain this momentum. Just deal with it." Only
But
if
if
you're
it's
playing
Lucas-
well. Yeah, well.
If it's Lucas, then it's you just have to use your card sometimes.
Looks like maybe some more people getting involved, trying to help out. And yeah, I mean, it's obviously a pretty serious issue with his audio, so wants to make sure that he can actually hear the game. You know, this is an FPS, Crossfire, just like any other FPS. You need to be able to hear footsteps, gunshots, reload sounds, grenades.
Yeah, sound play is of course one of the most important thing in all kinds of FPS. You have to use one footstep out. You can get all the information, how many people, what they're doing, where they're at. These players, they put their volume to the maximum. Of course, it's not really great for the ears, but to the
Great
fact
for their
that
wallets.
yes, it's great for the wallets. Yeah, that can actually save your ear too. So you can hear all the footsteps, everything they're throwing from like at least 10, 15 meters away. Usually that helps the team if
Yeah.
you can hear them.
It's actually really hard hearing is one of the very few things where I think it's hard to fix.
Yeah. Save your hearing, kids. Don't,
wear earplugs.
To concerts.
Yeah.
Don't listen to music too loud.
Well, I'm doomed already, so I can't be worse.
It's
way too much rock
ruined.
music in high school, yes.
If you're like G-Clef, maybe you just do whatever you want. This is not actual medical advice.
Yeah.
Just be careful. Be careful out there.
And for Imperial, I think they can use this time to collect everything. This is actually a great moment for them.
All right. Here we go. 9-5. Celebi have lost the last couple of rounds. They're having a little bit of trouble closing this one out. As Shady?
He's being shady.
It's an advanced strategy. Not quite sure what's happening, and I think we might be.
Maybe he's just waiting to like switch a gun or something. I don't know. Like.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. No. Are we? Shady, are you?
Yeah, I think they're just staying there just in case.
Are you okay? But he hasn't moved.
Just in case anyone checks the spawn.
He's looking around.
This is about as passive as you can be.
Are we reading too much into this?
Another public strat. If you're the only one left against the world, yeah, go back to your spawn.
Oh, he's moving.
There he is.
He's moving.
I think they just wanted to take slow steps, but 3 men set up. Big time for Imperial. A room.
Oh,
think they
they're
want to
reading them like a book.
A long push again.
Yeah, they're just lining it up, but still Celebi's gonna win the firefight. Even though 3 of them were waiting in the room, it was still too much for Imperial to handle.
And insta-rotate back to your own base. I like this rotation. Celebi, they want to take the final round and win the match.
And they're in prime position. The 2 people alive for Imperial are the players that have performed the best up till now. Ryuzao and MG still there. But it is just MG on his own against multiple people. And he will get taken very, very low. Can he at least get someone?
MG turned away at the exact moment. What a timing.
Yeah, and he's gonna go down. The plant will be put onto the A site. And Ryuzao, he's got 1 gun and a dream against 4 of them right now. Not looking too good for our Imperial player.
Spots 1.
Yeah, the gun comes out, but it's not good enough. Celebi taking the 2-1 victory here in our first match of the night.
And that's an incredibly important victory for Celebi. Not expected to do as well. Expected to do better than yesterday, for sure. But picking up a win in a group of this contentious is going to be a great start. Whereas for Imperial, this round, or this map rather, was not great, but it was manageable. But that second map on Ankara was just a complete disaster. Nothing working out. Celebi just ahead of them at every single point in time. Now, both these 2 teams tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, Celebi's really showing the power of Vietnam on the international stage. They are back, boys. And for Imperial on the other side, I'm saying it again, they never looked this weak on stage. Because they can always come back within the game. Even after a map, they just switch the gear and oftentimes just pick on. Or at least have some competitive score in the map. But this is 2-10. Of course, they won the first map, but after that, 2-10, 5-10. This should totally not happen for Imperial again, I hope.
Yeah, and 1 team came over, and they're actually playing the next match, right, against Lazarus, but they came over and, you know, everybody was cheering each other on from the Vietnamese region, which was really cool to see.
That's the spirit.
Huge turnaround here from Celebi. They're able to take it on Ankara and Compound, of course, after dropping the first set on Port. So they do get that win. It was a battle. Obviously, they had to fight all the way to the 3rd set, 3rd map, and Lucas, the obvious MVP.
What a shocker. Incredible performance, able to pick up so many kills, exert so much pressure, and really the leader, which dragged the entire vanguard of Celebi throughout that. Honestly, both of the two maps that they won so decisively.
Celebi, they had some moments, especially Rambo within their own region, and sometimes Shady, but not as much with the other players. But Lucas to show up this big time on stage, showing better bright signs in the future of Day 3, maybe even looking into going into the semifinals now with Celebi.
Yeah, it's a big win for them to start off the night, and an awesome match we did have. But coming up next, we do have Lazarus up against one team. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The CFS 2021 means a lot to me because it's the biggest tournament in the world, and it's the goal of every player to win here. So I'm really glad I'm here.
I think it is more special because we have a lot more time to practice before the match, and we have had a lot more preparation before attending to Korea. So I think it's more important for me this time.
2019, 2020 wasn't that good, like always like 7th or 8th place, so almost last place.
It's hard to find an explanation if you work pretty hard and think you know the opponents, but then on stage you just get stomped.
So we prepared a lot of new stuff for this tournament, so the opponents have to be careful.
This year, and a lot of people said we had to have to split up because the result was so bad, but I think we showed, like in the past year, that we are still the best in the West.
We definitely prepared some new strategies and improved the old ones, so yeah, that's what we're going to do.
My personal goal would be to win. That's like everyone's dream.
If we win this championship title, like one of my dreams comes true, and I don't know what to say.
Watch out, because we're gonna totally crush you.
If you stand in our way, we have no other choice than to eliminate you from the tournament. So to all of our group enemies, this year is going to be different and you're going to have a hard time.
Don't take us too easy this time, it's going to be different.
Lazarus, it's time to shine.
Lazarus, this year is for us.
Lifting the champion trophy is an eternal and indelible record. The champion will be remembered forever in our memories. In order to write the history of becoming the champion, you must go through so many hardships that will be waiting in front of your step. Numerous players will suffer from frustration during this journey. And yet, new history will be written. All your efforts, all your dedication will become our history. CFS 2021 Grand Finals.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the CFS Grand Finals. It is me, Valdez, with G-Clef and Chronicler, and we are getting into the second match of the day. The first one, pretty close, but at the end of the day, Imperial did fall to Celebi Last Legends. And now we get into our second matchup here. It will be Lazarus up against one team. What are you guys thinking about this one?
Oh, this one, one team yesterday, they were up against the best potential team, the biggest favorite of the tournament, all gamers. So I think the result doesn't really tell too much about how strong exactly one team is from Vietnam. We have just seen the other powerhouse from Vietnam. They just took a map off of Imperial. No, not the map, the entire match. So I think we still have to wait a little bit more, see what they can do actually against Lazarus, because yesterday, first day on stage in a while. So I think it doesn't really tell everything.
Yeah, I can only concur. I think that for Celebi, they looked pretty deflated day number one, and we saw what a beautiful performance they were able to drop off just now. Now for Lazarus, the same can be said, because while they were competitive, it was still a 2-0 or 0-2 rather loss that they took against the Black Dragons. So hopefully for them, because similarly to what we had in the previous match, then Imperial already had a win, now tied up to 1-1 in terms of overall score within the group. For both the two teams, are very important that they're able to actually get a win.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to introduce our two teams here that will be playing in the second matchup. Of course, Lazarus, over on the left side, will be introduced first. And this team, over from Europe, I believe all the players are German, and yes, they did go down 0-2, but they lost 8-10, and then I think it was 11-13 an extra round. So, or no, it was the golden round actually. They did lose to Black Dragons. Yeah, so definitely a formidable opponent.
Yeah, for sure. Lazarus, one of the most, I would say, a balanced team.
Yes.
So there are lots of moments where one would carry, but this team, it's mostly just all around. 40 has his sniping moments oftentimes, but a lot of the other members also goes back and forth between the snipers, so that can always happen within the team. And not just in power average, all the maps too, they're evenly spread out. They do have their favorite maps, a couple of them, but still in all maps, they can always show the power rotation is solid. And I think that's where the power comes from. They do have the teamwork.
And then on the other hand, we have one team faced with the unfortunate task yesterday where they got kind of demolished by all gamers, unfortunately, but that is something that will happen to a lot of teams, so not indicative of what these players will have in store for us today. I'm mainly going to be looking at, are we going to see a reinvigorated and much more proactive one team, or is it going to be similar to what we saw yesterday, kind of just them getting run over, unfortunately? And if I look at Lazarus' Blacklist performance even yesterday, was actually quite strong. It was GR where they were having some difficulties. Wonder how that stacks up against the performance of one team.
In the grand finals from Vietnam, they were able to shut down Celebi in a 2-0 score. So if they bring that power back up on stage, I think there's still a great potential that they can do well against Lazarus today.
You see here the maps that were banned and picked. No sub-base. Lazarus not liking that map. One team, they did not want to play on Black Widow here. So we start off on Port again, then we will go to Compound and Ankara. So same three maps from the first match, except this time Ankara is last rather than Compound. As you can see, the ace players here, Awesome put up some really sick stats overall. Just not quite able to get over the line, as we were talking about. And Origami also had some good moments. I thought that KZ as well on one team was quite strong. Again, they were playing against all gamers. So.
Yeah. Origami had some highlight moments, but I think KZ actually is the strongest on the team.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to wait and see who steps up right now, because it is time for match number 2. Lazarus up against one team, as we will hop into Port for our first map of this match. Let's do it right now. All right, off we go on to port. This time Lazarus starting on the blacklist side. As you were mentioning, they had a little bit of better luck on this side, and they're going to go really quick over to the A side. They're not able to get those shots down onto KZ.
Instant rush, and also going to find the first, and Vi's actually picking up Jerry from the side.
Going to pick up KZ as well. Well and truly onto the side now. They did suffer some casualties, but still in a prime position up to Origami. And Fat Cons to maybe try and get back onto this side. Gonna be hard though in a 2v4 scenario. Plant is coming through, and especially with that high ground as it is, and plenty of people available. This should be an easy first round coming through for Lazarus. A bit careful with the nades. But unfortunate scenario here. There goes Origami. With so many people still alive. The spray comes through, doesn't actually hit him at all. And he will be able to find Orson. That's a start, but just too many people still alive. Lazarus take the first round.
Niels with a nice little scream of his own, and that was really hilarious, actually. Like
The spray through the smoke.
the two of them were spraying everything through the smoke, including pistol shots, and nothing hit Fatcons. They still won though.
So again, an A straight on A push, with also coming from the sideway in the middle. And as long as KZ stays on top, it will delay the attack.
He's able to get one. Jerry also gets one, but Niels follow up as the charge is coming in. Here comes Jerry through the smoke, and this is just not working for them. There's a couple of headshots coming in for Loons. You can see 2-on-2 now. Some great shots actually through the fence here as the bomb not planted just yet.
Might wanna get on that, or could also still look for a rotation. But with the positioning that Origami Fatcons have, doesn't really gain you anything. Still very much hanging around that GL spawn. Now going to be making over their way towards the side. Unlike last time, only 2 against 2. That is one though, very nice. And Niels picks up the double and secures another swift round. Lazarus coming swinging here right from the get-go.
That's exactly, I think, what they needed to start off from the BL side. And it was actually towards the A side. And usually a lot of the teams will start from the B side, rushing in on this map. That gives a good sense of where Lazarus is against one team at the moment. Their defense, even if they had KZ up on a top, couldn't really defend well against all 4 or 5 men. The backup was pretty late. Was surprised to see a lot of the members from one team to stay on the bridge even after taking the backup member down from Lazarus.
Might have been an opportunity for them to push in. Did not want to go for it. And now on this, Lazarus basically doing the same thing. Spotting him broken, found some nice damage on Origami, but not enough to really want to press on, at least for now. And we do see more of a spread now. One team earlier on leading into it. The B push that might actually come through here as Niels, he has been on fire thus far. That's 2, that's 3. And he is just demolishing them. Make it for Niels. Coming up huge. Lazarus 3-0.
And he wants to let everybody know that although he didn't have the best day yesterday, he is still a fantastic player.
It's good.
It's only 3 rounds, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he's absolutely hard carrying at this moment in time, getting the majority of the kills, went up through bridge by himself. And they're just not giving one team any room to breathe here. Another rush in through B. Doesn't quite work though, so they are going to reset.
Just pick out of the entrance and then go back into the tunnel. Push into the bridge was the perfect timing. Although backend and Booker, they're going to find some trading kills with Origami defending from the B side.
Okay, finally gets that last shot, does awesome. A little bit closer than it had to be, but a win's a win in a round, and now it's 4 rounds overall. 4-0 here for Lazarus, and every single round has been some kind of aggressive play that has led to their victory.
And you haven't finished your sentence yet, Valdes. Oh, they're up, and they're at it again with another A push. Jerry goes down, KZ taken down, and looks like Lazarus just can't do anything wrong. And unlike Celebi, one team not looking much better than they did yesterday. could even argue that they're looking worse. And if you look at how dominant All Gamers was, that's not a good sign. Finally, a kill there coming through, but it is possibly too little too late with the C4 already planted. Yep.
There we have it.
It almost seems to me with Lazarus rushing this early this many times in a row. They saw what happened for one team. Okay, this must be their weakness when they are rushed through at the beginning of each round. They panic and don't really know what to do. And for now, one team is struggling to respond to these kind of attacks. But now there's a change. At least Poker, we do have one in high ground as a sniper, instantly shot down.
Yeah, just doesn't seem to matter too much. Still Lazarus in the lead with the bomb planted on A top again. This is not the first time. Vi's able to get another headshot as well. The defense not quite there so far for the side of one team. This is now 6-0 as we were kind of speed running this first map. Lazarus not giving them a single moment to breathe.
I was about to say, this is just insane what we're seeing here from Lazarus. Clearly freed from the shackles that were put onto them by Black Dragon. And, you know, if you keep working, you keep going for it. At this point, one team very clearly knows that this push is coming. The real question is that enough to stop it? And it looks like this time it will be. And you were kind of, this had to happen at some point, right? Kind of expecting it. You can't just keep getting away with it. At some point, surely it will backfire. Unless Awesome somehow pulls it out here. And that would be truly not just a great play, but also something that I think would cripple one team on this map. Because if you lose this 1v3, I don't think that you're going to recuperate from it without at least a break.
And KG staying on top of A side, even if there are nades being thrown, I think that is one of the best options. Finally, one team getting a single round, but it's already round 8. And I imagine them using a tactical pause in the middle. Maybe it's a little too early on the map.
A little bit of the wind taken out of their sails. They're not actually rushing onto the A side. Bit of a fake and re-maneuver here as Origami is alone on B to try to defend this. He gets a lot of great shots in, though. A double kill is going to be huge to buy his team time. Has some good sprays from Awesome, but Loons can't handle the flank that comes in, and that's a couple of rounds now for one team.
And as quick as they won, as quick they lose. Lazarus dropping 2 very swift rounds. I gotta say that with the lead you already have and the feeling of mechanical dominance that clearly they have found for themselves here, it just feels like they can keep going for these super aggressive plays. Yeah, now twice in a row it doesn't quite work out, but I can't imagine that it's going to remain the case. As I say that though, the ball is picked up and the push is stifled. Also time for the rotation, and Lazarus went from swiftly dispatching, now seemingly just running their head into a brick wall, looking like the 3rd loss in a row. One team showing signs of life here.
Yes, let's see the next move from Lazarus. They rushed A until it was stopped, and then they started rushing B, but B side actually seems like a pretty good defense, and especially there, Patcon's doing a great job defending, throwing flash and smoke right after. Pretends like he's going back to his GR position, but actually pokes out at the perfect timing.
All right, Vi's all alone, 1v5. He does get a couple of kills, but that is going to be the end of that, as it will be one team getting 3 rounds in a row. And if you didn't watch from the beginning and you're only joining now, you would say, oh, I mean, you know, that can absolutely happen on court. You know, the Blacklist side can pick up 6 rounds and Global Risk can go 3 and 6, and then maybe we swap and it goes the opposite way and we go to extra rounds. But it wasn't really that feel because it was very streaky from both sides.
And it's also port where Blacklist can certainly have this kind of momentum from the attacking side. So this is always a potential. We've had some 7-2s in the previous regionals, previous big tournaments. So this is not actually not such a great score for one team, but still this is a reasonable score. But they have to make it work on their own BL side now.
Also, cast your mind back to yesterday when we saw Lazarus do something similar. Very aggressive push forward here. They're ready for it, but not quite ready enough. As that is 3 Swift skills picked up. Niels a little low, but still going to be very happy with that because yesterday Lazarus, I think, also ended up with a 60% win rate on Blacklist, despite a generally subpar day. Ending up with an 0-2 score as very nice kill on Niels there.
Yeah, Niels, a whole lot of confidence saying, okay, I can probably get out of this, but Poker has been getting some shots in the first half, so I think he's on top of sniping action. But the first few actions that happened on this round does worry me because one team, they had 3-man in patch to get ready for anyone who comes from Lazarus' side. But the thing is, I don't think they were expecting 3-man, 4-man to push all the way up. So they actually crumbled down from A long.
All right, let's see this push. We got a couple of members in here. Origami, a little bit unfortunate, but Poker's going to get the snipe. It's still 2 on 3. So we do have some grenades being thrown in, and they're actually, you know, they still have a lot of time. The poke in, you know, they get the snipe kill, and they can back off, kind of reset, and go from there, and just kind of wait for Lazarus to get aggressive, as they have been all map long.
Yeah, and with this, one team, still Poker picking up 2. He can peek for a few more as Origami is also super low. Poker really has to pull this one off. But the time is going down. Only 35 seconds left on the clock. And Lazarus, they're pointing direction towards B side slightly more. And 40 looking from the bridge. And Origami might just be picked up from that angle.
Oh, nice try. Really, really nice try. Poker 1 not going to land the shot, though. And now, you know, this flank, he's waiting for it, but there's really not enough time, and Poker not able to hit that shot, and with the bomb, that should be it for this one. Vi's even going to pick up the kill, and Lazarus will move to 7 rounds.
Yeah, that round really, Lazarus had a swift action, going back and forth A and B. I think Origami going with Poker was the better decision, even if Origami was super low in HP, because usually a sniper, when you miss the first shot, you need that instant backup, the firepower right next to you.
And now, a lot of damage coming through here, and if Lazarus picks up one more, that's when one team's position becomes somewhat unholdable. Really hard to come back when you're looking at those 8-9 rounds in favor of the enemy team. And we do see, at least for now, push being stuffed yet again. Lazarus with these extremely forward defenses, waiting for one team to overstep, but they are playing it patiently.
Yeah, Lazarus with a clear objective in mind, a clear strategy. Let's get aggressive, let's get in their face. It's been working overall, but I think that one team are addressing it pretty nicely. They have responded to it overall with some changes in their own strategy, as here's the entry. They're expecting them here. Pacons is able to get 1, make it 2 onto Niels and Vi's. That is going to be a fantastic entry, but Awesome still alive, and he is deadly. He's able to pick up 1. There's a lot of low health bars on the side of one team as well.
Exactly what they needed to make an entry into B entrance, but there's also 40 from the side. Con's actually doing a decent amount of job, but their HP situation again, 2 members less than 10 health.
Quick rotation coming through. Loons is nearby. I don't think he got spotted there. And simultaneously we have Awesome coming in. Will get spotted, but there's Loons that, with the full health bar, is able to make it work. And now look at how low the 2 remaining members of one team are. This is such a pivotal round for them.
Yeah, Origami
left on the clock.
Sorry to cut you off there, but Origami, the C4 carrier, dropped down right in the middle of the tunnel. So the other 2 are now saying, we sort of had a site, but you were supposed to carry that to us. You had the most amount of HP.
Yeah, now it's up to Jerry. He doesn't have much health, and look at this. They just say, okay, you can get the bomb and plant it if you want, but you basically have no health. So we'll just wait for you to make a decision.
6 seconds.
When we close, we'll be able to make it. But now this defense, it's possible. It's going to be a tall ask. Such an important round.
You're staying A top, headshot, so it can be doable.
Yeah, trying to get the flash in. Jerry trying to get this off angle down. He gets 1. And he was not expecting him there. Loons now not able to line it up. Jerry gets the kill. What a clutch play after it looks totally doomed for the side of one team.
Very important. Able to draw a little bit closer to the score and follow up tactical pause coming through here from one team as well, making sure that they can try and identify what went well in that round. How can we replicate that? Although, to be honest, it felt more like just a true clutch play, getting the bomb, finding the 1v2, than one team really banding together.
Was that Jerry at the end, getting that 1v2 save? Yeah. It's playing with the mindset of the opponent. You know you're 1 HP, and the opponent is going to expect you to stay on top because that's where you get the headshots. So they have no idea that you're off to the side. It's going to be an easy body shot. So that's where you strike in from. So having that confidence was exactly what one team needed at the moment. And when they just asked for a tactical pause, so I think they are actually swinging in the right direction right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. This is definitely a good look, a better look overall from both of our Vietnamese teams. And one team with the very timely tactical pause. You do got to like teams that use these well. We talked about Black Dragons kind of being the foremost best user of the tactical pause, but I've been liking them today as well. And now with 10 seconds left, looks like the players are just about ready. We can hop back into this one. It's currently 7-4 in favor of Lazarus. And Lazarus are on the Global Risk side.
Only had 2 rounds in the second half. One team still having the momentum, but the pressure from Lazarus continues. They're already in the tunnel. The entrance is totally covered and also smoked up, pushing one team back. So I wish even the smokes are there. I wish they actually actively use a few more utilities, throw some flash and fake it into the B entrance and then push into the bridge. There are lots of tactics. They can still use this time to move around, get more information. But just holding back for now.
They're pushing. Lazarus are pushing out as Global Risk. They know they're there behind the smoke, and Niels is going to pick up a headshot.
And it's again Lazarus not only opting into this aggressive defense, but even, as you pointed out, Velders, actively pushing into one team. And it kind of speaks to me the confidence that this team has also shown in their initial BL side play, where they are so aggressive, just running in, basically skill checking their opponents, and it's working out splendidly, at least for the first couple of rounds, then dropping 3 in a row. And now with a win here, one team would actually be in a very close position. And from that, it's only 1-2 wins, and you're really back in the game. Lazarus trying to look for a breakout win here.
One team gathering up that B entrance, looking to break in. 2 members waiting from Lazarus. Off to the side stairs. Box totally empty. So you can look for those wall headshots oftentimes.
Also note that even with a little bit of aggression going on, Lazarus not quite over-rotating, still holding strong on A side, but now with 30 seconds left on the clock, actual push starting to come through here. How good is the defense of Lazarus? The plant has already been found. No kills have actually been picked up here by either side.
They're going to spill out here in just a moment with 3, even 4 members coming over for the retake and for the defense. Lude's trying to get the flank here, and he is going to be able to, but Poker and Fatcon's also getting a couple of kills themselves, buying some time for this bomb to tick down even further. Lazarus have to attack this. They get both, and they will be able to get this defused.
Yeah, 40 jumping on top really messed up with their aim and had the rifle right next to him to cover it up. The bomb was instantly planted by Jerry because they were also counting down to the clock, less than 30 seconds. Well done by one team, but also Lazarus staying patiently, even if your enemy was right next to you. You knew that your backup was coming. You just have to wait for the smokes to wear out.
So note how the pace of this this game has completely changed. Since the beginning, first 6 rounds were Lazarus just sweeping one team. And then ever since, one team's still been on the back foot, but Not quite as one-sided as was previously, as we do see one team playing it slow again. Lazarus not looking to overcommit, not looking to go for as aggressive a push as we saw them go previously. Also rocking that double sniper here.
Just in case one team tries to break into a long, because they have not really attempted the big push. Again, going slow, setting up. Do not want to rush like Lazarus did. Usually, it's pretty common to just rush into the B tunnel first and then rotate back into the middle side towards the bridge.
Yeah, it's just that Lazarus have really set the pace, and it's hard to handle that pressure. You kind of slow yourself down. You hope that they rush into you so you can get a couple of pickoffs before you make your move. And it looks like their move is going to be split. We do have a couple of people, 3 actually, underneath the bridge that are making move. Vise is right there. Only gets 1, and Origami's going to take out both members defending.
And he's going to continue to rush into the GR spawn. There's Niels right next to him, so he finds a free kill basically. 2 more in rotation. They didn't go into B site. So, bit of an awkward rotation coming out from one team. I think the info was out that they have a lot more members in B site. Don't go in. Let's rotate back into A site instead.
And now, sniper at the ready. Bomb is planted. Last time the defuse was found by Lazarus. They have plenty of time this time around. Have an additional member. But positional advantage is there. Oh, they've awesome. Already find that kill. It's going to be so hard now. No health. That's 1. Need to find 2 more. And they have spotted him. Not enough, unfortunately. Diffuser come through. And 4-9 now for Lazarus. Very swift start. A little bit rough in the middle, but looking to close out strongly here.
Yeah, they've only given up that 1 round over here after swapping sides, and Lazarus looking incredibly dominant here. A little bit of hiccups in the middle, as you mentioned. But since then, they've slowed things down. They've changed up their strategy. They're still winning a lot of firefights. They're making the better moves. And I thought maybe they'd get aggressive here, but even at 9-4, they're going to go for the typical Lazarus maneuvers.
I do agree. And Poker's been playing great on the AWM. When that's the case, you can challenge up to A top. The sniper very likely to stay up there. Open up A long. But Niels boosted up here. Origami is about to spot him.
He spotted him.
But when you make that eye contact, you know you're doomed.
Yep.
You're looking through the rise, you're like, nope, not happening.
You got to go in backwards, I think.
And now they know it's a double sniper.
Yeah. Basilisk rules us. Not looking good for one team here.
Ooh, off angle. Nice pickup by Poker there.
Very necessary as well. Evens up the score a little bit in terms of people still alive. Deep flank coming through from Niels. Ooh, thought he was maybe going to go for another one of those beautiful shots, but not quite working out.
Yeah, and they've just got this on lockdown. Double kill comes in for Vise, and that is going to be an incredibly quick 10-4 victory. The majority of those rounds also just being kind of rushes in from Lazarus, as they really took the fight to one team this time around, who unfortunately wasn't quite able to keep up.
If you missed the first 3.5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes of the match, you basically missed the entire first half.
Yeah.
That's how quick Lazarus was at attacking. They did not stop. They also wanted to bring the Nightmares back to one team of yesterday, of opponent being aggressive, doesn't matter which side. And one team did struggle, but after some time, it seemed like they were adjusting to it, getting a few rounds, and also getting 1 round in the second half. But Lazarus took way too many in the first half to finish the match.
Also saw, similar to yesterday, Origami shining light on the side of one team. But outside of that, not really coming together and just getting overpowered by the very well-coordinated continual pressure that was put out by Lazarus. And Lazarus, I imagine, also feeling a little bit better now that they're not playing against the Black Dragons.
Yep, and as they are moving into the second map compound, I think this is the map where a lot of the Vietnamese teams actually do a lot better, and not just Solid as we have seen from the first match. Lazarus, I think they will just continue to just push regardless of which map, because I think they're feeling that instead of showing our detailed strategy, let's just push, because this is a team where we do not want to reveal anything. It's still the group stage. They're already thinking about the semifinals, maybe even the grand finals. Who knows?
Their next matchup is all gamers.
Yes.
So where are you going to use your strategies? And this isn't a blow against one team or anything like that. It's just that all gamers are that strong. So I'm really glad you pointed that out, G-Clef. It's a great point. Let's see how this one is going to go, as we do see Niels going crazy. He's really happy with the way he has been playing. He has been carrying very hard. Lazarus up against one team, jumping onto compounds. And here we are on to compound. Looks like one team will be starting off on the blacklist side this time around. Might give them a little bit of a better chance to slow things down right from the get-go.
Key thing for me here is that, as a very nice pick already found there, I am personally happy for one team that Lazarus is starting off on GR this time. On BL, they are clearly very, very dominant, even against Black Dragons, a team of which we know that they are very strong, able to put up a good performance there. And now as one team, you get to take a little bit more control over this match, especially with taking out one of the ace players for Lazarus right from the get-go.
Oh, yes. They expected Lazarus to come out to double pillars, even into the central plaza, and had Poker right in the perfect position. Poker has been very passive. He's more of a passive sniper compared to the rest of the world, where snipers just jump around and go all over the place. I wish he actually goes slightly more aggressive. I think he's super talented enough that he can open up angles for the riflers to enter into a site. As you can see, taking careful steps into that nest.
Now Lund's like, no, don't want any of that. And want to peek into that as push now coming through here.
You want to cut off the backup members and enter B side from the side.
Ooh. Awesome tried to wait and bait it out, but actually he lost the firefight to Jerry. So now it's a 3-on-5. Jerry's going to be able to get that plant down, and they're just coming in from all sides. Even the grenade is going to get some work done. 2 pistol kills from 40, though. It's going to make this more interesting.
Switches over to the rifle. As down in servers, not a great place for sniper to actually enter.
Come back third at a time. That's one more player gone though. But now it's only Vice and won't be able to make it. And already one team off to a cracking start compared to that very rough first map here on Compound.
It all started with a kill pickup by Poker. And really well done, smoking out the entrance and sold down Lazarus. Just nading out Central Plaza.
Wow.
Cherry takes a whole lot of damage, but still survives.
Yeah, kind of.
Just hanging there.
Yeah, he's still walking. But,
It's
yeah.
not too positive, Valdez.
No.
It's not a normal walk, it's a zombie walk.
He's not feeling very positive either. He ate 2 grenades, basically right in front of him, so Lazarus's aggression in a different manner works out to get some of those health bars low.
It's not quite the cornerstone of a healthy, nutritious breakfast. But one served by Lazarus nonetheless. They are seemingly expecting this with a lot of people stacked towards that A site.
You know what Koreans call grenades? Potatoes.
That is actually a great breakfast.
Yeah, which is all the common FPS memes there.
There you go.
Looks similar. Well, different functions.
I mean, potatoes are great.
And, okay, bit of a push now coming in here. Vi's getting very aggressive. He takes out one. There's already so many low health bars on the side of one team that this aggression a little bit easier even, as the wraparound coming in from Niels, as he will get the flank on in. Poker has no idea And it's only Jerry's now left on a long, as 40 will be looking for the kill. As he misses the shot, but gets the kill with the pistols.
It was low HP regardless. This time one team's timing attack doesn't work. Lazarus actually covered better angles. The smoking up the entrance didn't work the second time. As Lazarus, of course, they changed up a lot of position. And also some low HP members of one team. 40 getting this kill, gaining a lot of this is a confidence booster shot. Come out strong, instantly jump to the side and pick off a sniper who was waiting for him.
Momentum, important thing for one team who, ever since getting here, basically have been on nothing but the receiving ends of pummelings first from all gamers, and now Lazarus doing the same as another kill found there by Niels. Double Sniper's putting so much pressure out on one team, not able to get anything going, and now you need to mount an offense somehow. Minute and a half left of the clock, only 3 people, full health bars. Well, the utility still available here for Lazarus.
If you have lots of utilities, use the smoke and flash into the B entrance, and maybe even the A long attack won't be too bad. Let's see where they want to enter from.
Oh, smoke right there, and another snipe comes in. 40
Slightly
and
too
Niels
early there.
just lining them up.
Yeah, before the smoke actually spread it out. And they also had some time, so no need to rush. And Niels hiding behind the box, not found.
He misses the first shot, but it doesn't seem to matter because he's got 3 teammates, although KZ is going to pick up 2 of them, and 40 will be the one to put an end to that round.
And again, saw the switch there last second. Lazarus more than ready. And one team basically already playing with one hand tied behind their back with how these initial rounds have been working. First it was nades, then it was snipers. Need to dodge all the initial damage because we have seen that some of these players can already pop off if given the opportunity. But if you play your entire game like you are already behind, because you are, then it becomes a lot harder to actually push through towards the pressure that Lazarus is providing.
Yeah, with that, the nades coming into the pipe entrance. One team, they know that there has been a slight push from the central plaza. Just checking everything before they actually going. Not smoking the entrance. That's 40 a shot.
Yeah, gives them just a immaculate defense, although a couple of follow-up kills, a couple of headshots do come in. Daze is in a pretty good spot, but Neil's getting aggressive. Awesome, also going to line up a shot. Now Poker one with the M4. He's going to have to try to make this happen 1v2.
And
Poker,
with full control of the bomb as well, right? We have Awesome and Loons just waiting. Poker possibly going to try a round wrap through the Global Risk spawn.
Yep, that's exactly where C4 is. Has to go through that small aisle to get into A site. Has some time, so you can move around, and it's actually Lazarus making a big rotation into the center. You expect Poker to come around. I'm pretty sure they have the information that he switched over to M4.
Taking their time with this one. Poker just trying to come in, gets the one shot, and in he goes, but Loons is going to put that final bullet in. And an important one it was to continue kind of that onslaught style that they have going here.
Yeah, but good tip for all the riflers going against a sniper, even if the sniper switches back into rifle. Especially when they're having a pistol, they're used to aiming heads. So ducking down is always a great option against sniper players.
Oh, again, utility usage from Lazarus has been great. One team just keeps running into it, and that creates so much pressure. And as you pointed out, G-Clef, it's just kind of hard for one team to really get a good grasp on this game. Don't really seem to be able to make anything stick, despite some nice wraparounds and rotations every now and then.
And even in round 5, because one team has been so passive in an early game, Lazarus has 3 men set up in double pillars this time, well, which they never did, but they have no info since this moment.
Really nice flash as well, right, as they're running on in. And Facon's able to pick up one, but that is going to be it for him. Jerry's picks up one himself. Not the best grenade there, but maybe just checking around the corner, as we will have He's very low on health. He's just going to run back to the site. Probably a good idea.
Yep, and Poker in the middle, trying to get anyone moving around, making big rotation A from B. There's one again. He's feeling great. I can see it from first half. And trying to get this one back ever since that first round. No more round scores.
Also giving you what you want, more aggressive positioning. Unfortunately for him, that does open it up. 40 finds that one and then gets the pistol kill. Oh, and that one has got a sting. Trading 1 for 1 is one thing, but and also getting the pistol mean out and winning that duel. 4-1 for Lazarus now, and one team slowly starts to see the game slipping away from them again. Just as I gave them praise.
And KZ eats a grenade to start. And this time, Lazarus switching up big time. 3-man A long, but not in the a small room. In the middle. Slightly towards the back position. And it is just Niels towards the B side. Saying, okay, we pressured enough from the center. They are not likely to come in the middle.
All right, lots of action here right in the front. And Awesome is just able to line up 3 headshots just like that. And even though there's a lot of low health bars, it doesn't matter because there are no kills. Even a snipe from Niels down on the bottom. Nice little cheer from them as they are really feeling themselves here. 5-1 now in the rounds.
And they're about to run away from the first half, even though they're defending from the GR side. And there we go, finally Poker taking out 40. That's a big move. Again, Poker is actually stepping up, bringing some energy, some better positive moments for one team to start off.
Important thing here as well was that for one team, this round might be the difference maker. And unlike the first game where it felt like Lazarus was the one that just ran them over and then they recuperated a little, but then got smacked down again in the final half, that Lazarus isn't even relying as much on that super aggressive playstyle that we saw from them. Started off with it a little at the beginning of the round, but now hanging back a little bit more, having a lot of confidence. And this is still with them on GR side. Imagine once they swap back to Blacklist, how much pressure they're going to be able to put out.
Yeah, it's even going to be worse. So slightly faster too. See how much utilities, nades, and flash has been thrown to the B entrance because one team, they have never been in there yet, and this is even worse, being picked off from multiple angles.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to push. Even if you die and lose a round, you will gain some more information. And here's Niels all the way in the back. The sniper's back position.
He's having a really fun day today. He saw his stats after the first day, and he's like, no, we have to do something about that. And
certainly can use sniper, but not this many times. But he's just feeling great today.
And as I was praising him, he does go down. Of course, the classic caster curse.
And
customary.
KZ, the master of the team, looking to make this one only 20 seconds and bombs down in servers. He's looking for a headshot before he jumps. I don't think they're going to show.
Yeah.
Don't think they need
10
to.
seconds.
Well, he got the one. I mean, 20 health, able to get the one. That was good, but a nice lineup there from Lazarus. 6-1. And, well, I mean, one team were able to come back and make it 6-3 on the first map, but I'm not so sure how it's going to go this time.
And this one feels a little different. I feel like Lazarus is now just out trading anyway. Great. Early utility usage, though. for the first time going in the favor of Lazarus, or of one team rather. And that's the problem. I think that, yeah, they got the swift free rounds after Lazarus kind of kept trying to rush them. Didn't really work anymore. But Lazarus still won that map very convincingly. And I'm worried that we might see something similar here, provided that one team is actually able to push through here. This far hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, even those early grenades, just smart plays coming out by Lazarus. The shock hall is on top. Nades being thrown for Central Plaza so many times. And Neil's always checking double pillars. There's no one coming. It has to be early pipe entrance move from the Blacklist side. And that's exactly why they throw multiple nades, just to get some HP out. Luckily enough, one team, they actually moved out so slowly that no one got hurt.
Ooh, Niels took a ton of damage. Wasn't able to land the shot either. One team are not committing to it. They were just waiting in the middle, expecting the rotation to come out here from Lazarus aggressively. And they were correct. They line up the shots, and now it's 5 against 3 in favor of one team as they look to push.
Only 40 defending A site. And one team they do have. It takes one more out. Only also at A or B.
It's a couple of big kills from Awesome, though. He was able to line up the heads as nobody was really checking there or expecting him to be there, as the plant will now come down on the A site.
And again, last time, one team were able to pick this one up. And it's very important to do so here again to keep Lazarus within reaching distance. If you go into the second half with Lazarus on BL with a 7-2 or 8-1 score, God forbid, then it's going to become so much harder. Awesome. Limited amount of time.
He has to check A-long comp plant, but against two man at different angle, it was nearly impossible there to win. But he had the right idea. It had to be at least one towards A-long, so he didn't wait.
Ooh, 40 able to avoid that damage. That was pretty nice. Thought maybe he would get hit by that. Another aggressive play in through pillars, and you can see one team wants none of that. They say goodbye. We will back away and go over to the pipe.
Final round before the second half. And again, poker.
Little shout accompanying it. Poker. Scaling into this game. Slowly becoming stronger and stronger. Started to win more and more of these duels and playing a little bit more aggressive as well. Now, Loons, lone hold. They're getting some reinforcements. Vi's also making his way over. And look at that two-man goon squad being sent near the Blacklist spawn.
Yeah, Loons spotted them, but one team did not spot Loons. That's a perfect spot to actually get the info.
Just trying to line up the shots there. Vi is able to get one, but the push is successful. But this is the Goon Squad you were talking about. A couple of guys in mid. Not exactly expecting that kind of flank, but here they come aggressively straight onto the A site. Awesome able to get one. And Niels lines one up too, and now it's Awesome against Origami, and Awesome will win, making it 7-2 in favor of Lazarus.
Well, there the defense from one team after the plant. I think they had to get some more teamwork together as a firepower at once. A few of the members was actually just looking down, trying to bait. I did not really think both will come from the same gate. If that didn't happen, I think they have still one extra round before going into the second half. But yeah, because of that, 2-7. It's a big gap there.
And already mentioned it during the game as well, but I'm having a hard time believing, knowing how good Lazarus always looks when they are on the offense. The BL sides have been quite strong, and one team seemingly not being able to string together nice individual moments into more than that. 7-2, and Lazarus looking to also go to that 1-1 score after the loss yesterday to Black Dragons. They are looking to keep themselves in the running to make it out of this group.
Big push through the pillars. I don't think Lazarus knows about this at all. They might expect it. Yep, there they know. And now KZ able to pick up that one first kill. There's a free path through mid to B, but they, of course, do not know that. Loon's trying to line this one up, and he does take down an aggressive Origami.
And expect A long to be open. Going to go just in case. See what he can find. All in A.
Go down in the end. Very nice kill there. At least opens up the side moderately. Still a bit behind. Important kill found there by 14. Making it so much harder. And look at these shots hitting through the smoke. Back to back, making it so much harder. 40 getting shoved in. He's will take him down, but still have Loons on site. Needs to pick up the C4 though. Jerry, no health.
6 health.
Yeah,
Loons
had the angle. Got a few shots in, but could not get the kill. Look at Loons not even going for C4. He has all the time in the world. Knows that Jerry is very low. Now he will finally pick up that C4. Don't really need to challenge and rotate another A long plant.
He can just wait. He knows that Jerry basically is out of health.
Yeah, out of health, most likely to jump from the top. Not going to challenge him, of course.
No need.
He has to calm down first.
Throws out a couple of shots just in case. And for Jerry, it's all about getting the one tap. He's got to hit the head here, try to line it up as well as he can. And nope, he's not going to be able to. Loons, with the clutch play, is able to get the bomb down and defend it. 8-2 now. Lazarus 2 rounds away from a big 2-0 victory.
Much more akin. Unlike Celebi Lost Legends that look completely different today compared to yesterday is awesome. Does go down again. Poker finding these plays. Neil's able to trade back. One team looking, unfortunately for them, relatively similar to the form that we saw them in yesterday. Lazarus, on the other hand, looking quite strong as they've just fully made their way onto this A side. Here's though turning around.
When they lose the sniper and control over the center, they have to bring back the members from A long. It was slightly late, but okay, getting the kills picked up. That's lucky enough as Lazarus has actually made the wrong rotation, not knowing that they were out in A long. Worked out perfectly for one team, but I think the rotation has to be slightly faster coming back to the site.
Niels is like, what happened to you guys? I thought we were safe on A. How did you guys lose that firefight? A questioning look from him there as he was trying to rotate through the spawn. And yeah, it got pretty chaotic on that one. Really hard to lock down where the enemy members were for both sides, but one team handling it a little bit better.
Poker again, holding A long, and with how he's looking right now individually, I don't think anyone really wants to challenge him. Only 2 rounds necessary here for Lazarus. Blacklist has been their strongest side by far, and now making their way through double pillars. 2 people available here for one team, but do have Fatcons and Origami relatively close by, and they will now rotate over fully. Lazarus just drawing out some utility. Don't really need to commit yet with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
After hearing this many shots, for sure, at least 2 or more. They're ready at the bottom. And also, we'll have Origami coming as a backup soon enough. And Poker is all the way out in A long, so he's going to take some time when there's a B push. Lazarus also showing presence, letting them know there are few members out in a center plaza. Yeah, pretending like there was a huge rotation to the plaza back from B entrance.
Yeah, just waiting, biding their time. KZ still in this position alongside Jerry. They'll be waiting for it. Here come the flashes. They know that spot to Lazarus, and they're finally going to take him out. That's a decent defense so far, but Awesome Loons are able to follow it up with a couple of kills of their own. They secure the bottom of B, but that is 1 health for Loons.
What a flash to enter. That basically put all the teams, spread it apart so they can't really get the angle. Here we go, 1-1. Origami own HP and Awesome wins that duel.
Just
One round away now.
not enough health, not enough firepower. One team not able to withstand the pressure that Lazarus is putting out. And after what was a very swift start to the series, looking like it might end the way it began, with Lazarus completely running over one team who are going for a Hail Mary, pushing in very deep past double pillars.
It's not going to work for them that time. The slow push in through the pillars. As you saw, KZ was totally caught off guard by that. And now it's Poker, an AWM, and a Dream. He's got to line this up all by himself. And it's not going to work out, as Lazarus will take the victory here. 10-3 in that final map. 10-4 on the first one, as they do pick up the 2-0 victory here in this match.
What a very convincing win, Lazarus. First map, they just tried to speedrun the first half, as they also gave some bad memories to one team against what they had last night. And again, going into the second map, because Compound, you can't have that many overnades, but still had the right strategy, the right weight. They knew they had the upper hand and pressured out one team into a corner every single time. And pretty good score, 10-3. I can't complain about that at all.
Unfortunately for one team, this puts the chance of making it out of this group pretty low, as they would be reliant on a couple of the other teams not doing as well as we might expect them to. And even then, you're looking at tiebreakers, but their map scores, unfortunately for them, also haven't been great, haven't won that many rounds.
That's right.
And then the chances for tiebreakers rapidly disappear into thin air, as you can see the dominance that Lazarus showed here.
Only 7 rounds this time around for one team. I think it was slightly better than their performance against All Gamers, but it's not saying too much, because 0-2 is still 0-2. And yeah, a bit unfortunate for one team, but definitely a great showing for Lazarus. Neil really showed up today, and you can see he's got some 6 stats to back it up.
Not just with an AK, also had pretty good defense in Compound. Actively went out to the double pillars, got a few kills on himself. That's usually the main sniper spot, but Lazarus, as we said before the match started, they have players that can switch back and forth between the guns, between all kinds of position. That's one of the big strengths for Lazarus, and I think it will continue throughout the tournament.
And Lazarus also keeps their dreams of making it out with this very important win.
All right, guys, well, that was the second match. We got 2 more. The next one being Team Myth versus Baisha Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that matchup.
我觉得和去年一样吧，还是比较兴奋的。
这是我连续第6次进入到世界总决赛了，
感受很激动嘛，然后是我职业生涯以来最激动的一次。
我觉得我们的分组的其他3个队伍的实力都很强。IMP 是巴西赛区的第1名嘛，然后 TM 是欧洲赛区的第1名，然后 CLB 是越南赛区的第1名，他们都是来自不同的赛区的第1名，实力都很强。
当然，我对我自己的队伍更有信心一些。
我们战队打法就是比较迅速嘛，比较猛，然后大赛经验比较多。
我们战队的骄傲是 N9，
在 CLPL 的话，应该是联盟天花板吧，然后就是属于顶级选手，然后对他评价都很高嘛。
念旧跟我在一起组队也是组了5、6年了吧，然后他一直都是在队内担任一个突破手的位置，而且自己的正面能力特别强，然后综合能力也很强的一名选手。
我们有念旧，你们没有吧
？No， 他们4个也很强。
赛场上见吧，我会让你们很难受的。
很开心与你们交手，比赛中我会让你们害怕。
放马过来，冠军我来了。
白沙全力以赴，加油！
白沙不留遗憾，
白沙杀出重围。
Lifting the champion trophy is an eternal and indelible record. The champion will be remembered forever in our memories. In order to write the history of becoming the champion, you must go through so many hardships that will be waiting in front of your step. Numerous players will suffer from frustration during this journey. And yet, new history will be written. All your efforts, all your dedication will become our history. CFS 2021 Grand Finals.
Welcome back. We are here just at the halfway point of the day. We just finished our second match, and Lazarus was able to crush one team in a quick 2-0 that did not last very long. But now we are getting into our next match. It is going to be Team Myth up against Baisha Gaming, and this one could be pretty close.
Yeah, this match is going to be spicy, as Baisha Gaming yesterday relatively had an easier match, but starting today, they will be going up against very challenging teams, and of course Team Myth played really well to begin with, but struggled to have a similar type of passive play. Did not really work towards the end. But this is going to be a big challenge because one super aggressive team, Baisha Gaming, and the opposite, Team Myth. This chemistry, I cannot tell what's going to happen today.
And coming into the top of the day, I think it was pretty clear cut You know, Baisha Gaming should definitely have the upper hand. But now, especially given the result that we saw earlier in the day, where the upset win was found by Celebi Last Legends over Imperial, means that there is even more riding on this result, right? If Baisha Gaming are able to pick up the win here, then they are the only one in this group that is 2-0, which would, in basically every scenario, I think guarantee them at the very least to get out on tiebreakers. Whereas for Team Myth, with the other people tied up 1-1, even if they do lose, it's not the end of the world in of itself. So varying stakes here for the third match of the day.
Yeah, and speaking of that third match, we do have the players ready to go. We are going to introduce our players and our teams and talk a little bit about what happened so far for those teams. Talked a little bit about Team Myth. We're not able to get the victory yesterday against Imperial, but looking, you know, pretty good, pretty close, at least to that team. But it raises questions, you know, with Celebi winning in that last one. Where exactly is the power level of the rest of these teams? How strong was Imperial really? And is Team Myth going to be able to challenge Baisha Gaming?
And in particular, I was impressed by Horus yesterday. He had a ton of great moments, also shows, if you look at his overall stats here thus far. And also the only team yesterday to end up with a 1-2 score when they lost, as opposed to a lot of the other teams that just got swept in swift 2-0s, one of which was found by Baisha Gaming, just completely rolling over their opponent in the final game of today. Starting off relatively slow, if you can call it 10-5 score slow, but then the second one, 10-2, was a slaughter.
I do worry that for Team Myth, they use so much time around the map, but Baisha Gaming is not going to let that happen, and that's going to be the main key before we start the match, and how aggressive Baisha Gaming can be, as we do have some different maps that coming up on this match. I think it will be very, very interesting to see how aggressive they can be, because Team Myth will be just looking passive to stay on a spot and look for Baisha Gaming to come out regardless of which side they're on.
See some of the stats that they did bring in, and some pretty ridiculous numbers. DBQ with almost 2 KD on the first day. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you win 10-5 and then 10-2, but especially on sub-base, it was just an absolute slaughter. And then, speaking of which, we have not revealed the map yet, but we are going to take a look at that map fan pick, and you guys will get to see what the maps will be here. Set 1 sub-base.
Oh boy.
We're starting off with that map that Baisha looks so strong on.
That would worry me as Team Myth. And as G-Clef already pointed out, it's also a clashing of styles here. And I do feel like, especially with how dominant they were yesterday, Baisha showed the clear mastery of how they're able to play sub-base. Yesterday they banned Black Widow, but this time Team Myth did that for them, so and with Ankara instead. And expecting, at least on the very first couple of rounds here on this map, to really set the pace for the rest of this series, because if Team Myth can actually withstand the offensive power that Baisha have available, I think that we could have a very interesting series, but I think it could be equally as likely, especially considering Imperial losing just now Celebi Last Legends, that if Baisha take the first couple of rounds, they just keep that pace up for the entirety of the series.
Yeah, if Baisha, if they take one more win, I think they are basically secured for the semis. With that many rounds won already against Celebi. That's the thing here, as we go into sub-base, but another point is that, are we ever going to see Black Widow play? It's always being banned, not really going anywhere. Maybe we have to get into the semifinals, best of 5 to actually see the map.
That's what I would expect. It doesn't seem like any of these players want to play on that map. But either way, guys, the game is ready and loaded up. So let's jump into sub-base for the first map. And off we go on to sub-base. A bit of a crazy map. And we've seen some insane results. Some of the best competitive matches are played on this map, in my opinion. Although, because it can be so volatile, some of the pro players don't like it.
XM. Horus wants to shotgun this one out.
Sneaking by.
Comes from the side. Got one, but has to find one more. Instant kill.
We talked about the aggressiveness of Baisha, but it's Team Myth. Comes out swinging here. I mean, I think as Horus, you're going to be happy regardless. You did your job. Able to apply a little pressure. The bomb has been planted, putting substantial pressure on Baby and Xiao.
There's one more nade from Baisha.
Baby took a lot of damage. He does go down, but Xiao here with 12 seconds left. He has to get in, and that's going to do it. Alucard shoots him in the face. And that's going to be a very interesting strategy. A nice split there from Team Myth to get the first round.
Unlike their style, extremely aggressive push towards A to begin with. Also, bringing that XM was a pretty unique approach to go into that control room, because once you're in the control room, it has to be a short-range fight.
And Baisha Gaming just taking it slow, and unlike the first map where Team Math ran in, running and gunning, carrying the shotgun, now they are taking it a fair bit slower. And this is more reminiscent of how we saw them play yesterday as well. Not quite the guns blazing type of playstyle. Baisha Gaming just hanging in there. Not really feeling threatened as of yet, and it was, I think, Team Myth who we saw them run out the time the most. Just wait until like 30 seconds were left on the clock, keep your opponent stewing, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, that's also why we saw the position of DBQ all the way back, just hiding, not really going for the poke into the stairs, as they do understand the type of style, passive style that Team Myth has. Want to avoid getting hit by any type of grenades. So a few nades out from Team Myth, setting up for a down attack. Finds no one, but DBQ is hiding on the back.
DBQ is pretty insane in terms of his aim, and you can see he's just tapping on heads, but the aggression is so strong from Team Myth as they do open it up. Having a little bit of trouble getting this bomb down, but Penguin is going to go for that now. Takes a little bit of damage on the backside of that one, but 3v2. Baisha Gaming looking to push down relatively swiftly here as 3. Penguin gets a good shot. Baby against Alucard one-on-one. And the shot is going to go the way of Baby. As they are ecstatic about that.
They poked in a slightly faster, as a few of the members from Team Myth, they were actually waiting for them to come in. So Baisha, Team Myth, they have to read slightly better how quick Baisha can be on the retakes, the rotations. It will take a few more rounds to actually face against them and get a good feeling.
And well, one time the Team Myth does go aggressive. Works out reasonably well. However, the other end of the map, not nearly as much as I say that. Penguin finds a kill, and again, it's a 1v1. Xiao trying to take on JWoww here.
JWoww
maintained.
At least running around with the C4. So he can also poke back in from the yard side.
Yeah, and if you're Xiao here, you gotta, with this sniper, you essentially have to wait. And that will give a little bit of an advantage for the Team Myth player JWoww to just kind of move with the bomb, try to select the correct site, not go into the scope of the sniper. And as Xiao, you kind of have to feel the time and say, okay, well, he's probably, if he's not here by now, he's probably pushing into the B site. You can see that he is moving over towards B as JWoww is looking to come through hallway area, actually, just a bit at a time.
Penguin poked in here, found few good kills through the shutter. Yeah, the last bit of information he had was the smoke towards the A room. That's why he's sweeping the floors of A bottom for now. And making sure he gets a good sniper shot because only 20 HP left. There's a single bullet from AK.
It's a tall ask, but nothing Xiao hasn't done before. JWoww going off here. There is the one shot, the one bullet. You call the G-Clef, and bullet will strike true. 2-1 now for Team Myth.
Yeah, it's definitely a really nice start here from Team Myth. And you're proving that, you know, Baisha can actually lose some rounds here on this map. I say that, and Xiao is, you know, trying to set me up. He's trying to get those kills. And he did exactly that. He has been fantastic with this AWM so far.
JWoww to poke at that window after view members. That was slightly too late, I believe. And also, Xiao was off to the side angle, not from the shutter.
Ricard not able to actually find that shot, and now the offense stifled, at least for now. Still an opportunity to respond here for Baisha Gaming, but they don't over-rotate. They just hold on tight, knowing that Team Myth not really the team to then push in despite the shot not really working out. Still though, full health bars, a lot of utility left, and Baisha Gaming is in peachy.
Still trying to poke into the AC. But there's N9, also Emo in waiting. Penguin trying to open up. Yeah, gets one. N9 was actually trying to move from the AC into the shutter side.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because N9 definitely touted as one of the better members of this team, if not the best, and currently sitting at 0-4. Maybe not the best start for him. Maybe a little bit of the pro gamer wake up, but I'm sure he'll be coming online here in just a moment, as we do have the pushes going in through the lockers as we speak. Xiao is waiting for that, and Baby is going for the flank, finds Alucard. He is going to hit Horus as well. A huge flank play to get in the lead.
I think what Team Myth was planning on was maybe a fake push towards A and then a B locker push. But even this is not going to work. DBQ puts both headshots right into their head.
Very nicely done by DBQ. Able to, I want to say salvage a round, but it feels like the round was won before that. That two-man push on B side. Attempted fake out, not really working out. Baby with a beautiful flank, taking that one down, and then DBQ didn't even have to do that much heavy lifting, but he did it anyway, and his team will be grateful for that, as now even up 2-2. Not seeing a lot of that really trademarked aggression, but I got a feeling that if we go relatively even here with Baisha on GR, that might completely swap once we go to the second half of this map.
Yeah, what we've learned about Team Myth, especially from yesterday's match, was that they like to move together and slowly move together towards one site. So in knowing that Baisha Gaming, they would love to flank. They're not going to let Team Myth rotate around the map because they want the information.
What? Baby's going to hit his shots too.
Knows that there has to be a flank from the hallway.
Yeah. Booker got one. He paid in a lot of his health for that kill. Over on the A road through there to the computers. You can see that the push is actually coming in through the lockers. Not sure if Baisha is totally aware of that, but I should have a decent idea.
I think Xiao actually missed this, but going to spot him regardless. He had perfect position for that. Yeah, because he also has Baby right next to him, you can just be looking at the second floor.
And now more health bars go down as Jiro gets taken out, and all of a sudden N9 want to kind of come back after a stellar performance yesterday. Thus far not doing too hot, and getting an early double to get yourself the first lead is a nice start of turning that around a little bit. Again, seeing this small, drawn-out setup coming through from Team Myth.
Yeah, now there's N9 finally getting kills on his registering kills on the first half. Has to be careful even if he's not feeling well. Always going to be flanking around the map. type of player who does not like to stay in one spot. But Alucard takes him down because he's back and forth all the time. Has to be careful of that sniper spot. Xiao not really challenging into the sniper long in A here. Because he has to watch out for anyone entering from the lockers. Switching position, Baby's actually looking into lockers. And Xiao comes around slowly, takes Alucard down. Not even going to look towards there.
DBQ's still here holding down the stairs. Doesn't really look like Team Myth are too confident to push down there. And they've got a couple of guys very split up. They need to get the bomb, as there is a minute left, and that's generally when Team Myth starts moving.
It's usually on this map for a GR start, especially you put your best rifler down at a bottom alone. And that's how you defend A sites, even against many members. You would at least trade few more kills. But this headshot in the middle is going to help Team Myth to push in.
Looking even more aggressively, and Horus finishing off that kill. Set up for him by JWoww as DBQ sneakily picks him off. Now looking towards the fight, but again, it's Booker that keeps his teammate backed up. And now Baby on his own against 3. He has been having a stellar game so far. He wants to avoid Team Myth from evening it up. That's one. Hasn't taken as much damage. Penguin is there. That's 2. And it's only Booker now, but very low health boss here.
Oh,
in the end, not quite enough. Nice attempt coming through, but Booker will salvage the round for Team Myth.
Yeah, nicely played there by Booker. Just, you know, buying as much time. Goes for the kill in the end. Had the lineup exactly. And it was a little bit too much to ask from Baby to take out all 3 of them. And speaking of threes, it's 3-3 in the set number 1 here on Subbase. A totally different look from what we saw the last time of Baisha Gaming on this map.
Xiao gets tagged right there. Got some hits. Still alive, and he's a sniper, so no worry. As Baisha is changing the sniper's position into the hallway. They felt that Team Myth, they're going into lockers, but damage was mostly done by the flanking player coming into the hallway. I think that's the reason why they have swapped position of Baby looking towards the side as a bait box position into locker room, and Team Myth is about to find it out. Spotted there. And one shot from shotgun.
Gonna get it done. Worked out very well the first time, and Nindo picking one up, but it's Horus that is just running all over them. One taps left, right, and center as Team Myth sets up shop again at B, able to plant that 2-1. Baby already down. It's just up to DBQ and Shimo now. But thus far, Team Myth, very, very dominant play. I say as DBQ picks up 1, the 1v3 again. Last time he got close, but it wasn't quite enough this time. Not even going to be close as Team Myth 4-3, slowly drawing ahead here.
At that position, it is insanely hard. JWoww can actually, if you're up there, you can see the opponent's feet, but the opponent cannot see you at all. So I think that's exactly the angle JWoww was going for. Team Myth, breaking through the walls of Baisha Gaming in the first half, already grabbing 4 rounds. And it is sub-base, but I think they're choosing the right decision to go into B, because DBQ right now towards A has been super stellar.
Xiao is really shoring this up by himself. The push, though, is still good. 3 against 2. Shimo is able to shore it up a little bit. 2-on-2 now. The flank comes in from N9. Gets a ton of damage down and does take out Alucard. As you can see now, with the bomb, Penguin, a lot of pressure on him. Spots N9. And he's just going to get hit in the head from huge range.
Who's about to escape into AC.
Yeah. Penguin's having a great time, by the way. He's always got a smile on his face.
Yeah, all around the board, the KDs okay throughout all the members of Team Myth. Also Baisha Gaming. neck and neck right now, as Alucard did lose a lot of his shots against Xiao. We're backing up.
Progression at 9. Not terrified by anyone. This is a trademark progression that we're coming to expect from Baisha Gaming. Working out very well for them. Alucard able to trade back one. That's Baby now gone. And a little bit too greedy there from Baisha.
Yeah, they were looking for more blood, more shots, more damage from those wall, knowing that Team Myth is likely to retreat towards the base. But they don't know that Alucard was peeking through that sniper hole.
Look at how aggressive DBQ is getting here on the flank. We do have Penguin at the C4. He's going to go down, and
oh no,
he didn't follow his teammates into the push, waiting a little bit too long, expecting a flank, but not having the right timing. So you can see even Horus is going to take a ton of damage here, trying to get on in there. Alucard picks up a kill, but again, the C4 is down in the machine room, so we're going to have Team Myth come back and pick that up.
Shimo taking the long path around all the way towards the BL base. Maybe controlling the center square might actually be a better... Yeah, that's exactly where the C4 is. In the machine room to the side. So I think that's where Shimo expected the rotation to come from Team Myth, because they don't have too much time.
So hard because Team Myth, only 30 seconds left on the clock, and just can't really get anything done without picking up that C4.
Ooh, missed that rotation.
Ooh.
Okay, DBQ takes a lot of damage, gets the kill, but now it's one-on-one, and he's just got to go in there. Does Horus. The jump up is enough, and DBQ is going to scream his way to the victory. 5-4 is the scoreline, though, and it has been back and forth the entire way.
Well, I like to be safe, especially with the timer. 15 seconds left. Even if they get the C4, might not have been exactly the same good time. So I was expecting DBQ to go back, but indeed he is DBQ. He's not going to go back, just going for that spray. The jump worked out perfectly there.
I feel that this was a valiant effort from Team Myth. I wonder whether it is enough, considering how strong Baisha Gaming have looked on Blacklist. We'll now be the ones going on the offense, and I haven't finished my sentence, or 4-man is rushing into machine room.
No time to waste, says Baisha Gaming. We are Blacklist now, and we can control the pace of this game a little bit more. Somehow that shot not going to pick up the kill. And yeah, I mean, they push into machine room. No further aggression just yet, as they have not gone into lockers. A little bit of smoke, it looks like, covering their path.
Yeah, quick check, because oftentimes from the Chinese region, this is where the initial push, initial fight is on, the lockers into the machine room. And they do love to check, and they do love to boost even up to the lights. That's why we saw Baby checking for angles.
Second, not quite. The rest of the team is there to help him, though. Health bars are low. And 9 pushing forward. And this is that aggression that we've come to expect from this team. JWoww so low. One tap will do it. One tap will be found as Shimo doesn't stop. And now only Booker trying to salvage this round.
Oh, not quite able to do it, though. As maybe the most consistently excited group of players, I think, is Baisha Gaming. After every single round that they win, it's a lot of shouting of Jayo, and just basically, if they spot anyone as well, they go for it. As there was a big push in through mid, it looks like Penguin just kind of going nuts. And he's been having an interesting day, an interesting, fun time himself.
Also, N9 is going back and forth around the map. This guy does not really have a set position, even in the GR side.
Omnipresent.
He's everywhere around the map at the same time. There we go again. I'm finding the kill, but when it went out a little too far.
Nice counter punch, though. Snip doing the very best, but DBQ and N9 Haven't finished my sentence, or what looks like a sellable situation goes under in a shouting match. Justifiably so, 7-4 now. And Baishan Gaming really running away with this match as Alucard also goes down.
Yeah, every single kill they make, we can hear them from how many meters away? At least 40 meters away.
Yeah, it's a fair amount.
Is that only 40?
Probably more.
Probably more.
Yeah, but you can hear them clearly here in this event hall. And yeah, I mean, Xiao is just, he's kind of insane, as we have quickly figured out by watching a lot of their play. Here comes the push in through onto the lockers.
Ooh, and when they have boosted a member up to the air duct.
Pretty good for them on the aggression. DBQ in through the hallway.
Again, was late to drop in the hallway, gets one into Shutter, but still has to go through a couple more members, waiting by the missile and the backside room into the cage.
Baisha Gaming is looking like a completely different team when they are playing on Blacklist. So decisive, so secure, and so much faith in their teammates to bang them up as Penguin gets taken down. N9, maybe he had a slow start, but recuperating from that. 8-4 now. Baishan Gaming in very, very firm control, and there is the expected tactical pause coming through.
Good form. Did not move a single inch with that tactical pause card.
Nothing.
Being held up at the perfect angle so that the light did not shine into the camera.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, I rate that 8 out of 8. A
like
perfect
it.
score. And yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to hear, you know, I wish I could listen in and hear what they're talking about here at this moment in time, because after the swap, this just has not been working for them.
It's the pace of Baisha Gaming and the pokes that has been working really well. Not just N9, it's Xiao getting those kills with the snipers from off angle, where Team Myth, they don't really expect the snipers to go through back and forth at that timing. It's not the sniper style they're used to. As not just Baisha, also all gamers, the Chinese players, especially the snipers, they love to peek and get those sweet kills and just escape the moment they get the kill. And I think that's something that they really have to get used to right now before we go into other maps. Unless that happens, Team Myth is going to struggle against Xiao today.
And I
Excellent
wonder.
point.
Yeah, excellent point, G. Clef. I mean, it was. The main thing for me is that what I was afraid of kind of seems to have come true, that now that this swap has come through and it's Baisha Gaming who is the ones calling all the shots, Team Myth, they just can't match at all. Nice nade there though, kind of reading them this time around and doing a lot of damage. But damage alone is not going to be enough to hold off the trademark aggression that Baisha has shown us. And Team Myth, this is basically a must-win. If you need to win 5 in a row, it becomes almost unmeasurably difficult. DBQ sneaking his way towards that AC.
As Baisha tried a couple of big attack from the lockers into the hallway. Baisha this time might be thinking about control room into A site. 1-1 trade right here in the middle through the smokes. But not really going to push. Still have the C4 down at the square.
DBQ really biding his time here. Xiao, another snipe from way downtown. Saw that trying to get aggressive there was Booker. As DBQ finally does head his way out of the vent, and now the swarm comes in. Baisha Gaming making their way over to the A site.
Yeah, the side in the back was quick enough. JWoww just jumping on top. Has the control at AC, but only 2 left.
Couple of shots fired. Warning for Team Myth. Do not come over here, but will be forced shortly. But retaking this side is such a tough affair.
Yes.
Let alone if you are down a member, have to fall for the choke, and Xiao picks up one, takes down the other, and he is just insane today.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can touch him, right? Alucard hasn't been able to step up. I mean, he did in some of the earlier rounds. But other than that, it's just been the Xiao show. And here we go again. I mean, it's
Sniper
9-4.
Duel is... He's on another level. Alucard cannot really compete against him.
At what point does it stop being a duel? Like, how many times in a row are we going to see Xiao win and you can't even fault Alucard? It's just... Baisha Gaming, when they're doing well, they look incredible. With the wooded kill, flank comes through, but look at Shimo able to back his teammates up appropriately. And now the way is open, the shouts are coming through. Horus will get taken down. And that is just dominance again from Baisha Gaming. Their blacklist are just insane.
Not a single round won there on Global Risk by Team Myth, and that's because Baisha Gaming were just insane. Really liked the timing of trying to go A road there on the defense and cut them off as they're moving their way into the A site, but they still lost the firefight. There was just nothing really that TM could do in terms of finding luck on that map once the sides were swapped. So Baisha Gaming proving to be the stronger of the two here in the beginning. We are going to move into Compound for our second map. And to be honest, I mean, it's going to be hard to bring it back together, you know, bring your mental back after getting kind of stomped 6 rounds in a row.
And what Baisha is excelling at right now is Xiao not just getting those right shots. Sometimes when that happens from the opponent side, especially right now Team Myth, they have to get him blinded, throw a few more smokes, use their utility to keep him out of the way, and then make it in. I don't think right now challenging against him is the right decision, even if you feel confident. If you challenge against him and win, then there's some chance, but you're really going to be having a very tough time just going up against him. So make sure you throw some flash and smoke to cover the angle, and then just jumping on top of the other member. I think that was a smart decision in the first map. Well, they still have 1 more map to go, or 2 more maps to go. So I think thinking about that right now should be the talk between Team Myth right now.
My main issue is that coming into the first half, if you look at that initial matchup on sub-base, it looks great for Team Myth, right? You see their slow, their controlled style. They're able to really play their own game, able to catch Baisha Gaming off guard a couple of times, and you go into the second half, and you know that that blacklist is good, but I didn't expect them to just straight up smash them.
Yeah.
Not a single round getting won. Incredible performance, and that makes me scared for the second game as well.
It's rough, not an easy spot here for Team Myth, but curious to see if they can come back onto Compound, which will be our second map of the match. Let's jump into that map right now. All right, here we go. Jumping onto this map, it looks like Team Myth have been able to secure Blacklist once again for the second map in a row, to start at least. So probably a good thing, you know, based off of what we were saying and how Baisha Gaming have not lost a map today on the Blacklist side.
Really easy.
Yeah, what an opening kill.
Just win all of it. Win every single Blacklist round, then you're good. That's the goal.
Oh.
Easy.
Seems easy enough, yeah.
So say that they've taken full control of A. They've taken out as well. And 9 now well and truly aligned, finds a double. And oh my lord, 3 kills in a row. Baby with the backup. And Baisha Gaming clearly have taken the momentum that they generated on that Blacklist half. Taking it here into Compound as well.
It almost seemed like a first round win for Team Myth in a while. Getting Xiao down, defending from the A site. And Team Myth has had the right entry towards A, but the retake from Baisha was just way too quick. The shots were right on point, the headshots. because it was so quick, they couldn't even Team Myth couldn't really even deliver where the shots were coming from.
And 9. He's hiding.
An off angle.
He's waiting. The card though takes a long way around.
Yeah, speaking of waiting, there's 3 people
Oh,
here for
baby,
Bicep
they're
Gaming.
bait. Oh, that nade hurt a lot. Plus, that was a bait jump. Because they have Shimo and DBQ right next to the door.
Really rough spot, but Penguin is going to get a kill as they retreat back to the Central Plaza. So they're going to even up the score in terms of members. Obviously, the health, not exactly the same. Team Myth looking to reset and potentially go for a push through mid.
Closing. We are spawn off here with the smoke, and there comes the full push. But Xiao, he's at the ready. Not afraid. Picks up one, and 9 is there. And my Lord, Baisha Gaming. Unbelievable.
DBQ comes for help. Says, "Oh, I thought you guys needed help here."
Guys, there were multiple people. Are you okay? They were, in fact, very okay.
Yeah.
Wow, and Xiao just keeping calm. Even if he missed the shot, just ducks down, keeps calm. Okay, N9, you've got me covered from the side. All good. And just make sure you get the hard angle for the sniper. That teamwork of defense from Baisha. Yeah, Team Mid, I think they should be feeling scared to go into A side anymore.
Yeah. I think you feel scared either way, and this is the problem, is that we already established, very nice shot there from Penguin again, been hitting these headshots left and right, that you need to effectively get a lead here. Like, even is not good enough. If you look at the results of the last map, you need to get as big a lead as you can possibly get here if you want to have a shot at taking down Baisha. N9 again in a cheeky position. They're right around the corner.
No. I don't know how he keeps finding these weird angles. This time around, maybe a little bit too much, as that's not necessarily a spot where the Blacklist would rush through. So, not able to pull that into a multi-kill. And he is only 1 for 1, as now a push through mid from both sides. This Baby's going to get one, but JWoww cleans up the rest of the Bicep Gaming members, and that will be the first round win here for Team Myth.
And with that, JWoww really picking everything up. Coming into Compound, he has been the player. Was taking down, getting some entry kills, opening up a lot of angle for the team. He will be found instantly with an early push by Baisha. They were being tagged down by staying in a single position in the site. Rather, they come out, get the kill, and then immediately retreat back. This will kill a lot of time for Team Myth to search and destroy.
Pace again. Relatively slow. Baisha not looking to go in aggressively and try to mess them up maybe with an aggressive push through double pillars. Instead, taking their sweet time. Not really in a need to do anything. Working with an advantage in many ways. Hard for Team Myth to really break that stalemate without taking some risks. Be looking towards doing that. But I'm loving these continuous weird angles that Baisha Gaming seems to find. Very aggressive positioning. And then the ensuing skirmish generally gets won by them. Alucard looking, not finding a tasty target though.
Maybe with the interesting timing, he's going to pull out by himself. Has DBQ on the other angle to help him out. And now, all of a sudden, Booker finds himself alone against 5.
And there's Shimo plus N9 in defensive mode at A side. And that is it. Was that a perfect, flawless?
Yep.
All 500 HP.
Yep.
From Baisha, yes.
HP. I like that.
Wow.
Not a scratch.
That's not a good one.
Does that mean they get an extra life for the next round?
I think they should.
Yeah. Let's add that in for Crossfire too.
Again, this crossfire being set up there. No way for you to really push through. As Team Myth, and they seem to identify that as well. Making their way over to the Central Plaza.
It's time for the A-long push.
Yeah, it's time for the N9 show again. He's alone, or the off angle, right here.
He's hiding. He's waiting.
Flash, far enough.
Not much of a show. As Horus, he's going to put on a show. He grabs a couple of kills himself as they are baiting in towards B, and it looks like the push will come in towards A, as that is where the bomb is. Xiao this time not going to get the quick scope. And now it's 5v2 in favor of Team Myth. As you see, Shimo is looking for this angle here. Finds Penguin. Nice little drop down. As now Baby, he's going to get in. He's got Shimo to back him up. And that's going to be just kill after kill after kill into the pockets of Baisha Gaming.
Half slow, flash hits. And now Booker, he has a health advantage, but is it a man disadvantage? There is one. Not quite well timed. Now it's just Shimo versus Booker, and it's Booker that gets them a crucial win here. Prevents Baisha Gaming from getting too far ahead. But the fact that that was that close in the first place is quite the achievement from Baisha.
Oh yeah, it didn't really feel like a loss. They were able to really open up A side. Just lost to the final member A-long. It really all started from the big push from the center. Maybe they might be trying that a few more times, but the first member they found was N9, so having N9 there doesn't mean anything because he's always going around the map.
He's just roaming. That's what he does.
Xiao's actually in the first pillar all the way out. Now stuck. Oh, I thought he was stuck for a second.
Is he stuck with them or are they stuck with him as he picks up two? Creates so much space, and now C4 has dropped there in Central Plaza. Baishang not going to put too much pressure on it. No, they have a man advantage, although N9 very low. Same can be said for Horus, though. And now the card has to do similar things to what Xiao was able to do around that pillar. Look at the wraparound here from DBQ. Horus is aware. Alucard taken down. Now it is Xiao, or rather DBQ, that finds the flank. Works out well.
The flank came from the BL base. DBQ is quick. He's on the run all the time.
That's why, like, even though Baisha are playing Global Risk, they're on compound, so sometimes they just have these weird angles. It's perfect for players like DBQ, like N9. They have so many different angles that Xiao can come from, and also you can get aggressive from anywhere if you'd like. You can also set up some really nice traps, as we have been seeing from them, in crossfires.
Yeah, the more time you give against Baisha Gaming, you're giving them a lot more chances. Team Myth picking up some pace, moving out early enough into the entrance, blocking out with a smoke, putting some more pressure.
Bro, issues. This is a bit of a case of you haven't even seen my final format from Baisha Gaming, because this is them on Global Risk. How good they can get. Fun baby there though. Couple of trades kills back and forth in the end. Team Myth the one coming out ahead. Alucard is low, but still alive and kicking. That's one.
It's crazy, the pace. I mean, he just is running in there. There's no sense of apprehension or time. You know, the timing is just awesome. That they just run in and DBQ is able to pick off a couple of guys unaware. This time, though, Penguin is going to fight back with the headshot. Now is in position, but Penguin is going to shut him down again. Gives us the nice little Superman pose. And he deserves it.
Yeah, what a shot, and surprise, well, no surprise that DBQ goes in when Xiao is making a huge rotation in. Still needed about 5 more seconds to get into the A site, but DBQ says, I'm not going to wait for you. This is going to be the timing, and I'm just going to win with my shots. He delivers too.
Doesn't quite work out, unfortunately for him.
Who do you have left? Xiao? Oh, you're a sniper. You're not going to help me. You're only going to steal my kills.
I don't need you. I can do this myself.
I think that's exactly what he thought. Also, that was a pretty good timing to poke after the bomb was planted. The time was ticking down. And look at this interesting position, leaving A long open and pressuring out to the center. Baby already out. DBQ looking from the side, went back into B.
All right, well, everybody's preparing for this on both sides, Baby and N9. Alongside of Shimo, there's the flash, they pop out, even getting Alucard up in the nest as Penguin. He's been so clutch for the team, but not able to do enough there at the end.
Look at the bodies fallen and right in the middle. The X's you see on the minimap.
That's that. 5-3 in favor of Baisha. They are the ones getting aggressive even on GR.
And I got to get back to it. This is, again, like, when you're having this much trouble with the first half of the boss phase, you know, you haven't hit the actual epic music yet, you know it's coming, and you're already struggling this much. It's not a good sign for Team Myth. They truly have to not just win this next round, but then also somehow deal with a Baisha Gaming on blacklist. Now, Push getting stifled here on double pillars, rotating slowly towards central passage, but that is also getting locked down by N9, who I think we can say he had a relatively slow start. He started out 0-2 and then he started picking up kills and hasn't really stopped since.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit sleepy maybe. And now he's awake.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's looking like a little push over there. We got 3 members. Still got Alucard over in the pillars and Boris in mid.
A sniper duel here. And the rest are moving up towards A long without a sniper.
Alucard's not really going to chase, of course. Just waiting. Team Myth biding their time here once again. It's the last round before the half. Definitely an important one.
Want to try and avoid Baisha Gaming really pulling ahead. And Team Myth, this is what they excel at. Put the pressure on your opponent, and then when they don't see it coming, go in. Alucard, this time the winner of that sniper battle, ends in a pistol headshot. Doesn't even need the sniper, still holding it down, and looks like they are making their move through double pillars towards the server room. Getting ready. BQ still standing guard.
Let's see the timing of Booker. Instantly goes down to Shimo, so this B push is basically 30% weaker now. And
no.
Baby just headshots all over the place.
Well, you're just, it's like you're being circled by sharks in the middle of the ocean. And you know there's no escape. Except you can't see the shark until he bites you in the butt.
And there's a second bigger shark that's coming now as we switch to blacklist for Baisha. And honestly, after Team Myth's spirited performance yesterday against Imperial, I think the expectations were quite high. And I think we've seen some great individual moments, but it feels like Baisha has this inevitability now. They are just, whenever you give them a semblance of control, whenever you give them a little bit of space to set up some flanks, find some deep wraparounds, there's nothing you can do.
And it is now the second half, so let's see how quickly Baisha wants to roll this one out. As Team Myth, they really struggled in the first half. Maybe going fire against fire might actually be the better choice.
Just rush them.
Yeah. But funnily enough, Baisha is taking their time, at least with the first round. Maybe a little bit of, you know, reverse psychology. It's like, well, you'd expect them to play very passively, but what if we play passively and we're expecting the opposite of what they would do?
But what if they knew that you were expecting that and they're expecting you to know that they expect it?
Yeah, now that's what happened.
Yeah, that's the real mental fight that we always talk about.
How many layers? Answer is unfortunately infinity. Now slowly, Xiao, flank pressure, and does win. Wow. That 1v1 beautiful shot takes down Alucard. Opens up a possible way, but still Central Plaza rather, where Baisha are looking to make their move.
Yeah, we heard the bullet from Alucard. He did fire, but missed. And he knew that there's maximum 2 down in server because of that sniper action.
This is one of my favorite pushes on this map, just center to B. Because once you do get this bomb down, it's actually quite difficult, especially if you have control of pillars, because then there's only one angle that they can come in from. Yep. And you can smoke it, you can get in the servers, you can have multiple different angles that you are covering this one doorway by, and it's so difficult to push in.
If you just spray, you will at least get a kill, and that's exactly what happens. Even Xiao from the side snipes and gets one more kill. And these pushes detailed and fast enough that Team Myth can't really react. So the plan right now is to defend B perfectly, going deep into the double pillars. But Baisha, patiently enough, not actually insta-rushing into either site.
They have a completely clear path into A long, but obviously not aware of it, as full control now found by Team Myth of this double pillar area. Apologies, C-Clef. Didn't want to.
This is certainly a map where you do take a lot of grenade damage. And they're used to, from their own regionals, that all the teams just jump out to the central plaza. Ooh, manages to escape and get a kill.
Yeah, it's perfectly angled off there. Just he knows that they're gonna rush in and spray, so he backs off, holds the other angle.
Oh no!
There's Alucard in the back.
Could not even throw the flash.
Yeah, they're just getting hounded down. JWoww, he's gonna do a good job picking up the 1 kill, but nobody else is there to help him. N9 picks up a double, and now Horus has to push into just machine guns at this point, as that is going to be that for that round. 8-3, as Baisha Gaming really looking to make another statement here.
And really the moment they take control of that central plaza, it feels like Baisha just can do whatever they want. They can go for whichever push they go for, it'll work. And I think it also boils down to how much of these battles they've been winning, right? Like the one time that Alucard does win, we're like, oh, actually able to get the win. Actually able to somehow outsnipe Xiao, who has just been so consistent. Hasn't died yet either thus far. And just pretty insane performance up until this point from Baisha here. Not surprisingly on Blacklist.
Another slow setup, this time making through, and they're going through the smoke to have the perfect flash in, not using anything yet. Want to surprise the opponent. Big rotation into A long. With Xiao just looking at tiny angle to maybe even peek into A to get a sniper kill.
They're just not winning the firefights, our Team Myth. The 3 of them push in, and it's just really good teamwork as well from Baisha, right? Because 3 people pushing down at the same time. They're all able to fire on in to the one guy who's defending. You get that advantage.
This is what we see all the time. Team Myth, they peek out to see if they're over there, but Baisha is already in your face. And they insta-drop at that moment.
Good spot from Horus, but it is short-lived. As again, 4v2, making their push onto the A site. It looks like Alucard is in position with the sniper, but again, playing sniper in this position is not great, especially against Baisha.
Yeah, one of the worst sniper spots, actually.
It's just not that much for them to do.
It is doable, but the chances are really low.
Yeah, and that also ties into the control that Baisha Gaming was able to gather earlier on, right? Like you win the firefight, run that A long, and then you get so much extended control, can just take control, Central Plaza, push through, take the entrance, and it is just dominance now from Baisha Gaming, even more so than the first map.
9. Just need one more to finish the match. As Baisha just sweeping compound and Team Myth. By this point, I'm lost in words. have to really secure the spot. Maybe even risk it a little bit and have a 4-1 split instead. And make sure they have better firepower, because right now the numbers are actually matching, okay, but Baisha is just breaking through everywhere. And when that's happening, you just have to block one site at a time.
Do see them anticipating another one of these deep double pillar pushes. This time though, Team Myth, they're hanging back. They know they can't really afford to take any risks. I wonder though whether it's actually going to be enough to hold on, right, and play defensively, because high risk, high reward might not feel great when you are down 6 rounds as a team as strong as Baisha Gaming, but at the same time, if you take a risk and it doesn't work out, game's over, and I don't think you're winning straight up.
Oh, man.
Luca looks the other way at the perfect moment.
The perfectly wrong timing, unfortunately, for him.
And when you look at the side at that spot, your sniper gun actually points out. So, and the BL side can see you, unless you're all the way into the wall.
Speaking of snipers, Xiao is in position. In this corner, you can see he's having a little bit of fun trying to poke out into multiple members. His team is pushing mid. And I don't think that they had any idea this was coming, as everybody was trying to guard on the B site, as Xiao was even going to get a kill against him with the rotation that is coming over to the A site.
And Booker JWoww left to save the team from a match point. Baisha in position, not picking out yet. JWoww right next to him. DBQ wins that duel. Only Booker left. Can he save the team? No. Baby is going to finish it. And that's it. Quick 2-0 win for Baisha Gaming.
Wow. What do you say after another dominating performance like that? Baisha Gaming looking like by a large margin to be the best team in this group, having just dispatched of everyone up until this point. And especially with the loss that we saw for Imperial to Celebi Lost Legends, I'm not so sure if they're going to be able to turn it around on them.
As you can see from the last approach into the B entrance, when, especially the Chinese team, when they are winning the sniper fight, they open up so much angle for a free entry with the riflers. And this time Alucard could not really stand a chance against Xiao, and Baisha Gaming, knowing that they took so much advantage opening up a long side, a side from the central side, and also the B opening. So, and without those angles, Team Myth didn't really stand a chance. They had to be all the way in the back, just waiting for the information to come. And by the time they are in your face, it's going to be a hard duel.
You can see some sheepish grins on the side of Team Myth. They're definitely not happy with the results, but can't help but feel a little bit sheepish after the way that the match did go. So they're going to have to try to turn it around the next time and hope that everybody goes 1-2 alongside of them. And maybe Baisha with the 3-0 alone in the group could definitely still happen based on what we have seen. 10-4, 10-3. It's basically the same, well, it actually is the exact same amount of rounds that they gave over to Celebi, as Xiao is going to be the MVP here, to the surprise of nobody.
Well, M9 warmed up well, but I think as G-Clef was saying, I think the really big thing was with Xiao just basically 90% of the time winning the sniper battle, the rest of Baisha could really flex their insane mechanical potential, how good they are in these quick, decisive skirmishes. And if he doesn't always win that battle, then there is so much less space for you. And I think that's maybe one of the main reasons why we've seen him be so insanely dominant, particularly on Blacklist.
And also another scary thing is N9. No one is actually stopping N9. No other team. And they still have one more match.
Yeah, we have one more match today as well. Maybe the biggest one. Black Dragons up against All Gamers. Don't go anywhere.
现在我的心情肯定是比较开心和激动的嘛，然后我也快点希望比赛赶紧开始打。
对我来说呢 ，CFS 是整个穿越火线里最高的一个舞台，然后就是可以说是全世界的 Safer 都想站在这个舞台上发光发亮，然后为国争光嘛。
因为我其实没有拿过这个 CFS 冠军嘛，就特别想拿一次。然后我们队伍也是很久没有拿到这个冠军了，也大家都特别反正想拿这个冠军吧。
就这次比赛的话，对我们来说非常重要吧，因为我们战队也是很久没有取得过世界冠军了，所以说这次一定会全力以赴。
就是我们每个人都非常渴望得到这个冠军荣誉嘛，然后肯定会为了这个目标，我们一起去努力奋斗，朝着目标前进。
我们队员也是，因为我们一直在打我们国内的联赛，然后我们也是没有休息过，一直在准备这个裸单的赛事。
因为我们队我觉得其实大家都差不多吧，可
能。如果打到了 CFS 总决赛的话，我希望还是和中国赛区的队伍交手吧，因为这样不管怎么样的话，这个奖杯都会留在中国，很有信心会打败他们。
这次我又来了，然后迎接吧。
就是这次我还有我们队伍的目标就是希望可以拿这次比赛的冠军。
因为我们来自中国，因为我们是
AG 向世界证明你是最强的。
我相信我们一定可以。
AG 我们一定要把冠军留到中国。
Lifting the champion trophy is an eternal and indelible record. The champion will be remembered forever in our memories. In order to write the history of becoming the champion, you must go through so many hardships that will be waiting in front of your step. Numerous players will suffer from frustration during this journey. And yet, new history will be written. All your efforts, all your dedication will become our history. CFS 2021 Grand Finals.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final match of the night, and it is a big one. Black Dragons up against All Gamers. And these two teams, I mean, they could be the two strongest in the entire tournament. They're in the same group, and they have to fight tonight.
This is basically the ticket to go off to the semifinals for either team. This is the big highlight match that we've been waiting for. Literally don't know. This is the one match that I have no idea who's going to take it. It seemed like All Gamers, even though they had massive scores against the Vietnamese team, still it didn't really look like they were using their full strength. So And Black Dragons, we could have had 3 maps, but instead they just finished off with 2 maps. So, and there were slightly more information given out because they played more rounds, but I don't think that's still enough for Black Dragons to show their full strength either. So this match is hype, is going to be a good one.
And as you pointed out, it is both important for the group, but also for the possible flow of the rest of the tournament, right? If we see these teams clash later on, which seems incredibly likely, this is where you're able to deal the first blow. If you're able to win this one consistently, you don't really have to give away any of your strategies. Can try to keep it as close to the chest as possible.
Yeah, well, the players are ready, and we are just about ready to jump into this one best of 3, which is going to decide who will take first place in the group for now. As let's take a look here once again at the Black Dragons. I know that definitely a lot of you guys out there, fans of the Black Dragons. Looking forward to them challenging one of the best Chinese teams. Definitely going to be an awesome matchup. Really looking forward to this one. Black Dragons here. Everybody, you know, another team that is really well-rounded, and anybody can really pull it up at any time. I think that Gokun has been one of their star players that has put up the big numbers for a bit now, and he's really on a roll.
This is a huge moment because it is not the playoffs yet, but everything starts here. We might be looking at the grand finals already because of these 2 opponents. Black Dragons, until 2018, they got a lot of international first places, winning the CFS many, many times before. But ever since that time, 2019, 2020, they dropped out against a lot of the Chinese teams. So they must have that on their back, and this is going to be a very tough match for them in the group stage.
Also an important one, although I do gotta say, one team right now looking like a team that is gonna have a really hard time actually getting out of this group. But Lazarus, with picking up a win here today, can definitely threaten still. And I think that if you go down here as All Gamers and you're having a tough time against Lazarus, then can be the difference between making it out of the group, making it out on tiebreakers, and not making it out at all. So really important match here that is probably going to decide who ends up in the first place of this group. And All Gamers, yes, they looked incredible yesterday, but I think we can also agree that we haven't really gotten a good idea of how strong this team truly is, given that their opponent was looking like one of the weaker teams in the tournament at this point.
Of course, their KD is through the roof, 3.0 for Wolf, and win rate is, of course, crazy after a huge 10-2 win. But that's about to go down because we're going to see a lot of rounds in this matchup.
Yeah, it was the boppening, you could call it, yesterday against one team. And I don't think that's going to happen again. I really don't think that's going to work either way. And we are going to start off with Compound, then Ankara, and we do have Black Widow in the pool of maps that did not get banned. So if we do make it to set 3, we might actually get to see that map.
I seriously hope we do. It will be the first showing of Black Widow with these 2 teams, with one of the most experienced teams in the tournament right now, going onto the oldest map. That's going to tell a lot of what's going to happen in the semis and the grand finals going forward.
And All Gamers, those stats are very good. I don't think we really need to go into them too much as it is just insane. But I want to focus on Gokun because Black Dragons, while they won against Lazarus, it was a hard-fought battle. It was a 10-8. The other one was won by a golden round. So definitely a much more struggling type of victory that the Dragons were able to get. Regardless, Gokun was the one who safeguarded his team's chances, who in the moments when the team needed it most definitely was able to consistently deliver. Just don't look at the stats too closely.
Stats will be redefined after today, as one of these teams will have to win and the other will have to take a loss, which is incredible to say. These 2 teams are tippy-top level here at the Grand Finals, and it should be an incredibly close and fun matchup. So let's just get into the action right now. We do have Compound loading up as we speak, so let's jump into the first map right now. here we go. We do have all gamers starting off on the Blacklist side. And let's see exactly how aggressive these two teams will get, how much respect is shown.
A very important starting round as all gamers trying to peek into the center. And there's 180 covered by Black Dragons.
That comes through as well, and Danimal, and they come up huge, just walk into the meat grinder, and Black Dragons coming out insanely strong right of the gate. Maybe a bit of an underestimation from all gamers there.
Yep, there were just way too many angles to check when there were 180 plus another member from the A entrance. Black Dragons, they had super quick backup against all 5 men of all gamer.
Yeah, I mean, just a perfect setup there from Black Dragons, waiting for it. Gokin just lining up shot after shot after getting extremely aggressive, and he gets out alive.
That's insane for a sniper to go that far alone and get 2 kills.
And get out.
And get out.
Just, like, yeah, no, I'm good. Makes it out alive, could have traded his life down, would have been perfectly happy, but instead keeps the ability to assist the rest of his team. And all gamers, this is a completely different caliber of opponent that you played against yesterday. You need to respect that. And Black Dragons looking poised to take a 2-0 lead here as all gamers push through double pillar. We'll be running into Adrian and Danimal soon.
Adrian waiting at the bottom. Danimal right next to him in the server, not really poking for any information. There's that smoke to delay the attack from all gamers. Don't really know they're all gathered up yet.
Right, trying to make their push on into the servers. Jiaowei is going to pick up the first kill as Wolf will follow up, but the problem is that Danimal's still down here in the servers, and it's only Wolf, so that's going to be another quick round win here for the Black Dragons, as all gamers have not found the answer just yet.
And it might take some more time, but for now, Black Dragons, their backup speed is relatively so fast that all gamers can't even break through the wall.
It's mainly been Gokin just starting off these rounds so strong that any play that all gamers make immediately marred by desperation and the knowledge that you're fighting such an uphill battle. Really hard to deal with that. Adrian right around the corner here. We see Nate come through, will get spotted. Nice frag on him, and now all of a sudden the road is open after a nice double. All gamers pushing into server room.
That nade into the door really threw the position off of the backup member and even got the first kill, so all gamers, their teamwork in this attack in was incredible.
Fiana trying to make the most of a rough situation. Just trying to go in at an off timing. And he does get one, but now it's all up to Gokin, who is 1v4 with the bomb down on B. This is basically a, 0% chance at this point in time, but let's see what Gokin can do. As, he knows where they might be around the corners. But now, unfortunately, with that shot, he has given up his position.
You just have to come in. Oh, still gets Jiaowei off to the side box. Gets 2. No, for a few more pistol kills, but ZY was actually down into server from the side. And that will be the kill to clean up. Finally, all gamers getting around from the Blacklist side, and that's all they needed. First 2 rounds was a little bit of a throw just to check where the opponents are, and then they work their way into B.
Taking it a little bit slower. Nice nade. It's Jiaowei there. Gokin now the one who is sitting off to the side there with the sniper rifle. We'll also see Fiana there for some additional backup. Not keeping a lot of control of that center passage, although we do see Adrian has the ability to rotate over there fairly quickly. Might be making his way over as now all gamers moving towards that middle. And we saw in the last map, last game, how quickly teams can push in there and find pressure, but there needs to be a little bit of space, and thus far, with Black Dragon still having all their members, there's not that much space available. Dynamo firing a couple of warning shots. Not finding anyone, though.
All gamers, they've broken is easily enough to B-side, but this time Black Dragon's ready, and they know at this level, the exact same attack might just not work twice, as Black Dragon's positioned perfectly to go against those entering flat frags. Flashing in A, rushing in with the damage, will get the first, but Dynamo strikes back.
This is good defense from Danimal so far. He's able to take down 2, and now Adrian and the rotation will come in from the rest of Black Dragons, but Wolf with the point-blank shot, not able to get the quick scope here. He's looking for one. He's got ZQ on the backup, which is helping a lot. And actually, Adrian is going to try to reset this fight after he will get outnumbered.
Adrian on top, trying to save the team. 30 seconds left on the clock. C4 about to get planted, but there's some time around. Ooh, they're just going to toss it away and make sure that Wolf is going to plant instead.
Very low health bar. Adrian, hard but not impossible. Makes his way onto the side, but ZQ finds him, and it's that duo, ZQ and Wolf. Drawing back the score 2-2, and with Black Dragons coming out so strong initially, looks like all gamers, as you pointed out, Jikov, just needed a little bit of time, just needed to get settled. Now that they are looking like a completely different team here.
Few rounds in a row for all gamers. 1B straight in, and from the center A side, so Black Dragons now pushing slightly out. They're still trying the same to B entrance 180 spot with Goken and Vienna there, because that was not spotted in the previous round. And basically leaving center open. Trusting Adrian that if he can actually hear anything coming in from the center plaza.
All right, push coming on in now. Goken is there on the angle. You see Viana holding the door. He's doing a pretty good job of that so far, and it doesn't look like all gamers want to give up with this push just yet. Trying to make their way in. Viana still trying to hold this door. As poking in bit by bit is Xiaowei. He's not really able to find too much. Finally, ZY gets something. He's going to get a second kill now onto Goken as he pushes out at the perfect timing there.
Now possible opening. Adrian sitting down there on the staircase. Will get found, and oh my lord. All gamers, beautiful attack coming through here. Now taking control. And we've already seen time and time again how hard it is to take control of that server room once the bomb has been planted at B. Wolf getting into a firefight, trying to get out. Actually takes down Dynamo as well, as if the situation wasn't hard enough for Black Dragons, and looking like 3 rounds in a row. Action will pick up Wolf. Still has to deal with 3 more members. And you said it earlier, Valdez, actually getting back here is almost impossible.
Especially due to smoke. You just do not want to go in there. You don't know what's going to happen. This is the only entrance from the side. And this is the most common ending to the story like this.
Tactical pause. They lose 3 in a row. And this is the thing, Black Dragons, they did this actually in their first matchup against Lazarus. They weren't scared to use it early and just try to discuss and consider what they might want to do better.
Yeah, I think this was called early enough. So, and all gamers, their team that can just push the waters and just go through with the flow. So it's always great to use the tactical pause early on. I think they were right on point. It's 5 rounds in the first half, so great timing for them to use this break time to discuss and get some fresh air where their defense is breaking off.
There's a lot of spirited discussion going on. They're looking still very relaxed, and looking at the score, it's also not surprising. Still at relative parity.
Yeah, looking at Spark Notes, trying to remember the strategy. Just in case they forgot, just to go over.
Just making sure. And we've seen that all gamers, when given a little bit, they take a lot. One team was completely powerless once they really started firing to really do anything. From Black Dragons, you're not expecting them to give up that quickly, but still, 3 rounds in a row can turn into 4, 5, 6. And then you need to dig yourself out of a hole as Black Dragons. Want to avoid that. The easy preemptive pause as we go into the 6th round.
Yeah. And now that's been used up. All gamers, they still have their tactical pause. And let's see if that was good enough for Black Dragons to win. A few more rounds.
Diana's angry. Unfortunately, it's not feeling like enough. Jiawei gonna finish off that fight with the extra kill. Yeah, with 3 on 2 now.
Yeah, with 3-man double pillars, the B side basically has to be open. That's why we see Jiawei running in. Maybe one from the entrance, so sniper.
Smoke coming through, and Gokun tries to desperately get on the point, but not able to. Still stuck outside. Getting the opportunity for the plant now here for all gamers, and even with the tactical pause, this one feels like a rerun of the previous one. Action gets taken down. Gokun very, very low already. 3 men alive. They don't even drop another one. All gamers 4 in a row now after the first 2 going over to Black Dragons.
And that's the statement we want to make as all gamers. You can't take the wind out of our sails. We're just going to defeat you in a straight up firefight in the double pillars. Yeah, come challenge us. We're going to win anyway after you've had time to discuss. As let's see how it goes this time though for Black Dragons. Viana gets the snipe once again, but it's not a follow-up committal from all gamers, so gonna take this a little bit slower.
This time the pressure rotation into the double pillar works slightly better. They managed to escape the room without any casualty from the Black Dragon side. And instead, all gamers, ooh, that peek was incredible by Gokun.
Now attempts to salvage the situation with aggression. Not quite working out. Just Jiawei, and with his health bar, seemingly very unlikely Action will be able to pick that one up, and much needed round. Black Dragons halting the momentum that we saw coming out from all gamers.
And not just the read. Black Dragons, after getting that B attack, they had a really good read that it will be a central plaza push into A. So they were ready from multiple angles, had 3 right next to the A site. Getting those angles covered, even next to Gokun, few more rifles. So all gamers this time was caught with that action.
Taking a bit of a different angle into the double pillars this time, and they will get it. You'll note that Black Dragons, 4 members over on A long, and all gamers. This isn't a map where you can say, oh, they're not in pillars, we can just rush in, so it is something you can get some news on there. As you can see now, Gokun, he will call, hey, they are thinking about pushing into B now. Maybe we want to rotate back.
Yeah. But even after the call, they were all the way out in A long. 3 members and 4 members in A. So the rotation is taking some time, but because of the pressure and the moments they had against AG, against Black Dragons in B, entrance is taking a long time, but here we go. Finally, the entrance. 1-1 trade for now. Jumps onto the server.
So Wolf still holding the center there, and that was crucial. Dynamo and Viana not really free to make that rotation over. Wolf sitting in the nest, able to hold down the central passage very, very well. And now, what is this? 4th round in a row. At least when it works out for our gamers, it is always through a successful push. Do see Dynamo coming in from the flank, but right now ZQ holding that angle down.
That's exactly what Black Dragon needs, since they do have Dynamo coming from the back. Ellie from the double pillar side. This might be a different story as he gets down.
They got the great flash in there, and still they weren't able to win that fight. Viana's got to go 1v2. Not going to happen. As now 5-3 in favor of all gamers. We know these Chinese teams are very good on the blacklist side. Curious to see how it will go after the swap. And what is the score going to be as we enter this final round of the half?
Oh, smoked all 4. And also the damage went in. Yeah, but the firefight being won by Black Dragons hard.
Quite remarkable, hitting 4 people with the nade there, but it's not enough. As we do see 5-5 being won. And now anticipating another play on those pillars. Tidy of Black Dragons heading that way. Central passage open for now. So we slowly see all gamers push on through.
I think Black Dragons expected few of all gamers. Left even and ZQ, who potentially have walked along a long all the way or even through the double pillars into B side, which we're actually just having a merry-go-round rotation right now.
That is the official term, of course. You merry-go-round your way over here. As trying to peek in, you see that action is going to spot where they are, and immediately Black Dragons, everybody's being called over towards A at this point in time. And it looks like they probably get this plant down. It seems like a bunch of damage was actually done to the Black Dragons members. Nice grenade there as they're just clearing out every angle.
Yes.
But actually Black Dragons are taking their time with re-entering here.
And they're fine with the plan. It is 2v4. And all gamers, they still needed some more time to clear out A long. They came from Center Plaza. So just in case, because they're outnumbered.
And now, still some time left on the clock. It's a huge amount of people that Black Dragons have. At least one action gets taken down though. Ethan is low, but still alive to fight another day.
Oh, this location has to be quick.
And shot the
ZQ
side.
loses that duel.
Very nice. They get Dynamo, and there we go. Goken finds Even. He was way too low. 5-4. Very, very close, despite the early pull ahead from all gamers. Black Dragon definitely still plenty of room to get back into this game as they move on to Blacklist.
Yeah, pretty nice to see. We did have a blowout before this matchup, but we were definitely expecting all gamers versus Black Dragons to be a close one. And so far, to start off Compound, it has not disappointed. 5-4. I think that all gamers have been slightly more dominant. Obviously, you can see that in the score, but even in the way that they are winning, it does feel like they have the slight edge in this one. We'll see if Black Dragons can get a bit more work done here as they move over to the Blacklist side.
And just like all gamers did, Black Dragon's going to go very hard in on the double pillar push here. Gamers are somewhat ready. Nade there trying to set up possible trap, but looks like Black Dragons decide the better of it. Not wanting to take that risk and looking to play it a little bit slower. Who needs to take so many risks here right off the get-go in the Blacklist round.
Even right there, even having the fake smoke, that there's not any more member, just himself in that B room. It's just going to be action, checking for information. And the rest of the Black Dragons member pushing through the plaza. Flashes, no good since no one actually actively defending out in the plaza for AG. They got all the angles covered, and here comes Even.
This guy is kind of insane, as you can already tell. A couple of headshots lined up there. Had the perfect angle on the stairs of B. That's going to take a lot of power out of this one. Adrian will follow up, but unfortunately, Black Dragons are running out of members. 4v2 in favor of all gamers.
At least Dynamo actually went into a long found wolf and with no defense. With no one else to cover himself up at A bottom.
Problem is they still need to make the trip all the way to B passage to pick up that C4. And there we go, the flank comes through, not even gonna get the opportunity. As ZY and ZQ take down the last two remaining members of Black Dragon, 6-4 now. Even on global risk, all gamers able to get the better hand.
Yeah, Black Dragon's really pushing the lines, but all gamers still being able to retrieve so much. That Plaza push worked out okay, but sad that all gamer actually had no one around the Plaza. They were in the A site, deep into B site, leaving that Plaza open.
Curious to see how this is going to develop from here, as All Gamers took a pretty dominant round that time around. And you can see that Black Dragons, you know, they're going to have to try to switch up their strategy. They went for that mid to B push with a lot of flashes. Now they're trying to open it up on A long and on this A entrance. But looks like All Gamers is pretty ready for this. We have Wolf in position. We have backup here as well.
Sitting peachy for now. But as you're saying, Valdez, plenty of people there free at the waiting, and CY catches action there with a really nice flank. Wraparound working out well. C4 now needs to get picked up, and they still need to actually make their way onto a site. Might be looking to rotate through pillars towards B, but that is already locked down. It's a dangerous zone, knowing even is around that area.
This time AG is ready, covering lots of plaza angles, and CY just shoots out the double pillar, win that duel alone. Dynamo again going to peek in from A long. Just ZQ spotting him out because they know that a few other members of Black Dragons are in plaza.
Jiaowei getting pretty aggressive, pushing out there as now the clamp down, trying to come in here from Black Dragons, but All Gamers just holding the angles and winning the fights here as Danimal will be able to push out, but immediately is followed up with a kill from ZY. So 2 rounds in a row now on the Global Risk side to All Gamers. They are beginning to take off.
And only had about 15 seconds left, so they knew that he had to come to the site with the C4. You know, All Gamers this time, aggressive approach into the double pillars. Black Dragons, they had no one in, luckily enough. Only have action covering from their own base. And just small rotations from the pipe entrance.
ZY ready to pick hero of that round, able to find first the 1v1, then another shot, keeping down that position so expertly. They were able to pick a 1, but then Gokun coming in with the backup, avenging his teammate. Creates a little bit of space, but with the C4 still there. Black Dragons have been playing these blacklist turns very, very slowly, methodically, but I wonder whether that's going to be enough to do with All Gamers as CY picks up another kill. This man is on fire here.
You know, he started off with even getting a couple of kills, and I thought it was going to be his moment to shine. And then ZY was like, I will not be outdone. 6 kills, 6 headshots, by the way. And he has position on the bomb as well. So he's kind of so single-handedly held one side of the map.
I think he just passed it.
Yeah.
Not knowing that the bomb was dropped down there. The timing was just unfortunate, going back and forth. He was going to be covered by either teammate of Black Dragon there.
Verdict did buy his team a lot of time, and now clock's ticking for Black Dragons. They need to make their way over to one of the sides. Going to jump down, even at the ready. Picks up one, damages the other. And now it's just Gokun alone. All his teammates are down. And then Gokun also falls 8-4. The magic of the tactical pulse this time not really coming in for Black Dragons here.
Certainly not, as the second half Black Dragons, their offensive powers are being lost everywhere around the map, especially when they challenge All Gamers into double pillars. I think it's just better to just leave that side open, just cut one of your options and look for the other pushes. They have not been really pushing in, even into that A room. Only Danimal just pushing into A long whenever there was a B push.
The CY's here again. And they thought they could push into him. They are going to take him out, actually. Gokun gets a couple of kills. And this will go in favor of the Black Dragons. So they decide, okay, we've got to get rid of this thorn in our sides. Let's just pull it out forcefully. And they do just that.
At least Gokun's covering up for his teammate immediately after the kill. Spots Wolf. Yes, that's a pillar kill. Action from the side.
Oh, Wolf picks up another. Will pay with his own life as Redemption comes through. And now it is just up to ZQ and Jerry to hold on here. And Yet again, these pillar holds from all gamers have just been incredible this time around. Are trading unfavorably though, so might be a little bit harder, but A long pushing into a ZQ. Waiting with a sniper. Never going to be a fun experience.
Yeah, all gamers setting up these double snipers. They've done this before, and it definitely works out for them. Gokun, though, seems pretty hot this time around, at least in this round. And he's been able to pick up a bunch of kills to help shore this up. So now it's up to Jiaowei to try to get on over to the A site and win the 1v3.
Yep, A long plant. 1v3, it is incredibly hard, especially with these grenade damage chipping in.
Really nicely done, and that sets them up. Animal knocks them down. Easy round coming through for Black Dragons. A much needed one, putting AG on map point this early on.
Finally gets one in the second half. And this is what they needed. Certainly opening up towards A long. Of course, it was a later push, but changing up their path certainly is working against AG. But they still want to get this double pillar pressure off of all gamers, 100%. Using a lot of utilities. This is the amount of stress that they actually had in this room. Trying to release that with the push.
Trying their best, not having any true vision. A lot of spraying, not a lot of actual damage done. Oh, but ZY is there. Won't be able to spot him out. Last time it was Vienna holding this door this way. Worked out well. Reinforcements are on the way. A lot of spraying, but neither finding any kill as of yet.
Yeah, this is the frustrating part. You can't really go in. You know there are two, but you just can't go in because the moment you peek out, you're going to be dead.
Well, speaking of which,
wow.
ZY has another answer to that question, and now Action's going to get hit on the off angle, even nicely read in that situation. And now 4-2, all gamers looking to hit that magical number 9. Jiaowei picks up another kill here as well, and Gokun, it's him in a dream. We've seen this before. Snipers coming in late, trying to make it happen alone.
At least he is surviving and carrying the team with the numbers. But against 3, less than 50 seconds, we don't AWM.
So what you're saying is there's a chance, G-Clef?
There's low chance.
No, but you're saying there's a chance.
No, he said there was a low chance, actually.
Certainly, and he's shooting A long.
I'm sorry for trying to have fun, Valdez.
Okay, going
I'm
to
trying
raise
to
the
be
chance up by at
optimistic.
least 7 to 8%. A long plant will be one of the best.
Surely at this point, they're suspecting that this is going on. There we go. Wolf.
Oh, but Wolf coming around the corner at the perfect timing. There was only 10 seconds left, so not... Yeah, the chances were going down for Gokun, even if he was shooting really well.
Well, this one is looking like a done deal. Let's see if Black Dragons can win 4 in a row, or will we be moving on to Ankara for our second map? It's really the only question to be answered at this point in time. ZY, he's getting aggressive now. He's like, I don't have to only play in the pillars. I can go mid to pillars. But nobody over here is...
There's different ways.
Yeah,
okay.
Different angles to attack the pillars. But Black Dragons are just, they're just going to play it slow over at the pipe entrance.
Trying to take control of Central Passage. Should be able to do so. No forward defense coming through. As all gamers, again, they're comfortable. They are not feeling pressured whatsoever. And we'll be just fine holding off. There's still 2 people defending on A long. And looks like ZQ might be rotating over as an aggressive push comes through towards B. Through that global risk spawn. Even still waiting there. Hasn't been spotted yet. That's one. Start here. Another one. Wolf picks up a kill as well. In the end, they will go down.
At least they break into B and also gets Wolf coming from the double pillars. Makes it even 2-2.
Yeah, it kind of swaps sides. Jiaowei takes a bit of damage through the box there, even a nice little grenade. And now they're going to be able to get this bomb down because of that smoke. So now this is going to be up to ZQ and Jiaowei to find a way into a rough entry, especially with Gokun looking right down the sights. They know that both players are over there.
Yeah, Benziki Jiawei has no utility whatsoever. No flash, no smoke. So they just have to body in.
Oh, Jiawei was able to sneak in. Playing against 2 though. Has to jump down. Only a little bit of time left on the clock. That's 1. Black Dragons keep themselves in this game. 6-9 still. 3 opportunities for all gamers to take this one down. Nicely played by Black Dragons though, able to keep their dreams of winning this map alive for a little bit longer.
That B push. And again, all gamers having that same 2-man defense in the B entrance room. Right in front, because this buys a lot of time and also kills a lot of utility from the other side. And this is far out enough, so they can actually have 3 men right in A site. Black Dragons might actually not wait that much time this time, since they've been using a lot of time in the previous rounds. They almost ran out of time.
Made. So action that actually goes down first. That's a good way to start. Must have to push very aggressively. Adrian doesn't want to let it happen. Even a little bit more patient.
At this choke point from the Blacklist, it is incredibly hard.
They're just trying to force it here. Wasn't much luck because, I mean, there were 3 members of AG over there as well. So let's see how this one is going to go now. Black Dragons, they got to push in here 2v4 and make that 1v4. Wolf has been holding down A-Long the entire map.
Final member, Goken again with the C4.
He's alone. No space left for Black Dragons anymore.
Yeah, not enough time to rotate into A-Long. Only 40 seconds. If he rushes, it's possible, but against 4, you are going to be running against a few.
No chance at a quick scope there, and that's going to be the first map going into the hands of our Chinese team, All Gamers, as they're able to take it 10-6. And you can see that Black Dragons put up a pretty good fight. It was even at the half, but All Gamers, they were the dominant team by the end. Actually, a really clean global risk side. Gotta give them credit, as we will be moving on to the second map in just a moment.
I really felt like Black Dragons not really having the best rotation. Still, I see a lot of the other region teams struggling against the Chinese rotation, where they just poke in and out, make quick rotation to the other side, or just full rush in with no flash. And the firepower, of course, is also a big difference, as right now All Gamers, with the confidence that they had from yesterday, it's just continuing to flow into the first map. And I think it will also continue in Ankara. They didn't even have to use the technical pause this time.
What I really appreciated there is also you saw that dominance from All Gamers kind of got to Black Dragons, right? Like that force at the end, trying to walk through that door, jump through that window when you know there's multiple members waiting, just reeked of desperation. And I think that going into the next game, you need to try and avoid getting to such a big deficit from the get-go. And of course, it's easier said than done, because, yeah, All Gamers looked good against one team. That didn't really tell us that much. Now, still though, yes, there were a couple of rounds, but I never really felt like All Gamers were being threatened all that much round over round by what the Black Dragons showed here.
Yeah, especially after the swap. I mean, there wasn't much to see there. So, guys, we do have Ankara loading into now, as Black Dragons will have to try to fight it back here. Let's see how it goes as we jump into the second map of this match. And off we go. Looks like All Gamers will be here on the Blacklist side once again. And let's see how it works here on Ankara. Ankara, a map that we see all the time. Has been a little bit, though, today. We didn't see it in the second and third matches, at least. So we get back onto it here. Definitely a map that Black Dragons are strong on. And it will be interesting to see if they can be defeated here.
Indeed, especially their A-top defense has been one of the best, not just in the region, in their internationals many times. And a few two left already down the stairs. They can't really go force them into a top. Two in the passage, take some damage from the nade. But all gamers, knowing that they still have so much time, going to challenge a little bit, waiting for Even to come strike from the back of the passage. Need some more time.
And now the flank coming through. Might catch Gokun off guard, the smoke.
Oh, man.
Dissipating. Will he see them? Gokun now spotted, but also has the angle. Gets the shot. Takes down Even. And that was the gambit. That was the play that was supposed to work out. Now it's just CQ by himself. Last time, Black Dragons won the first 2 rounds rather handily. Starting to feel like that pattern might repeat itself here if they are not careful. As rough round here.
Yeah, if he even rotated just slightly faster into that A passage, even half a second faster, I think he had the chance to shoot into the air duct or even into Gokun, who was off to the stair side.
Ooh.
And
The old switcheroo.
Is continuing to push into the air duct with the C4. Now 30 seconds left on the clock, and Black Dragons are measuring this as a B plant. As you can plant that B stair.
No.
Most important thing is that you stick together. It was good that actually they didn't move out of A to try to find ZQ because, you know, one guy gets picked off and ZQ has cover and you're immediately in a 1v1 situation. But now you're like, okay, well, we know his general vicinity because he just planted A. So let's move in together and try to 2v1 him.
Definitely an opportunity. And as CQ, you have no info. Know that they must be rushing in at this point. Going down the stairs again. And there comes the defuse. I don't know if he's going to be in time. Needs to get through Adrian first. Doesn't even get that done. Gokun secured by his teammate and able to pick up that first round just like last time.
Nicely done. Good stuff there from the Black Dragons. Kind of holding on to that A top. And it was a really sneaky move to come all the way around there from Even and try to get the flank, but Gokun he had that sixth sense that we see sometimes from these Crossfire gamers, and he was able to land the shot as well.
That's exactly what you feel. Okay, the other guy went back, and it took a long enough time. I should turn around and see what's going on on my back, and that was a perfect timing for Gokun to look to the side on their own passage, and Black Dragons keeping the lead for now, and a good start for GR side. And after that big A side attack, expecting a huge push on B side, all gathered up near the boxes.
It's only Viana holding them off by himself. Entirety of Black Dragons, besides that, is waiting for a push that might never come to fruition as they move on to the side. There's Viana. He does get spotted, picks up one. Able to make his way out as well, it looks like. Chewei going in, taking a little bit of damage, and the plant does now come through. 5 people still available, so you know as all gamers you need to cover every single angle. Adrian and Danimal looking to go for the long wraparound all the way through passage into quarters. Conduct being held by Wolf here.
Danimal, Adrian coming all the way from the quarters. They have a lot of flash, so they can flash A top, but most of them are actually near the stairs at the bottom.
They need to get in there, though. They need to get these kills all down and get the defuse, as ZQ's buying so much time. Defuse comes in, and the shot is not there, so the defuse will work at 0.4 seconds. Extremely well handled there by the Black Dragons as they win the first couple of rounds very handily. Again, we saw that on Compound as well.
I'm just loving the timing of that. Everyone going in exactly the same time. Nice usage of the utilities. Gokun picks up another kill. Wolf, he's chasing, but Gokun already run away, hiding in the mist. Not going to be able to take him down. And unfortunately for all gamers, again, starting from what is basically a deficit here. And this time a much more even spread by Black Dragons, going to be much harder to actually push onto either of these sides.
Wolf was expecting Goken to come into those angles because it was exactly at that timing where you are still peeking into the yard. Because all gamers had no information from the office side, so they had to get one back.
Aggressive maneuver here through the air ducts as Dan Imal has a great spot, but it's not good enough. He just gets swarmed through the gate of A, as now they're going to be able to push onto this one, and Black Dragons looking for another retake. They got 3 guys back there towards the spawn, as all gamers going to take their time with the plant.
Last time, though, they had a lot more members. 2 extra members mean that you can come from more angles. This time around, going to be somewhat more limited in the approach that you possibly have available. Action already making his way there. Now walking onto the side, firing a couple of pot shots, but ZQ finds him through the wall, and that might be the end of this push. And all gamers looking to repeat the events of the first map.
Yeah, and this flash is the only utility left. Everything else, they have to rely on their rifles. And Goken's AWM goes back to rifle, but even is off to the side box. And that aim did not come fast enough. So all gamers this time getting their first round of the map.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because I'm just imagining Black Dragons immediately calling a tactical pause.
Already? Not yet.
Because it's just like the first map, right? And they called it even faster in the first map compared to yesterday. So I'm like, maybe they're going to go even faster. They just don't want to let all gamers get any momentum at all.
If this goes to 2-2, I would not be surprised to actually see him do it.
Yeah, a few rounds in a row for all gamers. I think that's the momentum that they want to cut. Goken staying aggressive in the connector was cut. All 3 members going down.
It's time for the card.
I'm feeling a card. As we do see action making his way over. Will get spotted. Does take down Joey with a lot of health being donated though. And that's easy cleanup coming through. Looking like another 2-2 as Adrian will have the easy shot there. And coming down off from even.
Good plant will come in. Let's see what Adrian can do. He's been having a pretty nice map here so far after not doing too much on compound.
Back on M4, smoke was just out a couple seconds ago, but so he might actually have to wait so long or go through the smoke. Time's taking less than 20 seconds now. And the spray's coming from all 3 members. You can't go through that. Now that's 2 rounds in a row for all gamers. No tactical pause yet.
You gotta wait till the 3rd one. Now we know. That's the angle you're looking for, and starting to feel really reminiscent of the first map. Now, if all gamers can string together a couple more, then we will just have an effective repeat. This time, though, different strategy, all going towards that B side. I don't think that Black Dragons really is feeling ready for this.
And unluckily, they have no one at B side. No one even going into the office, keeping that B long. Instead, Goken get picked off.
It's the perfect timing right when Goken's not looking. And yes, they have Viana up here, but he's already taken so much damage. And the bomb is planted with smoke in position. All gamers just really swift on the push, and they get that immediate timing onto Goken as well.
And no one actually near the plant, actually around the back of the B. And it's also Jiawei around the corner. At least they got this kill, opening up a lot more angles now.
And something, but problem is the time. There's so little time. You need to push into multiple people, all full health. Just not enough that you can do. Adrian gets taken down as Even finds the kill. Vienna goes, and with that, looking like, again, literally the same as the first 2 rounds for Black Dragons. And then all gamers really get going.
And they keep on going.
No card.
no card. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough because it didn't work last time. I mean,
that's true.
I guess it kind of
I'm not criticizing. I am surprised.
It's just at some point, you as Black Dragons, you gotta realize that okay, we just gotta play better. And all gamers, they are just really on an incredible level right now because Black Dragons, I mean, one of the best teams in the world. And so far, all gamers have been giving them a lesson, and it has not been a pretty one. Taking it a little bit slower this time around, though, as Black Dragons have once again stacked top of A.
Yeah, Ankara 3-2 blacklist winning is already a pretty good score against such a strong opponent, Black Dragons, and they want to keep this momentum ongoing. Having the same smoke just like before, and then moving out in different order is tricking Black Dragons that we can strike anywhere. And it might actually be a similar type of attack again. Because after that fake, Black Dragons scattered all of their troops towards A site.
And now, similar situation to the previous round. This time, though, Adrian is waiting. They do have someone on B, which should help them to at least pick off someone. But if all games going confidently, we might at the very least find a counter kill and get that plant. And then Black Dragons is going to be forced to rotate again, all from across the map. Gokun is relatively close by.
Adrian has to cover both angles, so it's going to be about the timing. Do see some flash towards A, which is a big fake. Adrian was cut off.
He is quite cut off now, but he's got Gokun actually in the backside. That's a nice quick scope. Gonna give them a really nice chance here, but Wolf is able to snipe down Gokun. So all of a sudden makes this into an even battle. As Black Dragons, you can see Viana trying to spray through the smoke and get in as fast as possible. They're not covering from Office, as Danimal was able to pick off Wolf.
That was a big problem, but still was able to get that wall headshot in. So Danimal goes down. B-Long is open, and it is a B-Long plant. So Viana has to work this one out fast enough so he gets all two.
Starting to feel more like a problem at every time. Really nicely done. There's just not enough time for Black Dragons, and I don't feel like they really got the read on all gamers every time. And there it is, the card. 1 round later, referee as stoic as always.
That was a really nice stare. It's like, what?
Yeah?
Maybe one too many blinks for me.
I would really like it if he just went for just the full stare. There's no blink.
I mean, that's the 10 out of 10, right?
Yeah, it's hard.
It's not easy. And you can see that nothing is feeling 10 out of 10 here on the side of Black Dragons. Adrian he's kind of got his hand on his head. There's a lot of discussion about, okay, what are we going to do now? Doesn't even look like exasperation. It's just kind of like, man, we can't solve this problem at this point in time.
Right now, losing 4 in a row is a huge hit. Also reminding them from what happened from the first map. So I think this had to be the time where they use a tactical pause. But not just in defensive mode, because oftentimes Black Dragons, one of the best teams, catching the rotation of the opponent without much information. And this time, it is actually the opposite all the time. They are choosing A, and instead on the other side, all gamers choosing B. That happened twice in a row. So this needs to be read slightly better from Black Dragons. And once that happens, the shots come back at the same time.
Yeah, it's get a little bit more confidence, start to feel like you're reading your opponent well, and then following that up, your shots will ring true. And that is something that the Black Dragons desperately need with how it's been going thus far, because all gamers, yes, they win some of the firefights, but most of all, as Gokun nor Wolf able to hit the shot there.
Yeah, Wolf almost found that free kill without the flash. Viana able to get a kill and escape to the passage, coming out again.
Nice 2-for-1 trade, really well done. Also know that Gokun is still in the general vicinity there, and there's 2-man keeping pressure here on A side. It is actually the C4 that is all the way across the map, hold by Even. And looking like, again, if they go in here, everyone from Black Dragons rotated towards B.
I think they want to leave that A side open this time, intentionally, so they can jump on top of them. Since it was only basically Viana who used a lot of utility on his own, so the rest of the members have a lot of flash and smokes left to cover A site back if there's a bomb planted at A site. And also Gokun available, so they're less worried about B side entry.
Ooh. He spies with his little eye, ZQ. Not sure where he is, but the crossfire being set up very nicely done by Adrian, and now stuck in an air duct. is ZY. He will follow shortly. And now it's even alone in the world. Not likely to continue much longer as Goken takes him down.
Tactical pause magic comes through. All gamers decide, well, you don't need that magic just yet. But this time around, Black Dragons are actually able to take that win after the pause. So good stuff there. I kind of like the aggression that Viana showed. And hey, look at this. Another pick off Goken onto Jiaowei. So it's going to give them an even better shot here to keep it even at least before the half.
Their specialty, even with a different roster, their color stays the same. The sniper pokes from GR.
Oh.
Unfortunate scenario, and if Viana goes down here as well, will go down eventually. Took a little bit more time. Now E-side, or the A-side rather, taken, and again, 3 versus 3. Last time this worked out very well for all gamers. Was only when they had 5 people available that Black Dragons were able to effectively retake the site. Utility who's there, that's one. And that is looking like a dominant win, all gamers. Yeah, you get 1 win of the tactical pause, but then the next one, you gotta start working for it again. And all gamers work just a little bit harder.
Final round in the first half has all gamers, they're not rushing through like they were against the other team, but this, okay, quarter push from Black Dragons, basically all in, except for Adrian here.
And you know what? It's going to work really well.
The flash was real good. Flash after flash.
There you go. 5 to 4. They make it quick, and, you know, I mean, maybe that's what they need. A little bit of fire underneath them before the half. You get a little break here as well to discuss a little bit more. And Black Dragons, you know, of course, you're on Ankara, Blacklist, all gamers did get 5 rounds out of 9. They're still in a great spot, but, you know, personally, I'm hoping this isn't a 2-0. Just because this action has been so great, but at the same time, it does feel like all gamers still in a pretty good spot, especially with how good their global risk side did look on the first map.
Yeah, also, I do want to see both teams on Black Widow for the first time. That's going to be a good one if we go to the third map.
Would be a first thus far at CFS 2021. Haven't been able to feast our eyes on that map as of yet. Now, last time, we were all pleasantly surprised by how well all gamers played on this GR side. Wondering whether you're going to be able to repeat that here on Ankara, or whether they is going to, or Ankara, or whether that is going to be a little bit harder. As thus far, looking like a little bit of poking coming down here from B bottom, but not actually wanting to go further.
And here, Dynamo already getting some controls off to the connector side near the bridge. Staircase rather, but B bottom push. CY is ready on top, but he's alone.
Go up against multiple members. He's waiting very long. That's one. That's Adrian. And simultaneously, ZY is pushing as well. And now the push starting to fall apart here. Action will be able to get it done, but still 3 members available. Health bars are relatively low. As all gamers already on the side, at the ready. Only a single bullet needed. Action still able to salvage and kill out of that situation. But look at that! What a play coming through from JY, and that allows them to, again, yeah, no, he's stoked, he's good. He's not impressed whatsoever, the rest of his team.
Like, I do that all the time. Like, why are you guys so
Guys, stop shouting.
Wasn't that expected?
Normal. Yeah. You should shout if I don't do that. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a crazy shot.
It was also because it was the few last remaining bullets on his magazine. And an important round to start off the second half.
Let's see how aggressive they want to get right into their faces. Goes CY, and even is right here to back him up. Right over in the office area. Oh man, what a shot. These guys are just kind of insane.
Usually the first bullet headshot works the best with rifles. The connecting shots always much harder.
And now, bomb still needs to be retrieved. Do see even there to make sure safeguard it. And there we go. Wolf says thank you for the snack. We'll be happy to take that one. And now it is just Gokun. That's a kill. That's a good start, but enough, not quite there yet.
Great reaction time right into his crosshair. But he has to get 3 more. One from the GR base room, down to D-Long, and also BL base, but fails on the first.
Starting to get a little bit worried as All Gamers is breaking away. Black Dragons, I feel like the next round you can maybe still afford to give up, but to give up 2 more, and it is again a series of match points. Last time, that's when they kind of came alive, but it's not enough, and the rush here might be enough. Catching ZQ off guard, but the immediate response from Even is good. Not quite good enough, though. Making their way over. Wolf desperately trying to hold on here.
Knows the angle they're coming in, but he can't do it all alone. Gets hit there by Gokun on the side. Now it's a 1v2. We do have Jiaowei in position. Knows the bomb is planted. But again, 1v2. Let's see how it is going to go. Nope, this time it will be a headshot over to Viana, as they will keep it close.
As they certainly have to. All Gamers were about to run away, get closer to that magical number 10. And Black Dragons now pushing really far. They want to be aggressive, but this time holding on just a little bit after a couple of rounds. Knowing their position has been 1A top, 1A passage.
They come in again. These aggressive pushes have been working out very often, but again, it seems like they catch All Gamers off guard. Not quite ready. Trade favorably at least for now. Jiaowei trying to make the magic happen. Won't be able to do so though, as the nade takes him down. Very big headshot there. Now all of a sudden it's 2 against 2. Wolf finds the kill. Pivotal round here for All Gamers, going up 5-8. But I'm only 2 wins away from getting the 2-0. And this is a group in which a lot can happen. Getting that win over the Black Dragons would be huge.
It's only 2v4 into 2v1. Vienna's left alone, and C4 is actually on top. It will take some courage to actually jump up there alone. As ZY, Wolf covering both angle next to the stairs. Not likely to see him from passage.
Perfectly played, just covering the escape route, and then the other guy comes in swiftly the second he is spotted. 8-5. We do see that All Gamers once again extremely dominant here on the Global Risk side. A scary sight indeed. As Black Dragons, they have had, 1 round of success on the rush. But now, immediately, their rush gets stifled out in the next round. So it's, again, you're kind of lost. What do we do? As this time it will be another rush, though. Adrian is going to get that headshot onto Wolf, at least to start us off.
Entry headshot through the smoke. Nicely done there. So has to work their way in and out. A quarter still in control by Gokun, has been scoping all the way into A long. But doesn't get spotted up by the rest of the AG member, rotating from office into yard. So they have a real good idea that this is going to be an A attack soon enough.
Get as much done as he can, not actually picking up anyone. It's still there, but this is looking promising here. I say that another kill gets picked up, 2 versus 3, and no plan yet inside. ZY makes his way up, but will get spotted there. Action picking up a couple of crucial kills. And Black Dragons keep themselves alive in this game.
Pretty interesting position that time around. Black Dragons, getting the aggressive shot. It shows that Adrian is able to get these entry frags as he usually does, even against these AG players. And then they make a really nice rotation onto that A site. And it was just a little bit too much for All Gamers to handle. So Black Dragons, bit by bit, they're finding little things that are working. And they're going to go back to it.
Black Dragons, they don't have much information about the office side, but they don't need it because they are breaking in, not losing too many at their entrance. And as I say, that action goes down. ZQ still in full control with Zhao Wei on top of A. Waiting for those big grenades and flash to go in.
You'd imagine at some point it should stop working. They're just running in with 5. Very big grenade there, chunking the health bars of Black Dragons. And if that wasn't enough, even comes up huge again. And picks up multiple kills. CQ as well with a double. Nice headshot by Vienna. That is... But you get flanked, you get taken down. And that is going to be 3 match points here for All Gamers.
Vienna was looking for anyone coming around the quarters, but instead All Gamer focused all of their firepower through a passage. So could not really deliver the defense back into that A site. Now match point for All Gamers to put them on top of Group A.
This is going to be rough. I mean, really similar situation to what we saw on the side of Compound, where they were down. It was like 9-5, 9-4, and they were slowly trying to come back, but it wasn't quite enough. So definitely could be another rough comeback here for Black Dragons to give it a try. Really like the spread from All Gamers. They're getting a lot of information right now. Although Even is not quite able to land those shots. Another entry frag coming in from the side of Adrian, but Zhao Wei immediately able to strike back as Gokun will put them ahead.
Oh, and also ZY trying to get off his side, went down near the same time. And is only ZQ, only in quarters, still has to travel all the way into the connector and into the B site. So much time for Black Dragon to position themselves in the best spot possible.
Not looking great here. Of course, not the end of the world. All Gamers still have a couple of opportunities, but for Black Dragons, every round matters, and this is a really big one. As he gets spotted, and now surely with his position known, he'll be able to deny him any form of isolation. There he goes. Dominating round from Black Dragons to keep himself in this series.
You know, at worst, even if Black Dragons aren't able to come back, which, you know, it's definitely possible that they do. I mean, they got 1, now they're within 2. They're proving that they can stay with All Gamers, and that should give them a lot of confidence, at least, you know, going into semis where they might go up against Baisha Gaming, especially if they get out of the group in 2nd place. Baisha already looking set for that 1st place spot in Group B. It should give them the confidence. Black Dragons are an awesome team. And they have competed at this level before.
And it's not over yet. They have caught any other team matching their round number to 9 and forcing them into extra round, even into golden. Did happen in our first match yesterday. Black Dragons taking the control back towards the center passage. We have Adrian as the entry into the B bottom. Just checked if anyone was looking at that angle, even potentially a sniper. But All Gamers also feeling the tension right now, all the way back into the normal position. Not even peeking, only Even trying to sneak into the connector.
Oh, that's big. Gokun already gone. And look at that flank. Wolf sets them up and Even knocks them down. Both of them getting multiple kills. Now it's just Adrian on his own. That's not gonna happen. Will get blown up, and All Gamers with a dominant 2-0 victory here over what is one of the strongest teams we've seen thus far in CFS 2021 in Black Dragons.
Yes, those types of sneak in cannot happen too many times, and Black Dragons took so much time when Even peeked out. They were getting ready for a flash into A side. Worst timing possible there. And this win for All Gamers is huge. Basically puts them on top of the group and at least secures them into the semi.
Yeah, they got to be feeling really good after a 2-0 victory over a team like the Black Dragons. So, very dominant there as well on that 2nd map. You can see that our 2 Chinese teams after today really trying to make a statement that they are the teams to beat here at the Grand Finals, as has been the case many times in the past. So, lots of discussion, lots of things to talk about between the Black Dragons members, as Danimal may have taken something personally, but that's okay. You can work it out before you get into your match tomorrow and try to secure that 2nd place. So 10-6, 10-7. As I said before, you know, Black Dragons, they kind of hung in there with All Gamers, which is a pretty good sign but all gamers the victors in the end.
And by the end of the first map and the end of second map, it seemed like everything was just swinging towards all gamers. They never really had to use a tactical pause because they would get extra time for Black Dragons to gather things up. And MVP to ZY, but a lot of these members from All Gamers, I think throughout the roster today had really good showing today, especially even in defense.
I think that's, for me, the big difference maker from both our Chinese rosters today is that, yes, we know they're good on Blacklist, but that's actually where they were challenged to a certain extent by the teams that they faced up against today. Both Team Myth and Black Dragon did a great job at kind of stifling that, but then those rounds, even on Global Risk, just proving to be way too strong. Do you think that Black Dragons with this clearly showed that, unlike the Team Myth match, I think when they're playing a little bit sharper, maybe on a better day, they were all gamers feeling a little bit more rusty. They are definitely within range. 10-7, 10-6, those are not scores to be ashamed of. But then you look at the map score and it's still the 2-all the same.
Yeah, I think the biggest upset in this one was Celebi over Imperial Esports. Celebi really playing to a high level. Pretty impressive what they were able to do to Imperial today. Imperial Esports, I think, a pretty emotional team. They're going to have to get back on the horse. And Group B, in terms of who's going to get second place at this point, it's definitely wide open. And I suppose if Baixa Gaming do get upset tomorrow, that there is a chance that someone could challenge them for first. Not sure who it would be at this point, though.
And also because today Lazarus was able to bring one team down in very convincing win with 10-4 and 10-3. Yeah, depending on Black Dragon's results, we might have to go down to set and round scores. So, and lots of interesting matches to happen to finalize what's going to be the result of the group stage tomorrow. 4 matches again.
And tomorrow's matchup, that Imperial versus Baixa Gaming, that's a really big one, very important. For Lazarus, also one if they want to keep themselves in the running to actually top that group. If they lose, they might still be able to make it through, but more reliant on what the rest of the group does. Because then you're looking at Black Dragons getting upset, and I don't really see that happening even after their loss today, with one team looking like one of the weaker ones. And then Celebi, opportunity to also take firm control of a second place in their group.
I think Black Dragons, of course, they were looking for first place because once you go up first, you do go against the second place of the other team, which raises your chance by far going into that grand finals. And it is best of 5 from the semifinals, but still, I think they were really looking for that first place. Tactical pause worked slightly, but not as well as yesterday. And just showing that how well prepared All Gamers actually was against the Black Dragons today.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I think that's a really good point because if you get second place in that group, you got to face, in either group rather, you're probably going to have to face against one of these extremely strong Chinese teams. So
yeah,
you're not feeling too good about that. Everybody wants to get into that top echelon of the prize money of first or second place. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff today. A lot more 2-0s, kind of like what we saw yesterday. And I think we know who are on top at this point in time. We'll see if anyone can challenge China tomorrow. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you once again for watching the CFS Grand Finals, and we'll see you for more action tomorrow. Have a good night.